Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fleeting Moments by Bella Jewell, narrated by Amy Landon. Prologue. Life is a series of fleeting moments, moments that pass you by, sometimes without recognition. We let moments define us, and other times we let them destroy us. These moments can be small, or they can be momentous. They can introduce love, belief, and strength, and they can take away passion, self-worth, and happiness. Every piece of our life is made up of moments. The biggest moment in any person's life is the day they're born. After that, moments are made up of friendship, love, pain, betrayal, happiness, marriage, children, and death. Our final moment is when we take our last breath and leave the life we created to be passed on to someone else. Our moments become our story, and our story is shared. If we don't relish in our moments, we may just lose them forever. What can you say about your moments? Are you proud of them? Do you believe in them? Did they change you, define you, destroy you? Did you even notice as they passed you by? Do you remember the first time you fell in love? Your first friendship? Your first heartbreak? The smell of your first child as you held them in your arms? Those moments became you. But did you recognize them? Did you relish in them? Did you let them into your soul to become every single piece of who you are? My moments defined me. They took so much, and yet returned the same. They destroyed me. But mostly, they created me. I recall a great deal about my life, but falling in love stands out the strongest. The day I met Gerard Jacobson changed me. It put a piece into my soul I hadn't even known I needed. I was just a girl, and he was just a boy. Cliché, I know. We locked eyes in a coffee shop, and the rest is history. Falling in love for me was like coming alive, like taking your first breath, dragging air into your fresh lungs and feeling it spread throughout your body, filling everything with life. Being filled with love is like being filled with life. I never imagined that a single second would pass by when I wouldn't love Gerard. I certainly never imagined that another love could be stronger, more intense, and even more terrifying. He gave me the world with open arms, and I took it, throwing myself into his life and being everything I knew a wife needed to be. I loved him as surely as I breathed, and he returned with equal passion. I didn't think there could be anyone else. It just wasn't possible. I certainly didn't think he had it in him to change, to be different to the man I knew so well, for so long. But life is funny like that, isn't it? It doesn't give you a choice. It picks your moments and it thrusts them upon you. Sometimes I wonder if those hard moments are sent to test us. Other times I wonder if they're sent to hurt us. After all, why would my perfect marriage be thrown into turmoil without a good reason? Why would the man I'd loved for 6 years suddenly become empty to me? Why would my life and my moments be twisted until I could no longer recognize them? If life has such a big plan for us, why the hell does it hurt so damned bad? But before I tell you about the hurt, the testing moments, and how they changed me, you have to know how it all began. Chapter 1. My feet tread softly across the polished wooden floor as I make my way to the kitchen. I don't want to wake Gerard until I've made him breakfast. It's our anniversary today. 3 years married, 6 years together, and I want to surprise him. I hum a happy tune as I open the fridge, gathering the ingredients I need to make my famous fluffy pancakes. They're his favorite. He's been working a lot lately, which is nothing new, so I'm sure he'll appreciate them. I love it when you sing. I spin around, floorboards creaking, to see my husband standing at the counter wearing nothing but a pair of boxer briefs. His lean chest is muscled in bronze, but it's his face that makes my heart smile. Chiseled jaw, blue eyes, soft blonde hair. He's beautiful, in the perfect kind of way. the way that isn't rugged, but definitely still masculine. I was going to surprise you. I smile, moving around the counter to fall into his arms. I had the same idea, he murmurs into my hair. Only when I woke up to sneak out, I saw you beat me to it. I laugh softly. Great minds. He chuckles. Let me make breakfast. You put your feet up. Relax. I push up on my tiptoes and kiss his lips. No way. I love making pancakes. At least let me do this for you today. His eyes warm and his hands move down to my stomach, where our 7-week-old baby is growing inside me, a creation of us, something we've tried so hard for. I had problems, and it took a long time to conceive, but finally, we managed to make him or her naturally before having to turn to IVF. I thank God every day for that gift. You can make breakfast, but then you're going to rest. I have a surprise for you later that you'll need your strength for. You do? I beam. I do. Well then, I better get to this breakfast so you can tell me about this surprise sooner. He grins and lets me go, and I get back to flipping pancakes. You don't have to work today? I ask, pouring batter into the hot pan. I'm hoping I don't have to. I asked them to give me the day off, but you know how it is. Anything can happen. I nod. Gerard is a lawyer, and sometimes he gets called in at less than desirable times, and there is little he can do about it. People are forever getting into trouble, which means he's forever working. Sometimes it bothers me, but I try to be the best wife I can and just support him. It's his dream, and I'm sure when the baby comes along, things will change. At least, I hope they will. I push that thought away and keep my smile. Well, here's hoping for a crime-free day, I say, flipping the pancakes. How are you feeling? Better, much better. I spent a little time yesterday feeling slightly off. This baby means the world to both of us, and we'll do anything to protect it. Sadly, even the slightest cramp has us both panicking. I'm sure that'll go away once we reach the second trimester, but for now we're both walking around on eggshells. Just a flu? He asks, moving to the coffee machine and pouring himself a cup. I think so. He helps me serve the pancakes, and we sit at our small wooden round table. I serve him first, and then myself. My stomach can tend to be a little sensitive in the mornings, though that seems to have disappeared completely in the last 2 days. Maybe it's finally over. That would make things so much easier. Vomiting on the way to work is never pleasant. So, what's my surprise? I ask between mouthfuls. Gerard grins and leans down, reaching into his briefcase. He pulls out a small envelope and hands it to me. I know it's nothing big, but I remembered how much you wanted to go. Letting a little squeal escape my lips, I tear it open, producing 2 local baseball tickets for today's game. My squeal becomes happy whoops as I get out of my chair and throw myself onto his lap. I'm a die-hard baseball fan, more than most men I meet, and I've always wanted to see a game with him. I used to go as a child with my parents, but it's been a long time since I've gone, and I can't think of anything better than spending the day with Gerard at a game. He knows me so well. It doesn't take me much to find my happy. You got us tickets to a game! He laughs as I press kisses frantically over his face. I did. We've not been to a game since we've lived here, and I know you've always wanted to go together. I don't know how I did picking the seats, but I tried. I look down at the tickets. They're good seats, but we could be sitting on the grass and I'd still be happy because you're coming and it's a baseball game. We're going to dinner afterwards. Happy sigh. I kiss him long and hard, tongues dancing, bodies clashing. Happiness swells in my chest and excitement bubbles deep. You're the most amazing husband in the world, Gerard Jacobson. Only the best for you, Lucy. What time is the game? This afternoon, so you've got a few hours to rest this morning. I hug him close, pressing my cheek against his. There isn't a better man in the world. Of that, I'm sure. You can't be serious, Gerard yells, throwing one hand in the air while the other holds his phone to his ear. You promised me one day. I listen as best I can, already dressed for the game, excitement set in. It's my anniversary, Tom. My wife and I are going to a baseball game. I can't believe you do this. He listens, fist clenched. I'll be in soon. He hangs up and turns to me, and disappointment floods my chest, but I try not to let it show. I've got a client who's just been arrested for murder. A big deal. Damn it. You have to go in? I say, my voice showing my disappointment. Sorry, baby, I do. It's what I get paid for. And me? What about me? I push that thought out of my mind the second it enters. It's his job. I nod, staring at my feet. You want me to call a friend to go with you to the game? I shrug. I don't think any of them would be interested. Besides, I don't really have any good friends that would come with me. I spend all my time working and with Gerard. His face falls and he looks absolutely devastated, and I know it's upsetting him. I don't want you to miss out. I know how excited you are. I still really want to go. That's true. I can go, I suggest. I mean, it's not as if I'm exerting myself. He frowns. It's a big crowd. You could be pushed around. I'll be okay, I assure him. I really want to go. He studies me, then sighs. I'll make it for dinner, I promise. Why don't you ask my sister? She might be able to come. I snort. Heather hates me. That'll never work. She doesn't hate you. She so does. I smile, reaching out and touching his arm. I'll be okay. I really want to go. I'd be so much happier if you were there, but I understand you can't be. I'll make it for dinner. Nothing will keep me from that. I nod, tucking myself into his arms. He holds me for a long, long moment. All right. He sighs, stepping back. No time like the present. Call me if you run into any problems, okay? I nod. I love you, Lucy. And I love you. Little did I know, that was the last time he'd ever speak those words again. Chapter 2. Excited anticipation rushes through me as I pass through security, opening my purse for the officers to quickly examine. They check my ticket, and I'm given directions to my seat. The stadium is a good size, nothing like the big leagues, but I don't care. The excitement about seeing a game in the flesh is almost more than I can handle. I bounce happily as I find my seat right up the back near a big brick building that's positioned in the middle. It doesn't block my view, so I don't care. Besides, I think there's a toilet in there, which no doubt I'll need later. People move into their seats and music pours out from the speakers set up in the grandstands. Happy chatter fills my ears and I squirm on my chair, thrilled that I'm about to see a game up close and personal. A man comes down the aisle and stops at the seat to my left. The one to my right is reserved for Gerard, so it's going to remain empty. I look up at him, and my eyes widen. My breath is taken away, seizing in my chest and refusing to move as I take in the most beautiful man I've ever seen. He looks down at me with eyes that are the lightest kind of silver. Set amongst light olive skin, they seem to shine. Dark hair falls over a masculine forehead that travels down into a chiseled jaw complemented with full lips. He's a big man, easily more than 6 foot tall, with muscles that ripple out of his tight black tee. He's wearing a pair of faded denim jeans and heavy black boots. I wonder if he has tattoos under that shirt. He seems like the tattoo type. When I realize I'm staring, I look away quickly, focusing back on the field. I've never noticed a man outside my marriage. I've certainly never stared. This one is just so incredibly breathtaking. My cheeks flush with shame. He takes his seat beside me, saying nothing, just waving his hand to the young man holding a cart of beer. The drink vendor hands him one, and I keep my eyes on the field, suddenly aware of myself. Am I trembling? Can he tell his presence makes me nervous? Am I sitting too stiffly? I adjust my shirt without thought, and the second I realize what I'm doing, I snap my hands down to my lap. I sit, staring at the field until the game begins. Thank God. Now my attention is focused on the young men playing. My heart pounds with excitement as the loud ping of the baseball being hit fills the air. The crowd cheers and a huge smile spreads across my face. Exhilarating. The man beside me doesn't move much, nor does he pay a great deal of attention to the game. His eyes scan the crowd, and he seems to be looking for something, or someone. He is sitting deep into his chair as if he's trying to remain inconspicuous. Weird. The team I'm rooting for lands a home run, and I launch into the air, clapping loudly. I jump a few times on the spot, and then quickly sit down as realization about what I'm doing hits. I flick my glance to the man to my left, and he's watching me. Expressionless. Great. He's probably embarrassed to sit by me. Not that he can talk. He doesn't even look as if he's enjoying himself. I lean forward, gripping the chair in front of me and watching intently. The first moment that will redirect the course of my life comes out of nowhere. The game is in full swing. The crowds are cheering. Hot dogs are being eaten and beers thrown down. I don't even notice the group of men dressed in all white stand. Not until the loud gunshot rings through the air. Panic grips my chest as I turn to see at least 10 men pulling guns from their pants. My heart feels as though it skitters to a stop as I stare at the faceless gunmen. They're all wearing masks, covered entirely in white. The entire stadium goes dead silent. The only sounds that can be heard are the frustrated cries of children as they try to gain the attention of their terrified parents. I don't understand what's happening. Security members rush from different parts of the stadium, but quickly stop when one of them is shot in the leg carelessly by a gunman. With a pained roar, he drops to his hands and knees, rolling around in agony. Somebody in the crowd screams. This isn't a prank. No, this is real, and it's happening right now, right here. Vomit rises in my throat, and panic, unlike anything I've ever felt, grips my body. My skin prickles, and my mind starts going numb, buzzing as I try to make sense of the situation. I can't think or hear over the nervous chatter, crying and whispers around me. Nobody move. A dark, terrifying voice comes over the loudspeaker. Anyone who moves will be killed. That's all they say. No explanation. Nothing. Somebody screams. A gun is pointed in that person's direction and the screaming stops. Tears break free and roll down my cheeks. Is this an attack? A protest? Is there a political person here they're trying to make a point to? Why a baseball stadium? Is it because it'll make a scene? Is it because of the families here? Why would anyone be so cold? It makes no sense. It doesn't even feel real. But it is. I can see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears. Yet part of me still wants to believe it's just a prank. I look to the man beside me, and he's got a phone low in his lap. He doesn't seem to be scared. In fact, he's solely focused on whatever it is he's typing into the screen. His thumbs move frantically over the keys before he tucks it into his pocket, barely moving. There are 2 gunmen about 4 rows down, pacing the aisles, guns ready to fire. People are no longer screaming, but the desperate sobs and whimpers can be heard through the eerie silence. I hiccup softly, trying to force back a sob, and the man finally looks to me, his eyes studying my face. He reaches over, taking hold of my hand. His skin is warm but rough. His entire hand engulfs mine, it's so big. It'll be okay. His voice is deep, dark, and so incredibly comforting. I squeeze his hand, and he lets me, not moving it away, letting me hold on to him. I don't know him, but right now he's the only chance I have of being protected. He looks like he can hold his own. That's enough for me to hang on and not let go. What's your name? He asks, his eyes on the gunmen walking across the field and shoving their guns at the players to make them stand in a group. Lucy, I whisper. Lucy, my name is Hunter. I won't hurt you, but I do want you to trust me, okay? I'm not going to let you get hurt, but you have to do as I say. A woman on the other side of the stands launches up, screaming and throwing herself over the front railing, running towards the silent players standing in the middle of the field. A gunshot sounds out, and she just falls, mid-stride, dropping to the ground, her face in the dirt. A pained cry is ripped from my throat. Hunter squeezes my hand. Lucy, he says, his voice so calm. Look to me. I look over at him, my eyes wide, tears running down my cheeks. Do you trust me? I nod. Good. Sit quiet and don't say a word, okay? We're going to get out of here, I promise you that, but it could be a while. You need to stay strong until then. I nod again, forcing back my sobs but unable to control the tears. A dull pain stabs low in my belly. My hand slides down and presses against it, and a cold fear rushes to my heart. My baby. Not my baby. Hunter's eyes follow the path of my hand. What's wrong? I'm pregnant. His jaw ticks. Why are you holding on like that? I have a pain, I whisper. He meets my eyes again. It's probably just fear. I want you to try and calm yourself down. Take a few deep breaths for me. I try to take a few deep breaths, but the yells from a man in another row, followed by more gunshots, has my breathing turning into frantic sobs. Why is this happening? I don't understand. I just want to go home. Lucy, close your eyes, Hunter says, putting an arm around my shoulder and bringing me close to him, tucking me into his body that's so big it makes me feel as if I'm in a safe cocoon where nobody can hurt me. He's so warm. Now breathe for me. I close my eyes, and I breathe. The pain doesn't subside, and panic sets in. It's not working, I whimper into his chest. The more you panic, the worse the pain will get. Keep breathing, and I'm going to distract you. How? I put my phone back in my left pocket, but they're looking our way right now, so I can't just pull it out. I want you to move in like you're hugging me and pull it out. Can you do that for me, Lucy? I nod. All right, honey. This man, I don't know him, but he's so calm, like a still rock amongst an intense storm. I press my face to his chest and twist my body, putting my arm around his stomach as if I'm hugging him. I reach into his pocket and curl my fingers around his phone, pulling it out and sliding my hand over the screen, tucking it between my chest and his. Now, I want you to unlock it using the code 7073. I shift my body just slightly so I can see the phone, and I press the middle button to light up the screen. I punch in the code and then nod softly. Find the messages and read me what's being said. Can you do that? I nod. Good girl. I go to the messages and pull up the one that's unread. It's from a private source and makes zero sense to me, but I relay it to him anyway. It says, control in place. Wait for further command. Okay, Lucy. Can you keep that with you? We'll be needing it again. Are you a cop? I whisper. No. Then who the hell is he? And can he really get us out of here alive? It's been easily 5 hours. It's late afternoon, and the cold has set in as night prepares to fall. My pains have gone from mild to intense, and my entire body hurts from lack of movement. I'm still tucked into Hunter's side, and he's bringing me comfort in my desperate time of need. He has me relaying messages through his phone, Messages that don't make sense to me, but obviously mean something to him. He isn't a cop, or so he tells me, but he's obviously working with some very powerful people. Either way, he's keeping me afloat right now, and I honestly don't know if that would be happening if he wasn't here. The shrill sounds of sirens outside have been invading the silence for the last few hours. Nobody has come in. Nobody has even tried. I don't know why that is. I don't even know what these men want. Why would you pick a baseball stadium? Is it numbers? Fear because they could do so much damage? I don't understand. People have stopped trying to escape. Whoever these men are, they're not messing around, and they've made that clear. They've been making communication through phones, but aside from that, have not spoken another word to the crowd, except to demand cell phones are turned off. They've got guns. That's all we need to know. So we did what they said. Whatever it is they want, they're holding a lot of hostages to get it. I shift uncomfortably and whimper as another sharp pain stabs into my stomach. I groan softly and rub my hand against the still flat area, trying to ease the hurt. Terror washes through me when a gush of warmth travels out from between my legs. I shift and look down. What I've feared quickly becomes a reality. I'm having a miscarriage. I choke back a sob as devastation unlike any I've ever felt bursts through my body. My baby. Not my baby. Please. Lucy, Hunter says, his voice low. You're bleeding. I think I'm losing my baby. I sob. He makes a sound deep in his throat and looks around, eyes falling on the gunman still pacing. I've got to get you out of here. I shift slightly and clutch my stomach with my free hand, sobbing as my jeans soak with blood. My sobs quickly turn hysterical, and commotion can be heard beside me. Lucy, I know it hurts, but you have to stop crying like that. If you trust me, you have to stop. I look up to see a gunman watching me. Fear clogs my sobs deep in my throat, and I look down at my jeans, trying to steady out my breathing. Good girl, he assures me. Good. His eyes scan the crowd again, moving from point to point. The blaring lights of the stadium keep us all well lit, allowing very little movement. Hunter leans in and whispers, We're about 5 seats from the aisle. If we shuffle across, I think we can make a play to get into the building behind us. He nods towards the red brick building right behind us that right now has a gunman walking past it. The stairs in the middle lead right up into it, so it's most likely a way out or perhaps an entry into the corporate area. It's only a small field, so I'm praying they lead out. If we can slowly move towards them, I think I can get you out. I glance at the stairs. They seem so far away. The only thing we have working in our favor is that there is no one else sitting on the seats leading into the aisle, thank God. There are about 6 other people sitting on the other side of me, clutching each other like Hunter and I are. The stadium is only about half full, if that. I still don't know if we can do that without being seen. Even if we get right to the aisle, how are we going to get through that door when the gunmen are walking past it all the time? I ask. We wait for a distraction. There'll be one, you can guarantee that. I don't ask how he knows. Just trust me. I won't let you get hurt. He murmurs. I nod. We're going to slowly, very slowly, move seats little by little. You just keep hanging on to me, and we'll move when we get the chance. I don't answer. I just nod. Tears have soaked his shirt now, and my heart is breaking little by little. Maybe I'm just bleeding from stress? I've tried so hard for this baby. I can't lose it. I can't. My body trembles in Hunter's arms, and I try. I really do try to stop the trembling, but I have little control over it. We're going to get you out. Do you hear me? It hurts, I whimper. I know. He moves us a little, maybe 2 or 3 centimeters to the left. It isn't much. He's taking a big risk. If they've been paying any attention at all, they'll notice we've moved. Right now, I'll take that risk. I need a doctor. It might be the only way to save my baby. Hunter, I croak. Yeah, Lucy? What do they want? I don't know, honey. You're lying. I don't know why I say that. Probably because it's the truth. He's here for a reason. I just don't know what that reason is. He's clearly not a baseball fan, and he's way too calm. Then there are the messages on his phone. He makes a grunting sound in his chest I can feel radiate through my cheek. You're right, I am lying. But it's classified information, and I can't share it with you. So you are a cop? No. Then what? I can't discuss it with you. I tremble again. Is this a terrorist attack? No, it's more religious. A cult, then? A cult? I whisper. I can't answer anymore. I'm sorry. More pain stabs my stomach, and I wince. Hunter shifts us to the left a little bit more. We're halfway to the next seat, and I wince from the plastic digging into my bottom. You knew this was going to happen today? I whimper, clutching my stomach. Can't discuss that with you. Of course. His eyes constantly scan the crowd, and every few minutes he moves us. It takes easily another hour to get next to the aisle. The gunmen don't seem to notice. I guess when you're watching so many people, you're highly unlikely to notice the exact seating position of them all. The people sitting beside us have been watching us, and, smartly, moved as we did. We're going to have to move to that door fast, and there is a solid chance they'll see and shoot. We're going to have to run. Can you do that? The pain in my stomach is intense now, throbbing with every move I make. I feel lightheaded and dizzy. But if getting over there means there's a chance of saving my baby, I'll do it. Yeah, I whisper. All right, Lucy. When the time is right, I'm going to squeeze your shoulder. I need you to move quickly and quietly. Can you do that too? I nod. He focuses on the men moving around, some still talking on cell phones. It's so quiet. Until it isn't. Chaos breaks out when a group of men about 2 sections away from us stand up. There are about 20 of them. They move quickly, rapidly, dropping to their knees and crawling, using the flimsy plastic seats to protect them. It seems they have the same idea as us, only they're being overly bold about it. Gunshots ring out. Horror fills my vision as bullets fly. I open my mouth to scream, but Hunter clamps a hand over my mouth. My vision blurs as the most horrific visions of my life play out in front of me. The gunmen don't hesitate. They just shoot, wildly, carelessly. Women and children scream again, and the gunshots increase. We have to move, Hunter whispers frantically in my ear. Now. He pulls me, and like a thief in the night, we start towards the door. He practically launches me up, and my feet barely touch the ground as he runs. I move as quickly as I can, never having felt so terrified in my entire life. I wait for the gunshot, the one that'll rip through my body and end me. My skin prickles. My body throbs with fear, and everything feels like jelly. Hunter reaches the door, his hand jerks out, twists the handle, but it doesn't open. Locked. It must be locked. I start to panic. Gunshots keep ringing out. He reaches around into his jeans, pulls out a gun, and shoots the lock. My eyes widen, my knees wobble, and I can't think. Why does he have a gun? A shot rings out right beside my head, and I scream. Hunter launches me up and over his shoulder, running into the open door. The gunshots keep coming. It's dark back here. All the lights are out, so wherever this leads isn't being used today. But I can hear the commotion outside, the screaming, the gunfire, all of it. I make a strangled, pained sound in my throat and clutch Hunter as he runs. I don't know where he's going or how he plans on getting out, but he just keeps moving. Gunshots ring out, flying right past our heads. Fuck, he curses, putting me down. Can you run? We need to move faster. I nod. Terror, unlike anything I've ever felt before, lodges in my throat, and I take the hand Hunter offers, forcing my legs to keep up as we start running. Hunter swings me around to his left and turns, firing into the darkness. The sound hurts my ears. It's so loud. "Why have you got a gun?" I yell frantically. "I'm not going to hurt you. Just trust me," he growls, pulling me harder and faster while turning and firing shots behind us. I'm too afraid to turn back and look. We reach a door and he aims the gun, shooting the lock twice. It pops open and he kicks it open. Gunshots keep flying, and I hear people running quickly behind us. I realize it's the people who were sitting closest to us. They must have taken the risk and followed us. Commotion can be heard above still, and I could swear I can see figures moving around us in the darkness. "Come on," Hunter barks, pulling me down. It's dark. I can't see anything. He withdraws a phone from his pocket, turning on the flashlight, and aims it in front of us. We run. The two people following us are closer now, but Hunter doesn't wait for them. We reach another door and Hunter stops at it, turning and aiming his flashlight at the two people. The next moment happens so quickly. A bullet rings out and takes the man down, ripping through his chest with such force that blood explodes outwards. The second takes the woman down in the exact same way. Hunter aims. He fires. The two men who just killed those innocent people drop to the ground. My knees give way and I scream. Hunter catches me, one arm around my waist, and hauls me back up. I fight. I claw and scratch, shoving him out of the way. "Let me go!" I scream. "Let me go! No! No! Lucy, let me go! Look at me!" he roars. And I flinch, taking a trembling step backwards and jerking my arm to my chest. My eyes find his only barely in the darkness. "You're okay. You're going to get out of here. I'm going to get you out. Do you understand me? They killed those people, and then you..." "Hey," he says, stepping up close, his eyes flicking to the door before focusing back on me. "I didn't have much choice. Better I get rid of them than allow them to hurt you. Do you trust me?" "I don't know you, and..." "Lucy, do you trust me?" I swallow my sob and nod. "I'm going to get you out of here." "I don't want to die," I squeak, my entire body trembling. "You're not going to die. I won't let that happen." He puts an arm around my waist again, and he's so big, so strong. He just seems to hold me against him with absolutely no effort on his part. He feels comforting. He feels safe. "One foot after another, Lucy, honey," he murmurs. One foot after another. Just one foot after another. Chapter 3. Hunter holds me up. He just hangs on to me as we move through the dark halls beneath the stadium. The sounds behind us eventually fade out, and we find ourselves at another entrance. It's a simple door, just the same as the one we entered in. I don't know what this space back here is, or where we've ended up. Lights aren't exactly an option. I can only pray this door takes us out of this nightmare. Hunter looks behind him. Then he uses his gun to shoot the door open. It flings wide and cool. Fresh air comes rushing in, tickling my face. I gasp, and we step out into a small fenced area. Equipment sheds line one side of the fence, and the back of the stadium can be seen towering over us. The fence is tall, barbed, and locked. Lights can be seen flashing to our left. Police. We're out. "Come on," Hunter murmurs, his eyes frantically scanning the perimeter. "Let's get out of here." He pulls me towards the gate, which is padlocked closed. He rattles it, then twists and looks up at the back of the stadium. "I don't want to risk firing this gun out here. It'll cause chaos, and I promised I'd get you out. I swore I would, and I'm going to. I'm going to make a call. Come over here." He pulls me next to one of the equipment sheds and tucks us both in beside it, where we can't be seen from the stadium. The cool metal presses against my back, and I focus on trying to keep my knees from giving out. My body is so full of pain, aches, and fear that I feel as though I'm constantly fighting against it to stay upright. I'm out. Got a girl here. She needs a doctor. To your left, in the equipment yard. He hangs up and turns to me, surprising me by reaching down and cupping my jaw, tilting my head back and studying me. I promised I'd get you out, and I never break a promise. You're going to be okay, Lucy girl. Lucy girl. Tears run down my cheeks, and he swipes them away with his thumb. This stranger, this man, this person who swooped into my life and risked everything to take care of me. I don't know a single thing about him except for the fact he stood by me in my moment of need, holding me up, both hands keeping me afloat. I owe him more than my life. I owe him everything. Thank you, I whisper, my body going weak. Relief has a funny way of doing that to you. It has its very own way of stripping you down, taking away everything you've been holding on to and just tossing it aside, leaving you with a nothingness that spreads deep, so deep your body just slumps, everything disappearing and leaving you empty. Blissfully empty. The gate rattles and Hunter steps out and looks over. Then he gently wraps an arm around me and pulls me out. There are 7 men standing near the gate. 2 in suits, 3 police officers, and 2 EMT officers. Hunter leads me over, and the gate is quickly opened with a pair of cutters. The 2 men in suits make eye contact with Hunter, and he nods. Ma'am, my name is Byron, and this is my partner Joel. We're going to have a look at you now. Is that okay? A handsome young EMT officer says, taking me from Hunter's arms. I don't want to be taken from his arms, and my tiny hand clutches his big one, squeezing. Beautiful silver eyes find mine, and he smiles. You're okay now, Lucy girl. Let them help you. But he steps forward, cupping my jaw. Let them help. Go home. Be safe. I open my mouth to answer, but he turns and looks at the 2 men in suits. I'm going back in. What? What did he say? The situation is spiraling out of control. A man with dark hair and equally as dark eyes says, his voice low. The plan still remains. Get what we need, get out. Hunter nods. What? I cry, struggling as Byron tries to get me to go with him. You're going back in? Hunter studies me. It's okay. Let Byron help you. No! I shriek. Please, you can't go back in there. You can't. You'll die and... No. I whimper, my legs turning to jelly again. Hunter makes eye contact with someone in the crowd around us. I keep struggling. He steps forward, running the back of his hand over my cheek so softly my body craves more. I just want to be back in his arms, where it was warm and safe. I'm so afraid. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you, Lucy girl. Take care of yourself and stay just the way you are. I open my mouth to protest, but something stabs into my arm, and my body goes warm. Then my world goes dark. Lucy, sweetheart, wake up. Hunter? Come on, please wake up. My eyes flutter open, and I'm momentarily blinded by a bright light. A few seconds later, it goes out, and I can focus on the man leaning over me, his eyes red and glassy, his hair disheveled. Gerard, not Hunter. My chest tightens, and my heart pounds heavily against my rib cage. Where's Hunter? Where is he? Is he alive? Is he dead? Oh, God, what happened to him? Hunter? I croak. No, honey, it's Gerard. I'm here. You're okay. Where am... You're in the hospital. A tear runs down his cheek. Oh, God. I was so scared I could do nothing. His voice hitches, and I focus on him. Gerard? I whisper. The baby? He looks away, and more tears run down his face. No. No! I cry, my voice pained. No. I'm so sorry. It was too late when you arrived at the hospital. I jerk upright. Those people. All those people. It's all over, Luce. They got them all out. Not all of them. My heart aches, a deep, painful ache that I know will probably never leave. Yesterday morning I woke with happiness. Today I wake with darkness. How quickly life can change. I need to talk to an officer, please. I need to know if he lived. I need to know if he made it out. They'll question you when you're feeling better, Gerard says, stroking a piece of hair from my face. No, I say, my voice harder than it's ever been. Gerard jerks back slightly, flinching. No, I need to talk to them now. Lucy, please, I beg. Please, I need this. I need to know he's okay. Okay, all right. I'll get someone. He studies me with a worried look in his eyes, then turns and walks out. My heart races as I look around the room, reliving every minute. Hunter saved my life. Hunter held me up. Hunter kept me breathing. Then he went back in. His last words ring through my head, and desperation clutches my heart. I need to see him again. I just need to. Ma'am? I turn and glance at an officer standing at the door with Gerard. He's the same officer who was there when we got out. I start rambling before he even takes a step into my room. I need to know if he's okay. Can you please tell me if he made it out? Who, ma'am? He asks, coming in and stepping up to my bed. Hunter! I cry. He went back in and... I'm sorry. I don't know who you're talking about. I blink at him. What does he mean he doesn't know who I'm talking about? He was there. He spoke to Hunter. Of course he knows who I'm talking about. I squeeze my eyes closed. Maybe it isn't the same officer. I try to remember, but it's all a crazy, horrific blur. I focus on him again. It is him. It is. He got me out. He was right there. You spoke to him. He went back in. The officer shakes his head, eyes shifting back and forth in confusion. Ma'am, I'm afraid you were out there alone. There was nobody with you. There was! I scream. He was right there. He sat beside me. He saved me. He got me out. He was there. You've experienced an extremely difficult time. Perhaps it's best if you rest, and we'll talk to you when you're feeling well again. No! I shriek. No, I need to see him. He was there. Lucy, Gerard says, reaching for my hand. I jerk it back. He looks hurt. If the officer says he wasn't there, perhaps you've gotten confused. Sometimes that happens in traumatic situations. No! I yell. No, I was not confused. Go look on the cameras, check the tickets. He was there. He saved me. I'll get a doctor, the officer says, leaving the room. No! I cry, trying to get out of the bed. Gerard's hands find my shoulders, and he pushes me back. Lucy, calm down. You're freaking out. I'm right here. I've got you. Squirming, I try to shove him off. No. Let me go. You don't understand. Lucy, calm down. No! I scream, so loudly he rears back, startled. A doctor appears, studying me, and then barking an order to the nurse. I fight against my husband, shoving desperate. They're lying to me. Why are they lying to me? Tears soak my cheeks as I desperately try to force my way past Gerard. A needle hits my arm, and warmth once again spreads through me. Hunter, I whisper as my body slumps backwards. Where did you go? Chapter 4. 5 people were killed and 20 injured in the deadliest attack the city has seen in its history. The baseball stadium was ambushed by what is believed to be a religious group after a request to take the land for their own was refused by the mayor. I stare at the television screen, my body numb. A religious group? 5 dead, 20 injured? Was one of those people Hunter? Did he get killed? Is he injured? Is he in this hospital? I lift the remote and turn the television off. I can't watch it anymore. I can't relive the horror for a second longer. It hurts, digging deep into my chest until I can't feel or breathe anything but the pain. You need to stop watching that. It'll only upset you more, Gerard says, rising from the chair beside me and handing me a glass of water. Have some water. You're pale. I stare into his pleading eyes. I'm not thirsty, I say, my voice weak and scratchy. You need to keep your fluids up. For what? I mumble. There's no baby to take care of anymore. His face scrunches in pain, his eyes narrowing, his lips tightening. No, there isn't right now, but there might be again soon if you don't. I roll to my side. I'm tired, Gerard. Lucy, I know you're struggling, I know, but you don't know. I say, my voice barely a whisper. You have no idea. I saw the news, he argues weakly. I saw it all. I had to wait. I had to watch. I roll and face him. Did you see them get shot? Did they show you that on the news? Did you hear their screams? Did you feel their fear? No, you did not. I'm tired. Please leave. Lucy, please don't shut me out. I know it's only been 2 days, but it'll get better. It will. No, it won't. I lost my baby. I'm being treated as if I'm losing my mind. The man who saved me has fallen off the face of the earth. It will not be okay, and I'm tired of hearing it will. Lucy? My dad's soft voice fills the room, and I peer around Gerard to see him standing at the door with 2 coffees in his hand. He raises them a little. I got your favorite. Dad is the only one even trying to understand, to listen. Gerard sighs and leans down, kissing my head. I'll go home, have a shower, and then I'm coming back. I love you. I meet his eyes. I do love him, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. The Lucy I was 3 days ago just isn't the same girl laying in this bed. I've changed. I don't know how deep that runs, but I can never go back to being the way I was. I can never unsee what I've seen. I can never save my baby. I can never see Hunter again. I look away. I can't bear to see the hurt in his eyes because I don't respond. He leaves and my dad moves closer. I look to him, studying him. My dad and I look the same. Every single piece of me is made up of him. My mom always told me I got nothing from her. She was right. My blonde hair is the same shade as his, soft like honey with a touch of gold. My eyes are the same shade of emerald green, and my skin the same creamy white. He's not very tall, and neither am I. For me, it makes me appear cute and petite. For him, he's just short. He has a dimple when he smiles, just one in his left cheek. I have the same dimple. My dad is gentle, loving, and sweet. He raised me to be the same way. He raised me well, with love and compassion, and he gave me everything a dad should give his daughter. Granted, I'm an only child, and so I got a lot of the good stuff, but all the same, he never let me be spoilt or rude. How are you feeling today, princess? I shrug, taking the coffee he hands me. It's warm against my palm. Thanks. Your mom said she'll be in later. She had to go into work. I nod. Lucy, he says carefully, sitting on my bed and facing me. Talk to me. I don't know what to say anymore, Dad. Nobody believes me. I believe you. I meet his eyes and I know he's telling the truth. He saved me. He got me out of there. Dad nods, sipping his coffee and pausing for a second before answering. Maybe he's working in a case where his identity can't be known. It happens. It does? My heart skips a beat. Do you think that could be true? From what you've told me about him being overly calm, talking to people like he was on a mission, yeah, it's quite possible. Then how am I supposed to find him? His face drops. The problem is, you're not supposed to. It's likely he gave you a fake name. Lucy, honey, maybe you need to accept that he saved your life and be grateful for that, but let it go. I can't let it go. Nobody understands what Hunter, if that's even his real name, gave me in that stadium. He was more than a rock. He protected me, comforted me, held me up when I wanted to fall. He made sure I survived. He saved my life, but it was more than that. He kept me afloat. He stopped me from losing it and probably getting shot. My voice breaks on the last part, and I look away. I can't even begin to imagine what you went through, Lucy. I don't even want to. I'm grateful to that man for helping you. Honestly, if I could thank him, I would. But he isn't here for a reason. You know who is here? Who is scared? Who is desperate for you to be okay? I look back to him. Gerard. He loves you, honey. Please don't push him away. Let him take your hand and get you through this. Guilt stabs my chest, and I look down at the coffee cup in my hands. I'm not trying to push him away. I can't sleep, Daddy, I whisper, and a sob breaks free. Every time I close my eyes, they're there. My sweet girl, he says, taking the cup from my hands. A few seconds later, he wraps his arms around me, pulling me close. He smells like peppermint and coffee. And my dad. I cry harder. We're going to get you through this, I promise you that. I won't let anything happen to you. Neither will Gerard. I just hang on to him, sobbing for the millionth time in days, trying to ease the blinding pressure in my chest, trying to erase the memories, trying to forget the sounds, but mostly trying to forget him. Hunter. We've given you some painkillers and a sleeping tablet, Lucy, the nurse says, checking my temperature. They should help the cramping and let you get some rest. It's late, possibly around midnight, and I've called for some pain medication. I'm still suffering some cramping and bleeding from my miscarriage. The doctor said if it doesn't ease, they'll have to put me under to clean out anything remaining, just in case my body isn't doing its job. Clean. Like my baby was just a mess they needed to clear up. Thank you, I mutter, shifting in the uncomfortable bed. Call out if you need anything else. I nod, and she leaves, closing the door behind her. I got a private room, thanks to my parents and Gerard. I'm grateful, because it means nobody else can hear me cry myself to sleep. Because I do. Most nights I just lie here sobbing until exhaustion takes me. I try to remove all the thoughts from my mind, to shut down, to switch off. But I can't. They won't leave my head. All those people, those gunmen. My baby. Him. I start sobbing the second I close my eyes, like my body knows as soon as my lids slide shut that it needs to release. Tears leak down my cheeks, and I tremble, even though I'm already growing warm from the sleeping tablet. I clutch the blanket and whimper, trying to muffle the sound. I just want it to stop. Lucy girl. The voice startles me, and I roll so quickly I nearly throw myself from the bed. I grip the side to stop myself going over. I can't see much. My room is so dark. Only the light from the hall flows in from beneath the door. I didn't even hear it open. I must be imagining things. But a figure moves closer to my bed. Big, broad, and I just know. It's him. Hunter? I sob. Maybe the medication is messing with my mind. That has to be it. He couldn't really be here. He steps up close and looks down at me, the light catching his face just slightly. He's got scruff on his chin, making his face look darker. But there is no mistaking it's him. the way his dark hair falls over his forehead, the way he holds himself. He's here. He came back. You're here, I croak, trying to sit up, but the medication is kicking in, making my body weak. I had to see if you were okay, he murmurs, leaning down and stroking a stray piece of hair from my face, tucking it behind my ear. His touch brings me instant comfort, a comfort I haven't felt in days, not since he left. I want to reach out and throw myself into his arms, to surround myself in the warmth he's bringing, the relief, the contentment. They told me you weren't there and... Hush, he says, sitting on the bed beside me. Tell me you're okay. I'm not, I sob. I'm not okay. I can't get the thoughts out of my head. I can't stop seeing those people dying, hearing them scream. My sobbing gets so intense my words are cut off. He moves slowly, gently lifting me from the bed and pulling me into his lap. He's so big, so strong, and I curl into him like a child, letting his strength engulf me, letting it wrap around me until I feel the pressure easing from my chest, until the sobs subside, until the tears begin to dry up. He makes me feel okay again, like the strongest drug, like the most beautiful lie. Let me tell you something that works for me, that helps me live with the images. I don't want to live with them. I want them to go away. You can't make them go away, honey, he says, his voice low. They're yours now, and you have to work out how to accept them into your life. The more you fight them, the more they'll haunt you. You want me to accept the horror? He falls silent for a minute. Can you take it back? I have no answer to that, because no, it doesn't matter what I do, I can't unsee it or take it back. I wish with everything inside myself that I could, but I can't. Next time those images come into your mind, I want you to redirect them. They're yours now, which means you can control them. You can choose where they go. I want you to say to them, you do not get to live here anymore, and I will not let you in. Say that over and over, even if it means doing it 100 times a minute. Every single time they're there, instruct them. Eventually, they'll stop coming. Does that really work? He gently hugs me. Yeah, it does. You have to accept what happened. You have to understand you cannot change it, that there was nothing you could have done to prevent it. Accept it. Mourn the loss of those lives. Be grateful you still have yours. And then let it go. Don't let it control your life, Lucy. Promise me that. I'll try. My body is getting lighter and lighter, and I can feel myself growing heavy in his arms, at ease for the first time in days. His muscles flex around me. Such a powerful man. So big and strong, yet so careful, handling me like fine china. Will you keep coming to see me, Hunter? I whisper as my eyelids grow heavy. I can't do that, Lucy. My chest clenches and I clutch him tighter, my fingers tangling in his shirt. Please don't go away again. Please. You're the only person who understands. I'm sorry. Hunter, I groan as my eyelids flutter shut. Please stay. He holds me tightly as my body slips further and further into the darkness, where it's warm and safe. I don't want to slip. I want to stay right here, awake in his arms. I want to talk to him. I want him to tell me it'll be okay. I just want him to stay with me for a little bit longer. My name isn't Hunter, I hear whispered. Or maybe I imagine it. It's Heath. I think I'm dreaming because something grazes across my lips, so soft and so warm. I imagine that's how his kiss would feel, soft, warm, and gentle. I try to reach for it when it's gone, to seek it, but I can't move. My body feels as if it's floating. Rest easy, Lucy girl. I don't think I'm awake anymore. And I want to be. I really, really want to be. Hunter, don't leave. Chapter 5. Lucy, wake up. I shift and groan, letting my eyelids flutter open. Gerard leans over me, his hand against my cheek. I jerk awake and look beneath me, then around the room. We're the only two people in here. But he was here. He came to see me. I swear I can still feel the warmth of him against my skin, hear the beating of his heart as I rested against his chest. He came here. And now he's gone. Again. Can you get my nurse? I ask. Gerard's face twists with worry. Are you hurt? No, I just need to ask her something. Okay, she's about to leave, but I'll catch her. He rushes out and returns a minute later with the nurse, who was on shift last night. What's the matter, love? She asks, coming over and studying me. Did you see anyone come in here last night? Her face contorts in what looks like confusion. No, I'm sorry. I was at the desk most of the night. Nobody came in. Not even just after you gave me the pain medication? No, she says, glancing at Gerard with a sympathetic expression. I was at the desk for a few hours right after that. Nobody was around. They did, I say, studying her. He came in here. Who? Gerard demands. Hunter. The name Heath flashes in my mind, and I try to focus on the memory, but it's distant. Did he tell me that was his real name? Is that his name? What do you mean he came in here? Gerard asks, glaring at the nurse. I can assure you that nobody came in, Mr. Jacobson. I was outside the entire time. I did give her some medication and sleeping pills. Perhaps she imagined it. No, I didn't. He was here, I snap. A word outside, the nurse says to Gerard, completely ignoring me. He nods and they disappear to the hall. I stare down at myself, trying to find any trace that he was here. I lift my gown and inhale, and I can smell the faint scent of him. I cling to that. I'm not crazy or drugged. He was here, and he's a real person. So why are they trying to tell me he's not? Gerard returns a minute later, smiling wearily at me. Lucy, can we talk? He sits on the edge of my bed and studies me. Sure, I say, crossing my legs and shifting uncomfortably. The nurse assures me nobody was here last night, but she is concerned for your well-being. She informed me you're speaking about this Hunter man quite a bit. She's worried you may be suffering PTSD. She wants to bring a counselor to speak to you today. I blink. What? I whisper. Nobody seems to know who this man is, but you're obsessing over him, and it's getting a little concerning. I think you need to talk to someone. You've been through so much. I'll be right there by your side the entire time. I'm not crazy, I say, my voice trembling with rage. I saw something horrific, yes, but I didn't make him up, Gerard. Go and look for yourself. Surely there are records of ticket sales. He was there. He visited me last night. Lucy, he says carefully. No, I don't need to speak to a counselor. I know he is out there. He looks down at his hands, then towards the door. I'm only trying to help. If you want to help, please stop making me out to be crazy. I'm not. He nods. I'm going to phone your mom. Tell her you're up for visitors today. I'll be back soon. He kisses my head and leaves. My chest remains heavy. He is a real person. He is. Isn't he? 5 days later. Lucy, you need to be resting. Your body is still trying to repair itself, my mother says, flitting around my sofa, taking my empty cup of tea and replacing it with a new one. I don't want tea. I've had so much tea since I got home from the hospital. I had to have a procedure before I left because my body didn't do what it needed to, and I was getting an infection. It was the worst thing I've ever experienced in my life. I came home a few days later, and it's been hell ever since. Everyone tiptoeing around me, Gerard not knowing how to speak to me and becoming distant. We are arguing more than we've ever argued. It's the same fight. Heath, Hunter, whoever he is. They don't believe me. They refuse to talk about it. Everyone just wants it all to go away and for me to get better, to forget it ever happened. But it did happen. I can't forget that. He's tormenting my mind. I'm fine, Mom, I say, my voice quiet. I can't sit here forever. I have to go back to work. Gerard has to go back to work. It's been over a week since it all happened. You don't need to be here every day. Luce, she says, stopping and giving me her stern face. You just experienced something very traumatic, and because of it you lost your baby. Don't rush this. I flinch. My baby. A reminder of the painful experience that forever changed me. The very thought makes my chest clench, and I look away. When can I watch more of the news reports about it? I say, still staring at a blank wall. I can hear her audible sigh from across the room. They have tried to keep as much information from me as possible. They believe me watching the news after it happened made things worse, and the doctors told them it wouldn't help with my recovery. I know they think it'll only feed my obsession or my PTSD or whatever it is they think is wrong with me. And so they've been practically guarding me for the last few days, never leaving me alone long enough to attempt to turn on a television or open my laptop. When my mom ran out to the store this morning, I took the laptop sitting next to me and hid it in the drawers beside my bed. They haven't noticed. Yet. They don't really know much more about what happened. There really isn't much information. You're lying to me. You all can't keep protecting me. I need to see it. She steps into my line of sight and crosses her arms. You don't need to see it. You want to see it, but you don't need to. You've seen enough. You have made your statement, and you told the police what they needed to know. Now you need to recover. She's wrong. I need to know. I will watch them, I say, standing. Nothing you can say will stop that from happening. Lucy! She yells as I disappear down the hall. I slide into the bedroom where Gerard is still sleeping. He's been so good to me. I feel guilty that I haven't given him what he deserves. I walk over to the bed and stare down at him. He's so handsome, so perfect, but everything has changed. He hasn't, but I have. And I don't know who I am anymore. He deserves a lot. He's a good man. Am I still enough to give him what he deserves? Do I even want to? That thought terrifies me, and I walk away from the bed and into the bathroom to have a shower. It's the only time I can be alone. It's the only time when no one can bother me and ask questions and flutter around trying to make things better. I know they're only trying to help, but it's not working. Nothing is. I feel so empty, so desperate, so damned alone. And the one person who understands has disappeared, as if he never existed. I just want to talk to him. I just want him to tell me it wasn't all in my mind. I need to see him and just... No. But I wouldn't even know where to start. I don't know how to find him. I don't know where he works. Hell, I don't even know if he lives around here. Heath? Hunter? What's real? I step into the shower and let the warm water run over me, trying to remember when he came into my hospital room. Did I imagine it? Was it the pain medication? I don't even know if I'm losing my mind. Maybe I am imagining the whole thing. Perhaps Hunter, or Heath, never existed. Could a situation truly be so traumatic that it actually made you imagine something so momentous? He was so real to me. I have to know if he exists. I just have to find my closure, and he's the only way I can do that. I don't know how I'm going to find what I need, but I will. Morning. I spin around to see Gerard walking in, shirtless, giving me a weary smile. He doesn't deserve this. He loves me so much. I need to try and get my life back in order. I need to move on from this, even if it means keeping my search for my mystery man a secret. I have to. For him, for me, for everyone. Morning. I smile. It's hard, and my lips protest, but I keep it planted on my face. And I watch his face relax, relief flooding his beautiful features. I thought you'd never smile like that again. I scream inside. I keep the smile. It takes a few seconds before I can muster up a response. I'm trying. It might take some time, but I'm working on getting better. He walks in a little farther, leaning against the towel railing and watching as I get out and dry myself. How are you feeling? I don't honestly know. A little lost, very empty, confused. He narrows his eyes. You're not still confused about that man, are you? For a few minutes, I just wanted to try. And then he asks about the one thing I'm fighting against, and all my effort just goes running out the door. My body goes into instant defense mode, my muscles tightening, my back going straight. Gerard knows. The second he says it, he knows, and his face pales a little. Please don't get upset, he says quickly. I just want you to move on, to help yourself. I didn't imagine him, Gerard, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm tired of you implying that I did. I'll stop talking about it if it makes you happy, but you need to stop saying things like that. I know you think you didn't. Here we go again. The same fight over and over. I don't think, I snap, losing my control. I know. You had a traumatic experience. The doctor said it can be normal to create things that aren't real. I asked the police, everyone that I could, and nobody knows the man you're talking about. He was probably working a secret case or... I trail off because the look on Gerard's face makes me want to scream and cry at the same time. He looks worried, but mostly he looks at me as if I'm losing my mind, and I hate that. He has that expression more and more these days. I'm not going crazy. I'm going to go back to bed and get some rest, I mutter, brushing past him and walking into the room. I'm worried about you, he says, slowly, turning and following me in. I just don't know how to help you. You can help me by not saying he didn't exist. I was there, Gerard. That man saved my life, and I'm going to find him and thank him. God damn it. Why did I say that? I just vowed to myself to stop talking about it with Gerard. He looks like he feels sorry for me. Lucy, just get out, I say. I'm tired. Lucy, please. I turn my back to him, pulling on a pair of cotton shorts and a top. Then I climb into the bed. Bye, Gerard. He sighs and stares at me for a few minutes before saying softly, I'll be in the kitchen when you wake. Then he's gone. The second the door shuts, I slide out of the bed and jerk the laptop out, opening it. I can't move on until I know. I just can't. It's time I face it all, whether they like it or not. I open a search bar and I type, baseball stadium, hostage. Then I read. I sit in the bedroom for 3 solid hours, pretending to be asleep but devouring every article I can find. They're saying it's believed to be a religious group who came in because they were protesting against the city for not giving them the land. Apparently, this stadium is on some sacred ground that they believe they need in order to carry out whatever sick things they're planning. The group is called Heaven's Temple. The persons involved were interviewed and told police that they would sacrifice many more lives for the greater good, and that without the land, their souls cannot be saved, and neither can anyone else's. They want to create a fully secured sacred ground that only the followers can enter into. It has to be that ground because God told them it has to be, and if they don't get it, the world will be taken in flames and so will their souls. Watching them speak in the online videos is more than a little terrifying because they truly believe everything they're saying. The news reports don't go into a great deal more detail, just that they've arrested the people involved in the shooting and are working on shutting the rest of the group down. But without proof of involvement, that is proving to be hard. I've read about cults before. They're as crazy as they are warped and will stop at nothing to carry out what they believe is right. I keep reading, but I don't find anything else. My chest is heavy by the time I'm done, heavy with dread and pain. Seeing photos of those who lost their lives, seeing the victims' families speak, makes me want to curl up and cry until there are no tears left. I feel so alone, so helpless and so damned afraid. I want comfort, but I can't find it. I want to be the girl I was before, but she's gone. I don't honestly know how I'll get through this. Well, I think I do, but he's nowhere to be found. I open up another search and type in his first name and the name of the police station the cops that were there that night are from. Nothing comes up. I try Heath. Nothing comes up either. I search until my fingers hurt from typing, but I can't find anything about the mysterious man who saved my life. I even resort to looking on Facebook and other social media platforms. It's as if he truly doesn't exist. I find the baseball stadium website and open the contact page, sending off an email as a desperate last resort. Hello, my name is Lucy Jacobson, and I was at the baseball stadium when the attack happened. A stranger sat beside me, and this brave man saved my life. I just wanted to find him and thank him, but I can't seem to locate him. I was wondering if you could give me his last name so I might be able to get in touch. I only have a first name of Heath. Please contact me if you have any information. Warm regards. It's a long shot, because the fact of the matter is, even if they have it, they're probably not going to give any information out. I hope I put the right name down, and wonder only after I've sent it if I should have put Hunter as well. I close the laptop and sigh, pushing it to the side. I have to find him. I just have to. I need to know that I'm not going crazy. I slide out of bed, not even attempting to sleep, and walk out into the living area. Mom, Dad, and Gerard are all huddled, talking softly amongst themselves. They don't hear me enter, so I stop and just listen. They're talking about me. And I know I should make myself known, but I can't help it. I need to know what they're saying. I don't think she's doing well, Gerard says, and it's starting to worry me. She really believes there was a man there, but everyone I've spoken to has said they have no idea what she's talking about. She's traumatized, my dad says. She just needs time. She's trying to find a man who doesn't exist, Mom protests. Time isn't enough. I think she needs help. We need to have her talk to someone. It's the only way. I have to agree. Gerard sighs. I can't keep listening to her speak about someone who isn't real. I'm afraid of what it's doing to her mind. She lost a baby, witnessed something horrific, and is trying to cope. Maybe give her some time to do that before committing her to the nearest facility. Dad snaps. She's not crazy. She's witnessed something awful which you couldn't even begin to imagine if you tried. I'm not saying she's crazy, Gerard snaps back, but you haven't seen the way she talks as if that man is a real thing. Are you so sure he isn't? Dad fires. Gerard flinches. Nobody seems to know who he is. I spoke to the police, and they had a list of all the people who had tickets that day. He wasn't on there. Nobody saw him, so the chances of him being real are slim. Doesn't mean he wasn't. So you want me to encourage my wife's pursuit of another man? My dad growls. She's not done a thing wrong, Gerard. Don't speak about her like she has. She's obsessing over a guy who's made up. It's crazy. Okay. Mom sighs. We need a plan that's going to work. I still agree with Gerard. I think she needs help, regardless of whether this man is real or not, and I don't think we can give it to her. She's seen something awful, above all else, and that's enough to push the issue. I agree she needs to talk to someone, my dad says, but I won't have her being called crazy. My husband thinks I'm crazy. My mother thinks I'm crazy. My dad is the only one who believes in me. I'm not crazy. They all spin around, eyes wide, and stare at me. Gerard leaps up. Lucy, please don't get upset. We're just worried, and I'm not crazy. I snap. I remember everything very clearly. You might not believe it, but he's real. He is. He came to see me in the hospital. He was there. I saw him with my own eyes. Gerard's face drops. Lucy, he didn't. The nurse confirmed that. He did. Maybe she didn't see him, but he was there. Lucy, I think you need help. Gerard says, his eyes worried for me, his face tight. I don't need help, I yell, so damned frustrated. I just need you to believe in me. I turn and charge towards the front door. Lucy, my dad calls, stop. I grab the keys and shove the door open, running to my car. I throw myself in and lock the doors. All three of them race out of the house, waving their arms and yelling at me to stop, but I don't. I throw my car into reverse and back out, disappearing down the road. As soon as I'm out of sight, I start to cry. Big, ugly tears that turn into loud, body-racking sobs. I find a quiet street and pull over, letting it flood out. I'm not crazy. I'm not. Chapter 6. I sit on the side of the road for what seems like hours. My phone rings, and I eventually turn it off. Once my tears have dried up, I stare out at the passing cars and old homes, wondering where the hell to go from here. I had a perfect life, an amazing husband and a baby growing inside of me, and now it's all gone, and I don't know how to get it back. The scary thing is, I don't even know if I want to. I'm pulling out onto the street before I even think about it, driving the streets until I end up at a police station. I stare at the front doors and wonder what the hell I'm hoping to get out of this. They're highly unlikely to give me anything, so I should just turn away. But I can't. I don't think I'm going to be able to move on until I can see Heath and find out the truth. Only then will I have a chance of making things better. I get out of the car, locking it and stuffing the keys into my pocket as I approach the front doors. I stop when I reach them and glance at my reflection. My face is puffy and red. I look awful. It doesn't matter. I push the doors open and step inside. There are no people to be seen, not even a woman at the reception desk. I shuffle forward, peering down the halls to my left. No one. I ring the bell on the desk. A minute later, a pretty blonde woman comes out, her hair flowing around her shoulders, her blue eyes shining, a smile on her face. Hi there, she says, her eyes dropping to my no doubt red nose. Are you okay? I am, I say, my voice strong, even though I know I look like a weak, pathetic mess. I'm looking for Heath. Her face twitches just slightly. Anyone who wasn't looking for it would have missed it. I'm sorry. We don't have anyone here with that name. She's lying. Her eyes darted to the left for just a second. That's not true. I know he works here. He told me. She shifts a little to the right and rubs a hand over her blouse. I'm sorry, ma'am. We don't have a Heath here. Perhaps you have the wrong station? Stop lying to me, I snap, crossing my arms. Why are you all protecting him? She glances down the hallway. Let me get my station manager. She walks off and a moment later returns with an older man. He's lean and tall with stark green eyes that stand out against his olive skin. Hi there. How may I help you? I glance at his name badge. Michael, is it? He nods. I'm Lucy. I was at the baseball stadium when it was held up recently. There was a man there. He helped me. His name was Heath. He worked here. I'm looking for him. His face doesn't change. He's better at lying than his receptionist.
I'm sorry, I don't have anyone here by that name.
God damn it! I scream. Why are you all lying?
Ma'am, perhaps we can sit down and calm...
You know what? I growl. I'm going to find him another way. I turn and rush out of the building, but not before I catch sight of the officers who were there the night it happened, staring at me from inside an office. They know. They all know. So why the hell won't anyone help me? Where the hell do I go from here? 10 days later. It's been another draining week and a half since I went into that police station in a poor attempt at finding information about Heath. By the time I got home, Gerard had already been informed that I'd been there, because they had called him out of concern for me. Once again, we got into another blasted fight about a man that doesn't exist. Since then, we barely speak. Each day that passes, we grow further and further apart. I'm trying, but every time I think things are getting better, he asks me if I still believe my mystery man is out there. And we fight again. I know I should just let it go, but the emptiness in my chest is growing rapidly, and each day it just gets worse and worse. Sometimes I lie alone at night, wondering if I'm losing my mind. Maybe they're right. Maybe I imagined it all. I wrote it all down, even searched the death and missing person list just to try and prove to my family and myself that he was real. Nothing showed up. Today, we're having a memorial for our baby. It's nothing much. We're just going to go down to the park by the cemetery and say a few words. Gerard says it'll help us let go. But I don't know if I'll ever be able to let go of the tiny life I lost, no matter how early my pregnancy was. Still, remembering her and giving her what she deserves is the best thing for everyone.
Are you ready?
Gerard asks, coming in the front door. He went back to work yesterday, saying he couldn't take any more time off. That had hurt more than I care to admit. Why didn't I realize sooner just how much his job means to him? It always comes first. Yeah, I say softly, wrapping my big coat around me and following him to his car. We drive in silence to the park. When we arrive, we both get out, walking to the thickness of some shady trees, and I kneel, pulling out the spade I brought from home and digging a small hole. Then I place the tiny rosebush I purchased yesterday into it, covering it over until it sits there, alone amongst the big trees. A tear rolls down my cheek, and I run my fingers over the leaves. I'm so sorry. I love you, I whisper. Rest easy, baby. Gerard watches me, and when I turn to look at him, he's staring at the plant with no expression on his face. He's been doing that a lot lately, and I feel awful. He's shutting down, and I'm doing nothing to stop it, not a single thing. I should be supporting him, helping him through this too. But right now I can barely hold myself up. Are you going to say anything? I ask.
There isn't really much to say.
Who is this man? Okay, I say softly, standing. Maybe we can get some lunch before you go back to work? He looks pained, but keeps staring at the rosebush.
I can't. I've been out of work for almost 3 weeks now, and there is so much to be done. I barely had the time to come here for this.
This? I say, my voice full of pain. This is our child.
I didn't mean it like that,
he says, his face scrunching.
I just meant that things are hectic. I'm sorry.
Things are always hectic, I mutter. His face hardens now.
I'm sorry I wasn't there that day, Lucy. If that's where you're going with this, then don't. I suffer enough guilt.
How is this about you? I yell. Seriously, Gerard, I didn't even imply that.
But you're thinking it. Somewhere deep down, you're thinking it.
My God, no, I'm not. It wasn't your fault you weren't there. It was nobody's fault. He shakes his head with a sigh.
I have to get back to work. I'll get a cab back. You take the car when you're done.
Are you seriously going to leave right now? I cry, trying to keep it together. This is important. I know that, he says, clearly trying to keep calm. But so is keeping a roof over our heads. You can't even say 2 words for a baby you wanted so much. His eyes flash with pain, but mostly with anger. I'm not doing this. Not here. I'm going back to work, Lucy. With that, he turns his back to me and walks off. Gerard! I call. But he doesn't stop. Who the hell is this man? He's certainly not my husband. But I suppose I'm not his wife either. What does that make us, then? Strangers? That thought terrifies me. Chapter 7. I sit by the rose bush for what seems like hours, stroking the leaves, thinking about my baby and my life, but mostly about our marriage. I don't even realize I'm crying until a tear rolls over my cheek and drops onto a green leaf, sliding down until it drops into the soil and disappears. I swipe my cheek with the back of my hand and think about what Gerard said. Do I blame him for not being there? For making work more important than me? I don't know. It's a beautiful plant. I flinch as a voice I've dreamed about for so long fills my body with warmth. I don't turn, scared it'll all just be a hallucination. I can't bear any more disappointment, any more crazy. She deserves that much, I whisper. I'm probably talking to myself right now, but I just can't seem to care. She does. You are following me? I ask. My fingers tremble, but I keep stroking the soft leaf. I'm keeping an eye on you. Same thing. I hear him squat down behind me, feel his body heat radiate into my back, yet I still can't turn around because seeing him will only make this worse. Yet I want to, so desperately. I want to see him with every single part of my soul. Are you still breathing, Lucy girl? Am I still breathing? Can you breathe when you're drowning? He goes silent. Why are you here? I say, my voice shaky. Why can't I see you, talk to you, know that you're a real person? Is your name Hunter or Heath? Are you actually my imagination? A soft finger touches a stray hair on the back of my neck and swipes it away. My name is Heath, and no, you're not imagining me. Then why can't I find you? I whisper, my body trembling as his finger glides down to my exposed shoulder, trailing across my skin. Because I don't want to be found. Why? I plead desperately. His finger glides over my neck, under my jawline, and then up to my cheek where it stops and strokes backwards and forwards. My breath is stuck in my throat, and my chest is so tight it hurts. For a minute, nothing moves. It's just the way it has to be. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. I've wondered if I am. His big hand cups my cheek and I turn into it, closing my eyes. My tears tumble down and over his fingers. Don't let people tell you how to feel. You have to stop looking for me and stop talking about me. You're not crazy, but they're not going to understand this. I don't understand this, I sob. He moves closer until his chest is pressed against my back. His other hand comes around and cups my cheek until both his big hands are resting against my face, closing me in, keeping me warm, pulling me together for just a second. You don't have to understand it. Just believe in what you know and stop trying to make other people understand. They'll never understand. I have to go now. I try to turn. He grabs me by the shoulders and stops me. Please don't go again, I whisper. Try to keep breathing, Lucy girl.
He leans in and his lips graze over my hair, barely there, and then his hands drop. I clench my eyes shut and sit like that for a few minutes. When I turn around and stare, he's gone. Just like always. He comes in moments, fleeting ones. I slam the front door and shrug off my coat. Something jingles in the pocket and I reach in, pulling it out. There on a tiny key ring is a dandelion with some of its tiny white strands flying off. It's beautiful. I've also never seen it before. I turn it over and see on the back is an initial, H. My heart pounds, and I clutch the trinket to my chest. He put this in my pocket at the park today. I smile, a tiny smile, the first in days. What's the smile about? I spin around to see Gerard coming through the front door. I stayed out all day, so it doesn't surprise me to see him coming in now. It's probably 5 in the afternoon, or close to it. Just had a nice day, I say, tucking the tiny keyring into my pocket. Did you stay at the park? I shake my head, even though that's a lie. I went to the store, to the mall, things like that. He smiles, but it's barely there. It's good to see you getting out and about again. Have you thought about going back to work? I work at a local restaurant, and they've been more than understanding with my need to have time off. I'm not entirely sure I'm ready to go back yet, but I suppose I should talk to them about it at the very least. I'll give them a call, but I don't think I'm ready yet. You can't stay in here forever. The best thing you can do is move on, and the best way to do that is to make your life as normal as it was before. I stare at my husband, hurt and a little pissed off. I witnessed something traumatic, Gerard. It was only a few weeks ago. I know that, he says. I'm just trying to help. He hangs up his coat and walks down the hall into his study. Just like that, the conversation is over. My chest clenches and I lift my hand out of my pocket, staring at the tiny dandelion. What does it mean? What does any of this mean? I don't know. But I'm determined to find out. 1 week later. I jerk upright in bed, sweat trickling down my face as the nightmare I just woke from subsides. My heart pounds and I press a hand to my chest, trying to breathe. I automatically reach for Gerard, only to find he's not there. Again. Since he went back to work, he's been spending more and more time at the office and less time at home. He barely comes to bed. I found him more than once sleeping in his study. It's like he can't be near me. That hurts. I climb out of bed and flick the light on, padding down the hall. I reach his study and open the door, peering in. He's staring at his laptop. His body slumps with tiredness. If he's so tired, why doesn't he come into bed? Hey, I say softly. He spins around, glancing at me. Hey, what are you doing awake? It's late. It's only 10, and I had a nightmare. His face goes blank. Sorry. God, where has my husband gone? Gerard, can we talk? He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. About what? About this? About us? I don't know what there is to say, Lucy. Things have been strained since it all happened, and I don't think it has anything to do with what you saw. Please don't start this argument again, I plead. His eyes meet mine. You still believe he's real? You think I can't see it in your face? I've seen the searches on Google. I take a step back. You're checking up on me. You are still searching for him and refusing help. What will you have me do? Believe me, I snap. I don't, he grunts. I don't believe you, and I'm sick to death of your obsession over this non-existent person. Mostly, I'm sick of you refusing help. I'm not doing this again, I say, crossing my arms. I'm not talking with you about it. You're still making me feel guilty. I want you to stop. I flinch. Pardon? I want you to stop thinking about him, talking about him, and searching for him. No, I say simply. He saved my life. But more importantly, he supported me when I most needed it. His eyes narrow. Really? The way he's talking to me right now, the way he's mocking me, anger bubbles forth and I spit. Yes, when I planted that rose for our baby and you left because work, as always, was more important. His face grows red, and I know my words are cruel. I don't take them back, mostly because I can't, but also because my pride won't let me. Now you're imagining that you're seeing him. Imagining. I can't take this anymore. I'm done here. I turn my back to him and hear his chair scrape back. Seriously, Lucy, if you're imagining him, you need more help than I can give. He's real. I scream so loudly I scare myself. My hand goes up and clamps over my mouth, horrified. Tomorrow I'm calling a doctor. I can't take this anymore. His voice growing cold. What? I whisper. You need help. If you won't take it, I'll make you get it. I turn on shaky legs and rush out. He calls me, but I don't stop. I can't stop. I need to get out of here. Chapter 8. I drive to the baseball stadium. I haven't been there since that awful night, but tonight I know it's time to go back and face it. Maybe there will be something, anything that will give me the answers I need. Or maybe I'm just grasping at straws because there is no other way out. Rain falls as I near, coming in heavy drops, sliding down my windscreen as I come to a stop in the empty parking lot. There is no one around, but there is still police tape everywhere. With trembling hands, I push my car door open, stepping into the freezing cold rain without second thought. My eyes scan over the dark stadium, and I walk towards it, my feet lifeless on the pavement. I stop at the front entrances that are fully blocked off and just stare. Sounds, memories, pain. It all flashes back into my mind like a nightmare. Screaming, gunshots, people crying and begging. Hunter, I croak. Yeah, Lucy? What do they want? I don't know, honey. I sink to my knees at the gate, my fingers finding the soft grass beneath me, and I sob. I break. I let it all go, including the girl I was. I know now that I'll never be her again, and she'll never be me. I'm a different person, and I can't keep pretending I'm not. My marriage has crumbled. I can no longer pretend it hasn't. The rain keeps coming, mercilessly, soaking me to my very bones. I don't care. I stay on the ground, crying, shaking, getting saturated because it's the only way I can cope. Strong arms wrap around me. For a second, I'm stunned. My body is hauled off the ground. I start to squirm, crying hysterically and trying to see the man holding me. Lucy, girl, hush. Heath. Always the hero. Always the intruder. How can someone so successfully be both? I make a pained, squeaking sound and cling to him. I throw my tiny arms around his neck and hold on, pressing my face into his chest, clutching him, as if he's the only thing keeping me breathing. He walks me to my car, but I'm too hysterical to do anything but hold on with everything I've got. Calm down, sweetheart. I clutch him harder, my fingers curling into his shirt. Lucy, look at me. With great effort, I pull back and look up at him. He stares down at me, his eyes intense. A streetlight in the parking lot lights up his face, and I realize in that moment just how much I've needed to see it. Those eyes, that mouth, the hair falling over his forehead. I should have turned and looked at him that day in the park. I should have etched him into my mind. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, I sob. My husband is going to force me to see a doctor. Calm down for me. I can't. I'm trying, but I can't. Nobody believes me. I'm so alone, so afraid. Our eyes hold and meet. He's so beautiful. Your family is only trying to take care of you. Imagine how this looks for them. They think I'm crazy, I cry. You're not giving them any other choice. No, you're not giving me any other choice, I cry, shoving at his chest. Why would you do that to me? Why would you just keep coming back? If you don't want me in your life, then you shouldn't keep showing up and making things so much worse. His eyes flash with regret. I've told you that you shouldn't be looking for me. I cry harder, my body shaking. Then stop showing up and making this even more confusing. I have to keep an eye on you because I don't want you to get hurt. Why would I get hurt? I yell, pulling back and looking up at him. He studies my face. Because I know you keep asking about me and continue to mention me. You have to stop doing that. If you let me contact you, I wouldn't have to. I can't exist in your world, or any world right now. Don't you understand that? I can't confirm who I am to your family or anyone else. Why? I yell, exasperated. Just trust that it's how it has to be. Stop mentioning me, Lucy. Stop looking for me. I know about the email to the stadium. I flinch. I was just trying to find out if you were real. Give me your hand. He takes my hand and pulls it against his heart. Do you feel that? It's a beating heart. You're not crazy. I'm real. I've been here watching you, doing my best to come into your life when I can, but you're making it difficult. You need to start trying to fix yourself, and maybe one day I can introduce myself for real. But that time isn't now. I don't want to fix myself. I don't want any of it anymore. You have to try, Lucy girl. I can't, I stammer, and my face grows red with embarrassment. He looks up, his eyes catching something in the distance. I have to go. No, I cry, clutching him desperately. Please don't go again. I can't live with it. It's confusing me. I have to, he says, prying my fingers from his shirt. I cry harder, so hard my body shakes. Jesus. I'm sorry, honey, he murmurs, leaning forward and kissing my forehead. But I have no choice. I hate this as much as you do. Something sharp stabs into my neck, and my entire body goes woozy. Please just trust me. This is for the best. My mind spins, and I'm not cold anymore. Don't leave me again, Moment. Moment? He whispers, at least I think he does. A fleeting moment. You go as fast as you came. Just a moment I can't hang on to. Please let me hang on. Warm lips graze my forehead, and then my world goes dark. I wake alone in my car, that's still parked at the baseball stadium. It's daylight. I blink and sit up, staring down at my clothes. I'm wearing a shirt I don't recognize, but my pants are the same. I clutch the fabric in my fingers and bring it to my nose, inhaling. Heath. It's his. It wasn't a dream. Tears pool in my eyes and I reach up, rubbing my neck. Did he drug me? Did he change my clothing and put me in his shirt? I don't understand. Why would he do that? I peer around. The parking lot is still empty. It's as if nothing ever happened. But his shirt is proof that something did. I rub my face, trying to remember what he said to me, but I was a mess. And it's hazy. All I know is that he was here. He keeps telling me to stop looking for him, yet he keeps popping up. How the hell am I supposed to make sense of that? I turn the key, starting my car. Then I glance at my phone, still sitting on the passenger seat. I pick it up and see it's on. I narrow my eyes and bring it closer. I turned it off. I know I did. I unlock the screen and my memo app is open. Words confront me, and my heart pounds as I read them. I am as good as a moment, Lucy girl. You need to let me go. One day we might meet again. That time isn't now. I swallow the lump forming in my throat and hit save. I no longer have the strength or the will to walk away from him. I put the car in drive and head home. I know what I have to do. I know what's fair. Gerard deserves better, and the person I am now is not the person he married. It's not fair to keep putting him through this. The very thought of what I'm about to do hurts. It puts an ache in my heart that I never wanted to feel. Once, I thought I could never love anyone the way I loved him. I truly believed that would never change. But it has. Circumstances took my feelings into their hands and crushed them. It takes me 20 minutes to get home, and when I do, the tears are already welling beneath my eyelids. I hate what I'm about to do, but I have to be honest with him. I have to let him go. Maybe when all this is over, it'll be different, but for right now, Gerard no longer has all of my heart, and he deserves so much more. Something better. I get out of the car and walk inside. Gerard stands by the kitchen counter, his hands resting against it, his back to me. I saw your email. Gerard's voice hits me, cold, broken, and empty. He's given up too. I can't blame him for that. Gerard, I whisper, walking towards the kitchen. Why did you send it? Why did you do that when you know it makes me uncomfortable? Because I needed to find him. I sent it back when I got out of the hospital, I say to my hands. He spins around and his eyes drop to my shirt. Whose shirt is that? I went to the baseball stadium last night, and he was there. His face contorts in irritation. So you slept with him? No, I cry, jerking backwards. No, of course not. Jesus, Gerard. I was a mess, soaked from the rain. He told me he can't see me, and he drugged me. I woke up this morning in the car alone. His face twists. He drugged you? Yes. He shakes his head sadly. Where did you really get that shirt, Lucy? My mouth drops open. I just told you. You're not telling me the truth. I am, I snap. That's exactly what happened. So this mystery stranger found you soaking wet, drugged you, changed you, and disappeared. Yes. He shakes his head and furrows his brow, looking horrified. Are you hearing yourself? You need help. You're creating stories that are completely unrealistic. My heart pounds so hard I can barely hear. I'm not lying, Gerard. To get to the point you actually got another man's shirt and made up a story like this to get me to believe you, honestly, I'm telling the truth. He was there. He doesn't exist. He screams so loudly I flinch. Gerard very rarely yells at me. He doesn't fucking exist, Lucy. You need help. God damn it, you need help. I spin around. I don't, I cry. I don't need help. I just need you to believe me. He shifts, his entire body stiff. So you can chase another man? I shake my head. This is not about you and your jealousy. Jealousy? He roars. Of course I'm jealous. You're home, but you're not really here. Your mind is on him all the time. I can see it. Your focus is on him. It's all you think about. What about me? What about what I'm feeling? I care about how you're feeling, I yell. I do, Gerard. I wish I could take your pain away, but it's very hard when you refuse to have my back. You want me to support your need to chase a non-existent man? I shake my head. I can't do this. I can't. His eyes flash. Neither can I, Lucy. You're my wife. I want to help you, but I can't do that until you let this go. Are you willing to do that so we can go back to the way we were? I study him. Really study him. He's asking me to let it go. Completely. He's asking me to agree that Heath doesn't exist and just move on. To pretend. That would be lying to myself and him, and that isn't fair. I can't give my husband what he's asking. No, Gerard. I'm not willing to let it go. And you deserve better than to have to put up with it. He looks at me sadly, then shakes his head. I can't be here anymore. My heart pounds, reality washing over me. No, I don't think you can. His face twists. You're not the same person I married, and until you get the help you need, I can't do anything else. So much for better or for worse, right? I mutter, trying to fight back my tears. He runs a hand through his hair. You're asking me to be okay with this, and I'm not. I've pushed for you to get help, but you refuse. I've tried to be there for you, but you won't let me in. I can't help you if you don't want to be helped, and I also can't sit around and watch you chase another man. I shake my head, so hurt I can barely breathe. I know this is for the best, but to hear us both giving up so easily surprises me and hurts me and makes me realize I'm doing the right thing. We had a perfect marriage, but it was all on the surface. When it came down to the hard stuff, neither of us was willing to put in the good fight. This is for the best. This is for the best, I tell him. For both of us. Promise me you'll get help. I'm scared to leave you alone believing there is a man out there that isn't real. He is real, I pathetically argue. He's not, he roars so loudly I flinch. He's not real. You need help. Gerard, we're not doing this. Clearly neither of us is willing to put in the effort. He stares at me sadly. I thought you were the one. I was wrong. That hurts so bad. He turns, grabbing his keys and disappearing out the door, slamming it so loudly the windows shake. I lower down to the ground and sob. There goes the last of my life, breaking into 1,000 tiny pieces. Chapter 9. My phone rings and rings. I ignore it. It's Gerard's sister. Her place is where he would have gone. She hates me. She's always hated me. She and Gerard are extremely close, and when he married me, she felt like that was taken away from her. She automatically began to resent me, like it was my fault he fell in love. She's never been nice to me, and she'll thrive on this drama between us. She'll be feeding it, too. I don't have the patience to deal with her. I turn my phone off and throw it against the wall with a yell. I can't take any of it anymore. I push to my feet, and on shaky legs, I go into my bedroom, pulling out a suitcase. I pack a bag and find my car keys. Then I lock up our house and leave, finding a hotel in the city. A place where no one can find me, where no one can bother me. I leave my phone on the ground at home. I need time. I need to figure my mind out, and the only way I can do that is to be away from it all. I settle into my hotel room, then pull out my laptop and check my emails. There is an email from the baseball stadium telling me they can't give out any information. Of course. After seeing him last night, my frustration levels have hit an all-time high. Doesn't he understand that every time he leaves, I'm going to search harder? I open a search bar and look up the religious group that caused all of this mess. I read articles and eventually find out where they're located. Heath knew a bit about them. Would he be there? I make a spur-of-the-moment decision and decide tonight I'm going to see if I can find this place. It's probably not the smartest choice I've ever made, but I want to know more. Not just about the mysterious stranger who saved me, but the people who would take so many lives without even blinking. Until then, I need some rest. I curl up in bed and cry myself into a deep sleep. Gerard is the last thing on my mind as I drift off. And I'm sorry for him. I really am. I failed as a wife and partner. I wake early evening, and it takes a good few minutes for me to realize where I am. Disoriented, I sit up and glance around. I recall the day, and my chest sinks. Right. My husband and I broke up, and here I am. I glance at the time. It's getting dark enough for me to make the drive, so I get out of bed, shower, and change into a pair of jeans and a tank. Then I get my keys and exit the hotel. I get into my car, punching the address into my GPS navigation. Then I start driving before I have the chance to reconsider my plan. I drive south of the city for about an hour. I follow the directions down a dirt road that leads into the middle of some thick woods until I finally come to a massive barbed wire fence. There are lights in the distance, a good few miles in. It's going to be hard to see anything like this. I park my car off to the left of the main entrance near some thick trees and climb out. I don't have a flashlight, so I just move to the fence and slowly start walking around it. I shove through trees and keep to the fence line, using my fingers to feel for it. As I near the lights, I begin to hear faint voices. I shift closer, trying not to make any sounds as the picture in front of me becomes clearer. I stop at some trees and peer through the fence, my fingers tangled in the wire as I bring my face close enough to get a good view. There's a fire pit, and around it are a bunch of people dressed in white gowns, chanting and holding each other's hands. I squint and try to see what they're all dancing around, but it's hard to get a good view past the roaring flames and their flowing clothes. I don't know what they're chanting about. I can't hear clearly. I keep watching, mesmerized. They part after a few minutes, and I see a girl in the middle of the ground near the fire, naked. She's on her knees, her head lowered to the ground, her tiny body on display. Vomit rises in my throat, and I watch in horror as a man, probably around 60, steps forward and brings her up to her feet. She couldn't be more than 12. She's so young. Long black hair flows around her body, covering most of her nakedness. The man grabs hold of her, pulling her to his side, resting a hand on her barely developed body. Vomit stings my throat. It burns like fire and tears well in my eyes as a man comes forward and tells the crowd that the young woman now belongs to him, but will be given to all the males of the group as part of God's will. God's will? Oh my God. That girl needs help. Someone needs to get her the hell out of there. Panic grips my chest and I start fumbling around for my phone, only to realize I don't have it. I need to call the police, child services, something. She's too young for this. She's too young. Maybe I should go in. Maybe I should demand they give her to me. Maybe... My thoughts come to an abrupt halt as a hand clamps around my mouth and I'm jerked backwards. I scream, but it's muffled. Don't move. Don't scream. That voice. Heath. My body goes slack and I stop fighting, letting him pull me backwards through the trees. Only when we're far enough away that we can't see anyone does he let me go. He spins me around, but I can't see him in the dark. What the hell are you doing here, Lucy? Heath? I croak. Answer me. He barks, low and throaty. I was looking for you. You need to stop looking for me. You need to stop asking questions. You just need to go. Do you understand? I don't want you to ever come back here again. Do you hear me? He hisses angrily. My heart sinks. I just wanted to know. He growls. No, I won't ask you again. My throat grows tight. He doesn't want to see me. I've lost everything, I whisper. Please don't make me leave. This is unsafe and dangerous. You need to leave and never come back. Not until you tell me why I can't talk to you. I protest weakly. He grabs my arm again and pulls me in the direction of where I parked my car. When we get to it, he reaches into my pocket, jerking my keys out and unlocking my driver's side door. He pulls it open and twists, putting me in the front seat. The interior light is on now, and I can see him. My breath catches in my throat as he stares down at me, both hands on the roof of my car, his head bent down low so he can pin me with that silver glare. How did you find this place? He demands. I meet his eyes, and I can't speak. I just want to throw myself into his arms. I want him to take it all away. Lucy, he prompts. I found it on the internet. Fucking internet, he mutters. You need to stop searching for whatever it is you're searching for. I was searching for you. Stop. He growls. I can't keep telling you that. No, I whisper, holding his gaze. You drugged me last night, but you don't get to keep doing that. You don't get to keep running from me. Lucy, he warns, I'm protecting you. People think I'm crazy. My voice trembles. They think I'm losing my mind because the police won't tell me where you are. They're all acting as if you don't exist. You ever think that's how it has to be? You need to stop asking questions, stop searching, just let it go. You saved my life, I whisper. Then you disappeared, and now you want me to just forget it? He sighs, and his eyes drop to my mouth for a few seconds before he looks away. I can't be anything to you right now. I'm working something serious, and I need you to understand that. What they're doing in there, I say, my voice tightening as I recall that poor young girl, is fucked, he mutters. But it's also incredibly dangerous. You need to trust me when I say to let it go. I can't. His eyes flash and then harden. Lucy. I reach up and my fingers graze his jaw, moving over the muscle that jumps and stopping when my palm cups his cheek. You saved my life. You understand. I've lost everything. Please. He closes his eyes for a second, then reaches up and closes his big hand over mine, turning his cheek into my palm, closing his eyes and exhaling loudly. My bottom lip trembles. He opens his eyes and studies it before stepping back and letting my hand fall. I have to go, Lucy. Don't, I cry, my voice trembling. Please don't go again. This is for the best, trust that. Go home, get better, be happy. My husband left. I lost my baby. I have nothing left to be happy about. His eyes flash and his jaw ticks again. I have to go. No, I cry, leaping out of the car when he steps away. No, please. He takes my upper arms, and I look into his eyes helplessly. Lucy, get in your car and go. No. God damn it, he growls. You have to stop. Doesn't it matter to you? Of course it fucking matters to me. I can't get you out of my fucking mind. It's taking all my power not to come for you, but I can't. Don't you get that? I can't. You need to go home and forget about me. No. He cups my jaw in his hand and tilts my head back. Go home, Lucy girl. Lucy girl. My heart pounds. No, I whisper. He growls, low in his throat, and then pulls me against him. My tiny body presses deep, molding into every part of him, and the comfort I've been seeking comes flooding back, like it always does when we're together. He wraps an arm around my waist and lifts me, so my face is the same level as his. Then he brings his lips down over mine, soft at first, then rough and deep. I let him kiss me. Even though I shouldn't. I let him because it feels so damned good. He pulls back after only a few heartbeats. Stop looking for me. No, I say again, my knees wobbling but my voice firm. Jesus, he grunts. I'm staying at Hotel Bel Air. If you want to see me for real so we can talk about all of this, then come and find me. If not, I will keep coming here. I'm not going to stop because I'm invested now. I was there. I saw what those monsters did, and I know what they're doing to that girl. I'll go to the police with or without you. The choice is yours. He opens his mouth to speak, but I get into my car and slam the door, effectively cutting him off. Then I drive away, feeling the strongest I've felt in weeks. He doesn't come. I stay in my hotel for 2 nights. He doesn't come. Each passing hour my heart sinks, because it just makes me realize I made a mistake. Maybe he really doesn't want me to look for him, and that scares me. What could he be into that is so dangerous he literally can't contact people? Or maybe he just wants me, and my craziness, to go the hell away. I am acting exactly like what they're accusing me of at the moment. I went home this morning to collect my phone. It was sitting on the kitchen bench, and beside it, a note from my dad. I called him as soon as I left and assured him I was safe, but staying in a hotel for a little while because I wasn't ready to go back to the house and face it all. He begged me to talk to Gerard, and I promised I'd call him. But I don't know if I'm ready for that yet either. I just arrived back at the hotel room after going out for some Chinese food. I've been sitting on my laptop for hours, researching everything I can about cults and how they work. The more I read, the more terrified I become over the fact that they're so deranged and twisted. Worse, that one person can manage to change the minds of so many. Do people truly believe God would want these things? Extremists. That's what they're called. Their mission is beyond extreme. It is horrifying. I shove a piece of cashew chicken into my mouth when my phone rings beside me. Gerard's name flashes on the screen, and I reach for it right away, picking it up and answering. "Hi," I say softly after I've swallowed my food. "Lucy," he says, and his voice is brisk. "I'm just calling to let you know I'll be needing access to the house to get my things tomorrow." The coldness in his voice hurts me. He's never spoken to me like that. "And tell her she'll need to find a lawyer to handle the divorce papers and a settlement," his sister yells from the background. That explains why he's so cold. Anytime Heather is involved, his mind is instantly warped. She'll be loving this. "You have a key, Gerard," I whisper, my voice too tight to make an appearance. "You can go in whenever you want. Can't we talk about this?" "I don't wish to enter until I know you've granted permission. It makes me feel better." Bloody lawyers. "Listen," I say, trying to stop the hurt from coming into my voice. "I know things have been hard, but can't we talk about this like adults and without your sister interfering?" "Are you still looking for that man?" "Gerard." "Then we're done, Lucy. This is for the best. I'm not going to argue. It doesn't need to be a messy divorce. All we need is to sort this out and then move on civilly." "You're really just willing to hand it all over? After everything?" "I can't take it anymore. And you're not willing to try either, so yes." "Our relationship has changed, and you're asking me to tell you I'm crazy, and that's not going to happen because I'm not." He sighs. "I'm not going over this again. You've made your choice. I'll be at the house at 10 a.m. tomorrow." "Are you going to protest if I come and talk with you?" He goes silent for a few minutes. "If that's what you need to do, but my mind is made up." Then he hangs up on me. Jerk. I shove some more chicken into my mouth when a knock sounds out at my door. Narrowing my eyes, I stand and walk over, opening it. I gasp when I see Heath, his face bloodied, standing at my door, his body coated with sweat. "Oh my God!" I rasp. "What happened?" "Can I come in?" I nod and step aside, and he walks in, his long muscled legs striding across the room until he finds the bed, where he plants his ass down and stares at me. I stare back at him. I'm not exactly sure what he wants me to say or do. I never thought he'd show up, but here he is, bleeding and angry. "I'll get some ice," I say, eyeing his swollen hands. I rush to the small fridge and pull it open, reaching into the top and pulling out the ice in the little cooler above the fridge section. I wrap it in a towel and walk over, handing it to him. He takes it and presses it against his knuckles while I study his eye. It's swelling, and a small cut beneath it is what's causing the bleeding. "I'll get another towel for your eye." I rush into the bathroom, soaking a towel, then I bring it out, kneeling in front of him and pressing it to his face. He hisses, and my eyes meet his holding them, and suddenly the air in the room thickens. He's here. He's really here. "Ah," I whisper, "are you okay?" He studies my face, his eyes dropping to my mouth, and then his jaw ticks. "You're messing with my head." "So you got beaten up?" He shakes his head. "I got into a fight with my fucking brother. It had nothing to do with you." "Okay then. I say softly. You're just messing with my head in general. I look away. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make your life difficult. I'm giving you one night, Lucy. I'll stay here. You can ask me what you want, and I'll tell you what I can. I'll talk with you. But there is one condition. Name it, I rasp. You gotta stop looking for me, and you've gotta stop asking about me. So when you walk out tomorrow, I'll never see you again. His eyes flash. For now, that's how it has to be. Go fix things with your husband, find your life, make yourself happy. Trust me when I say you can't have that from me. That hurts, but I try not to let it show. My husband wants a divorce, and so do I. His eyes flash again. He can't know about me. You want me to keep letting them think I'm crazy? No. You can tell them you were wrong and I wasn't real, and nobody will think you're crazy. That would be a lie. Life is a lie, Lucy girl. Deal with it. I flinch and lean back. I don't like your conditions. They're the only ones you're going to get. I sigh. If he'll give me a night with him, then so be it. I'll take it. Maybe one night will give me the answers I need. Just so we're clear, I'm not sleeping with you. He grins, and it absolutely transforms his face. Clear, honey. Stop grinning at me like that, I mumble, standing and taking the towel back into the bathroom where I rinse it off. I return a few minutes later, and he's standing, staring down at my laptop. Next condition, he growls, pointing to the page on the screen detailing the history of cults. Stop looking this shit up. It's dangerous. Sorry, you've already made your conditions, and it's free information. I can look at it if I like. He glares at me. I raise my brows and hold his glare. Neither of us break. This place got room service, he finally grumbles. I'm thinking it's going to be a long night. I smile. His eyes drop to my mouth and he mutters, Christ, thought you were beautiful before, then you go ahead and smile. My heart flutters. I get the room service menu. So why were you there that night? I ask, watching him chow down on his steak. I just had Chinese, so I'm letting him eat his heart out. Even eating, he is perfection. Slightly skewed perfection, but that's what makes him unique. He isn't what you'd expect. He's so much more. I can't tell you much about that, he says, his gaze locking with mine. All I can say is that we had an idea that it was going to happen. And you didn't think to cancel the game? I gasp, crossing my legs and leaning against my headboard. He watches me from the table, shoving more steak into his mouth and chewing before answering. There have been quite a few threats made on the place before, and we had to answer to every one. Nothing happened. They were threats more than anything. We can't cancel every game. People would start questioning it, and the second something like that becomes public knowledge, all hell breaks loose. So why do you think they picked that night? We had a police conference. Most of the officers were in meetings, and they must have figured they had a good chance of pulling it off. They were right. So you are a cop? He looks at me, narrowing his eyes, still chewing. I was. I'm not anymore, but I am helping with this. Why? Something painful flashes across his face. Can't talk about that. If he's no longer a cop, why would he be helping with this unless it somehow affected him? Does he have a wife in that cult? Or a child, maybe? Why would he risk so much when he didn't have to? Is that why everyone is pretending they don't know who you are? His eyes flicker away. I can't go into much detail, but it's for my own safety. It can't be known that I'm anywhere near this case. Why? I prompt. I can't tell you that either. They would have seen you there. So if you wanted to stay so secret, why were you there that night? The men attending didn't know who I was. It was safe enough. Well then, who are you hiding from? Can't tell you. I huff. What can you tell me? He leans forward, putting his elbows on his knees. That it's not safe. I roll my eyes. His lips twitch. You have to trust me with this, Lucy. I look to him again. I don't know what to trust anymore. If you keep digging, people are going to figure it out, and you're putting not just yourself at risk, but me too. My face falls. You? Yeah, me. That was never my intention, not ever. I don't want that. I didn't realize. He sighs and gets up, walking over to the bed and sitting down. I know that, honey. You just have to trust me. So you're saying I can't see you at all? His eyes soften. Right now, that's not a good idea. If you promise to stop asking around about me, then I might be able to visit. Visit? Like I'm sick and in a hospital. I look down at my hands. Do you still think about it? I whisper. He sits on the side of the bed. Every fucking minute of every fucking day. How do you just move on? He exhales slowly. I haven't had much of a chance to stop and think. I'm grateful, I say, looking up at him through my lashes. So damned grateful I was sitting next to you. He gives me a lopsided smile. Me too, Lucy girl. I smile. His eyes drop to my lips again, his body goes tense, and he abruptly stands. Going to borrow the shower, yeah? Yeah, I say softly, my heart pounding. All right, he says, equally as softly. He disappears into the shower, and I watch the door for a few long minutes before staring down at my hands. I don't feel guilty, but I should. My husband left, and I have no shame over the fact that there is another man in my room. Of course, I'm not doing anything with him, but the fact of the matter is I'm attracted to him, and there's no denying that. I can pretend I'm not, but I am, more than I care to admit. That scares the hell out of me. Is my attraction simply a reaction to what happened? Am I risking everything only to wake up one day and realize I have nothing left? No family, no home, nothing. My heart seems so sure of itself right now, and things between Gerard and I have been spiraling downwards since the attack, but it was so good before that. Surely feelings can't just change so quickly. I do still love Gerard. I just don't love him in the way I did before the violence changed our lives. Is that purely because something inside me changed? Probably. He doesn't deserve to hurt while I try to rediscover myself again. Still, the idea of waking up one day and having all this be just a stage I went through, and to find myself without everything I wanted so badly only a month ago, frightens me. If I let Gerard go now, I'm letting him go. For good. No matter if I wake up one day and realize that was a mistake. I have to stick to my choice. The door opens and my eyes flick in that direction. Heath walks out, a towel wrapped around his waist, his big body on display. My mouth drops open, and I don't even try to attempt to close it. He's beautiful, scarily so. His body is big, which I already knew, but his muscles are so well defined they move when he does, as if they're perfectly in sync. A beautiful dance. His big chest narrows down to a lean waist that disappears beneath the towel. He's got tattoos all over him, stunning designs that obviously tell a story. I want to ask him how it ends. I'm just going to grab my bag. He nods in the direction of a bag by the door. I didn't realize he had one. I flush and nod, looking down at my hands. He walks towards the door, and I peek up at him again, and I have to stifle my gasp. One hand flies over my mouth, and tears burn under my eyelids as I stare at his back. There are scars on his skin, raised, angry-looking scars that crisscross over his body. They're not new. They're already a silvery color. What in the hell happened to give him such ugly scars? Who would do such a thing? Stop overthinking it, Lucy. He was probably in an accident. Don't ask. He growls, and my eyes find his as he turns to face me. Don't ever ask. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. He holds my eyes for a long moment, then disappears back into the bathroom. What the hell have I gotten myself into? Worse, what has he gotten himself into? Chapter 10. What happened with your husband? Heath asks, long after he's finished showering and the awkward silence between us has faded. I stand from the bed and join him on the sofa, sitting an arm's length away from him. That seems like the right thing to do. He struggled, partially because of me, partially because of his own guilt. Wasn't your fault, he mutters. No, but I was so desperate to find you, and the more they told me that you didn't exist, the harder it got for me. I stopped and actually wondered if maybe they were right. Maybe I was losing my mind. Then something would happen, and I couldn't believe that I was crazy, so I pushed harder, trying to get them to understand. He told me I was losing it, wanted me to get help. He gave me a choice. I either got help or he was going to leave. And you let him leave? My heart twists and I nod, swallowing back my tears. I let him leave, but I'd already made the choice to end it. It just turned out we were on the same page. Not because I wanted to prove a point, but because he wasn't behaving like the husband I knew. He just wanted it all to go away. He didn't know how to handle it, and he just wanted me to stop hurting. He's always been a little like that. When things are good, he's happy, but if things go bad, he struggles. He should have had your back. I look away and a tear sneaks out and rolls down my cheek. Yeah, he should have. But he chose not to. He found it all too hard. I wasn't exactly easy, though. You weren't meant to be. You were the one hurting. Do you think part of his problem was because he wasn't there when he should have been? I nod, still looking away. His job has been the most important thing in his life for a long time. When we found out I was pregnant, I thought that would change. But it didn't. His job was always going to come first, and I think for the first time in his life, he had to suffer the consequences of that. Hard lesson to learn. I swallow. Keep it together, Lucy. You lost your baby, he says softly. Do you think you resent him for that? I flinch. That thought hasn't crossed my mind, not even for a second. But hearing him mention it lights a fire in my chest, an angry fire that I didn't even know was there because, yes, I do resent him. He should have been there with me. If he was, I might have never been so frightened. The second I have that thought, I feel instant guilt and shove it out. I would have lost the baby no matter what. It wasn't his fault. I'm a mess. Yes and no, I whisper. You okay? I keep my eyes facing the window, my entire body fighting against the tears that so desperately want to burst forth. Fine, I croak. Lucy, look at me. I can't, Heath. Honey, he says, his voice softer now, gentler. Look at me. I look to him, and the second my eyes fall on his face, the tears explode and run down my cheeks. He moves quickly, pulling me onto his lap, tucking my tiny body into his, wrapping his arms around me. Comfort explodes in me, and I hate that I'm relying so heavily on him to give it to me. I hate that because when he leaves in the morning, I'm going to be left feeling empty, and I don't think I can handle it again. You don't have to keep being strong, he murmurs against my hair. I lost my baby, I sob. I wanted it so much, and I lost it. I lost my husband. I lost everything. It'll get better. I know it doesn't seem like it right now, but your husband probably just needs time, and I don't want him to come back. Heath's body tenses against mine. You don't mean that, Lucy. I do, I cry, pulling away and looking into his eyes. It scares me, because I'm afraid the feeling of not wanting him is just a temporary reaction. But right here, right now, in this moment, I don't want him back. I just don't. You're hurting. You've had your life turned upside down. Give it time. Don't make any serious decisions until you're sure of what you want. Trust me on that. I don't want him back, I whisper before I can stop myself. I don't, because I don't need him. I need you. He closes his eyes for a brief second. You think you need me, but honey, you don't. I'm just to comfort you're relating to a time of terror. Now you're hurting, and I'm like a pain reliever. I give you comfort. I make you feel okay. It's nothing more than that. It is more than that, I croak. Don't act like you don't feel it. Lucy, he says, his voice holding a quiet warning. You're married. Not anymore, I say desperately, hating myself for needing him so much. Honey, he murmurs, just admit it. Tell me you feel whatever this is between us two. He looks away for a second, and I reach up before thinking and take his jaw in my hand, turning his face back to mine. Then I lean closer and press my lips against his. He makes a sound deep in his chest, and his hand tightens on my waist, and for a second, I think he's going to kiss me back. His mouth parts, my tongue grazes his, and heat explodes between us. But he pulls back. I don't feel it, he says, placing me on the couch. I can't do this. You're married, and I'm not that man. I've never been that man. You think you want this, Lucy, but you don't. I have to go. I sit on the couch, shame filling my chest, stretching out to every nerve ending. I can't move. I'm horrified. I'm sorry, he murmurs. Really fucking sorry. Then he's taking his bag and leaving. Again. Chapter 11. My feet drag as I walk to my front door, hearing the voices trailing out from inside. Gerard is here, and so is his sister, Heather. I don't know if I can handle them. I'm tired, I'm confused, and after last night, I don't know where my head is at. My hair is a mess, my clothes are daggy, and I feel like utter crap. Still, I walk into that house and face whatever they're going to thrust at me because that's what I have to do. Mostly, I have to do the right thing. He's upstairs. I flinch at the harsh sound of Heather's voice and turn to see her standing in the kitchen, a box in front of her, pulling coffee mugs out of our cupboards. Those are mine, damn it. Her eyes pierce mine, the same shade as Gerard's. Her hair is down, cut in a short, straight style. It rests on her shoulders, but it makes her look like a stuck-up snob. Wait, she is. Great, I mutter, turning in the direction of the stairs. He deserves better, you know. My body freezes and I turn to face her. Listen, I know you don't like me, Heather, and believe me, the feeling is mutual. But this isn't my fault. I didn't ask to see what I saw that day or to be involved in it. I had no choice. No, you didn't have a choice, and it was an awful thing to happen. But you did have a choice on how you behaved after it. I lost my baby, saw something horrific, and was traumatized. How would you have me behave? I snap. She crosses her arms. We accepted all of that, but the mention of this man, who we all know wasn't there, you chose to push that, and in doing so, push your husband away. That's none of your business, I growl. Enough. I turn and see Gerard standing at the base of the stairs, staring at me. Heather, can you please give Lucy and I a moment? Heather glares at me, then nods and informs him, I'll be outside if you need me. She disappears out the front door, and I focus back on Gerard. Hey, I say softly. Hey, listen, can we sit and discuss all of this? He's acting emotionless. I guess that's how he has to be. I nod. We both move into the living area and sit on the sofa. Neither of us says much for a while, but eventually Gerard speaks. How are you? As well as I can be. You don't look well. Our marriage ended. I'm hardly doing cartwheels. You think I wanted to just walk away? Jesus, Lucy. You're my wife.
But I couldn't take it anymore. It's not fair on either of us. I respect that. But I was suffering, I say, and my lip quivers. And instead of having my back, you tried to tell me I was crazy. You were talking about a person that doesn't exist. I couldn't just sit back and let that go on. I don't know what you wanted me to do. He's real, Gerard. I don't have to prove that to you because I know what is and what isn't. That's why I'm here. Because I have to tell you something. He looks to me like he feels sorry for me. He visited me last night at my hotel. His mouth tightens, and I kissed him. Not just then, but a few days before, too. I'm sorry. I thought you had the right to know. He's quiet for a long time, and I feel awful. I know we're separated, but we're still married, and I shouldn't have done it, even if I wanted to. Gerard? I say after a few minutes. He's staring straight ahead, his face blank. Then abruptly he stands. Gerard! I exclaim. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be honest. He spins and pins me with a glare. You've completely lost it, Lucy. I can't stand around and watch it anymore. I can't sit here and watch you actually act like you're having a relationship with this man. I feel as if I've been sucker punched in the gut. He's not angry at the idea I kissed another man. He's angry because he believes I'm still making it up. He's working on a project that's dangerous, and that's why nobody will tell me where he is, but he is real, Gerard. I'm not lying. Are you listening to yourself? He laughs bitterly. Honestly, Lucy, stop it. I plead, anger bubbling in my chest. Stop treating me like I'm broken. You are broken. He's not real. How many times do you have to be told that? I looked him up. I spoke to people. He doesn't exist. I'm sorry you're having such a hard time, but you need to get help. I stare at him and realize he's just never going to believe me. Unless I thrust Heath in his face, he'll never know that he's real. And I can never do that because Heath has gone back into hiding. I'm only making myself look crazier. And I'm tired of trying to convince him. The fact of the matter is, even if I was crazy and imagining it, he should have my back. He should be helping me. But we are each choosing to walk away. Get your things and leave my house, I say, my voice icy. He blinks at me. I'll have a lawyer draw up the divorce papers. If we have to sell the place, we can. Take what's yours. The rest will be done through our respected attorneys. Don't contact me. Don't call me. I'm done. Lucy, no. I cut him off. Crazy or not, you're supposed to be my husband, and in this moment, you've just proved to me you're not willing to support me. I deserve more than that. I was the one who suffered, not you. It shouldn't matter if Heath is real or if he isn't. You're supposed to be on my side. You're leaving me no choice, he tries. Get your things and get the hell out of our house, I say, calmly, too calmly. I'll be back this afternoon. I expect everything of yours, including you, to be gone. Then I walk to the front door and disappear out of it before he has the chance to say another word. With every step I take towards my car, my heart breaks a little more. My marriage is over. Where the hell do I go from here? It's been 3 long weeks since Heath left my hotel room and I ended my marriage for good. I haven't spoken to Gerard since, except through lawyers. It's a clean split because we have no children. He said I can keep the house so long as he can keep all his money, savings, and things. I agreed. He can do what he wants. We're just finalizing it all and making sure everything is as it should be. Then it'll be over. I went back to work a week after he left, and slowly but surely my life seems to be getting back into routine. My parents visit often, Mom baking way too much, and stocking my fridge and freezer full of food that a small army couldn't get through in a year. I let her do it, though, because she's worried about me, and I understand that. I'm worried about me. But I'm putting one foot in front of the other and powering through each day. Okay, it's more like dragging through, but whatever. I haven't tried to contact Heath, partly because I need distance to try and figure myself out, and partly because I'm still sore about the way he left. Did I push myself onto him? Does he see me as a little unstable as well?
All of those thoughts repeat over and over in my head, questions I can't get answers to. Maybe I don't even want those answers. Today is the first day I've ventured out of the house on my own, aside going to work. I'd decided to buy some new clothes, hoping it'd make me feel better. Instead, I've walked around the mall for 2 hours, staring vacantly at store windows. I move past people without even noticing them. I'm just not with it. I wonder if I'll ever be with it again. And just like every other moment, that changes in an instant. Moments are funny like that. They hit you when you least expect them, when you're at your most vulnerable and unprepared. It's as if they know they're sent to test you. I'm walking along, then I'm not. Because a few feet in front of me stands the young girl I saw the night I found where the cult was hiding out. She stands in the middle of the mall, staring straight ahead, her eyes occasionally darting around. She looks lost, maybe a little confused. But she's alone, and I act before I think. I just move, quickly shoving people out of my way. She's already turned before I reach her, and her eyes fall on me. She doesn't recognize me, obviously, but she does look afraid. I'm charging at her full throttle. I force myself to slow down and place a gentle smile on my face, carefully approaching her. She's so beautiful, the kind of pretty that takes your breath away. She's definitely no older than 12, maybe 13 if she's lucky, and that thought makes me sick to my stomach. "Hi there," I say softly when I stop in front of her. She stares up at me with crystal blue eyes and that dark hair that flows around her body. She's wearing a simple blouse and a long skirt that touches the ground. Beneath the blouse, she has on a long white shirt. Basically all her skin, except that of her hands and face, is covered. She looks scared, weary, and definitely confused. "My name is Lucy. I know you don't know who I am, but I know who you are." Her lips part slightly. "I just wanted to see if you're okay." Her eyes flash, and she looks around nervously again. "Is someone looking for you?" I prompt carefully. Her eyes dart back to mine, and she looks so afraid. "I don't know you," she says softly. "Please go away." "I know you don't know me, but I know you. I've seen you before. I know what's happening to you." Her eyes get big, like saucers, and she stumbles backwards a few steps. "I'm not here to hurt you," I say carefully. "I just want to help. You don't deserve what's happening to you in there. I can help." Her bottom lip trembles. "What's your name?" I ask, extending my hand. "Haley." "It's nice to meet you, Haley." She rubs her upper arms, fidgeting nervously. "Are you lost?" "No," she whispers. "I ran away." "Do you need me to help you get somewhere?" She shakes her head. "They'll be here any second. I can't run. I can never get far enough." "Haley," I say, stepping closer. "You can. I can help you. The police can help you. What they're doing is wrong, and—" "No," she cries, eyes darting around the crowded mall. "No police. No. He says no police." "Who says that?" I whisper, trying not to freak her out more than I already have. "I can't talk anymore," she says, her voice so soft I barely hear it. "Let me get you out of this, Haley, please. I can help you." "Nobody can help me." "Haley?" The cool bark of a voice has me turning and staring at the man striding towards us. He wears a white button-up shirt with a pair of black slacks. His hair is graying, and I recognize him as the man Haley was handed to when I watched whatever sick ritual they had going that night. He's older than I'd thought, and my blood runs cold. "It's time to go," he says, stepping up next to her, keeping his eyes on me. My skin prickles. He makes me feel sick with just one look. "I was just lost and asked this nice lady for help," Haley whispers, keeping her face to the floor. "Then thank you for helping her," the man says, holding my glare. "You won't get away with this," I spit. He keeps his cool demeanor. I'm not sure what you're speaking of, but thank you for helping out my daughter here.
She's not your daughter, and we both know it, you sick bastard, I screech.
Let's go, Haley,
he says, directing her with a hand to her upper arm. Let her go, I cry, rushing after them. You let her go, you dirty bastard. Security comes out, placing a hand on my arm.
Miss, please calm down.
You can't let her go with him. He's a pervert, a dirty creep. The man looks to the officer.
I'm sorry. My daughter and I were just shopping, and this girl came out of nowhere. I think she's confused. Miss, is this your father?
The security guard asks Haley. Tell them the truth, Haley, I plead. They can help you. He's my father, she says, her eyes going anywhere but near mine. She has to say that, I cry as the officer pulls me away. Please.
Thank you, officer,
Creep says, glaring at me before disappearing with Haley. Don't let them go, I scream. The security guard jerks me into a quiet hall.
Calm down or I'll be forced to call the police.
No police. I've had enough police. They do nothing but lie to me. He's staring at me, and I know I have to play this one cool or I'm not getting out of here. I press a hand to my heart. I'm sorry. I must have been confused. I recently lost my sister to a horrible man. I thought that was him. His face softens just slightly.
I'm sorry to hear that, but you can't run around in malls yelling at people.
I nod, looking up at him through my lashes. I'm sorry.
I think you need to go home before any more drama is caused.
I nod. Sorry, sir. He nods, and I disappear back into the mall. I head in the direction the man took Haley, but I run in circles for a solid hour. They're gone. Frustrated, angry, and desperate, I go out to my car and drive home. I think about her the entire time. She was so scared, so alone. Someone has to help her. She's trapped. I can't let this go on. I have to do something. Chapter 12. I know something is wrong the second I walk inside the house. It's a feeling more than anything. I can't see anything disturbed, yet I know something is different. I glance around, my eyes darting back and forth across furniture into the kitchen. Nothing. I turn slowly and glance at the base of the stairs, and there he is, standing, his arms crossed, glaring at me. It takes me by surprise, and I leap backwards, one hand flying up to my mouth to smother my scream. Heath, I finally rasp. He steps down and farther into the light. He's pissed, like majorly. He knows. I swallow.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
The words come out like a whip, and I take another step backwards. She was alone, scared. I was just trying to help.
I fucking told you to stay out of it,
he roars so loudly I flinch. He's scary when he's angry, really scary. However, I can be just as fierce. Yeah, well, I got sick of listening to you, considering you never stick around long enough to make your point valid, I scream back. His jaw ticks.
Do you want to fucking get hurt?
Maybe, I spit.
Jesus, Lucy, what the hell is wrong with you?
He yells so loudly his big body is twitching with every sound.
Screaming like that in the middle of a mall?
Fuck you. He blinks.
Pardon?
I said, I scream, storming over and poking his chest, fuck you.
Stop,
he warns. Or what? I challenge. You'll run away again? Go right the hell ahead, Heath. I don't care. That girl needs help, and nothing you can say is going to stop me from making sure she gets it. I'm invested now, so get the hell over it. His big body moves fast, hauling mine up and slamming me against the closet wall. I gasp as he presses into me, effectively pinning me.
Stubborn, pain-in-the-ass, fucking beautiful woman.
Then his lips crash down over mine. I moan, so damned tired of pretending. I want him. I'm not going to wait any longer. I kiss him back, and when his tongue slides into my mouth, I welcome it with a whimper. The kiss is passionate,
and angry and a little desperate, the way all good kisses should be. I claw at his shirt, unable to stop myself for a second longer. I jerk it up, and he pulls back just long enough to let me pull it over his head. His body is so hard, his skin so hot. I press my lips to his shoulder, trailing my tongue along his collarbone and up his neck. He groans and takes hold of my shirt, pulling it off as fast as I removed his. His big hand then finds my breast, covering it entirely. I moan and arch into him. With his free hand, he unhooks my bra, letting it fall to the ground. Then he lowers his head and sucks my nipple into his mouth while shuffling me out of my jeans. "Oh, God," I whimper. He bites me. Pain shoots through my body, but I find myself arching into him even more, grinding my pelvis against his hand as he removes my jeans. My panties go quickly after them, and he growls in satisfaction as his hand finds the wetness pooling between my legs. As sweet as I fucking imagined. I tremble in his arms, reaching for his jeans and unbuttoning the top button. They fall down as soon as it's released, and I find him commando beneath them. My mouth waters, and I peek down. His cock is beautiful. It's also extremely terrifying to look at. I haven't been with many men, 2 to be exact, and none of them were equipped like this. He's massive, not overly long, but thick. I swallow. "Oh boy." "Yo," he growls, taking my leg and hooking it around his hip. "Oh boy." My eyes meet his, and he positions his cock between us, giving me the lustiest, hottest look I've ever been given right before he glides into me. He does it in one smooth motion, not too fast, not too slow, but straight in. I gasp, and the one leg holding me up trembles as pain and pleasure mix and shoot through my body. He grabs my ass and lifts me, freeing my poor leg from trying to hold on. Then he fucks me. He doesn't do it slow. He does it hard, and he does it fast. My fingers tangle into his hair, and I jerk his mouth to mine, kissing and biting as he hammers my body against the wall. We're both groaning, both moaning, both cursing. I bite his bottom lip, and he growls, pulling me off the wall just an inch and slamming me back against it. "Be careful, sweetheart," he warns, thrusting in and out, harder and harder. "Or what?" I gasp, letting my head fall back against the wall. He leans down, nuzzling my neck. Then he bites me. It's hard, painful, and sharp. I scream and dig my nails into his shoulder, making him hiss. "Fuck you," I whimper, "asshole." "I am fucking you, baby." No man has ever talked dirty to me. Gerard certainly didn't have it in him. It turns me on, in big ways. An orgasm starts like liquid fire low in my belly, slowly creeping up little by little as he drives into me. Like fate, we find our release at the exact same time, both of us crying out as the best, most intense, most beautiful orgasm rocks us. I clutch him, body trembling, my sex grinding against him, letting it all out. I feel every pulse as he releases into me. It's incredible. It takes a few minutes for us both to come down from the high we just rode together, and when we do, he carefully releases me and lets my feet touch the ground again. For a minute, I just stand there, my legs weak on the floor, my eyes pointed down. What did I just do? Oh, God, what did I just do? I put my hands against his chest and push him back before ducking out and rushing up the stairs. "Lucy," he calls after me, but I don't stop. I race to my bedroom and slam the door, sliding down against it and dropping my head into my hands. My husband hasn't even been gone a month, and I'm already falling into bed with another man? What the hell is wrong with me? Tears trickle out and run down my cheeks. I'm such a horrible person. "Lucy." Heath pounds on the door. "Open." I don't answer. "Open the door or I'll climb in the damned window." I look up to the window and notice it's open. That's how he got in, jerk. 3 seconds or I come into that window. I shuffle forward, and he must hear it because a second later the door opens and he steps in, shirtless, his jeans pulled up but unbuttoned. His hair is a mess. His body is perfect, and god damn it, he looks so fucking gorgeous. He kneels down in front of me, taking my chin in his hand and tilting my head back. Don't do this to yourself. My husband has been gone a few weeks, and I'm already sleeping with another man. Firstly, and most importantly, your husband is gone, so you've done nothing wrong. Secondly, I'm not just another man. And you know it. Damn it. He's right. Still, I look away. Don't beat yourself up. That was going to happen now, a month down the track, eventually. I was going to have you. And you know it. I hate you, jerk, I mutter. I peek up at him, and he's grinning down at me. You don't hate me. Now get up. We're going to shower. No, we're not. His eyes flash. Oh, we are. You either come with me willingly, or I'll throw you over my shoulder and take you anyway. I stare defiantly at him. Have it your way. He leans closer, launches my body up, and stands, me over his shoulder. I can't help the smile that creeps across my face. This man. He's messing with my head in the best kind of way, and I love it. Stop smiling, he mumbles, walking into my bathroom. Don't flatter yourself, I huff. He slaps my ass. I can't help it. I giggle. And it feels amazing because it feels like it's been forever since that happened. Forever. I can't believe we're doing this, I mumble against Heath's skin later that night as we lie in bed. Stop overthinking it. Everyone in my life thinks you're imaginary. You disappear more than you're around, yet here I am in bed with you. Something is very wrong with this picture. Yeah, you overthinking it. I roll my eyes, even though he can't see. Don't roll your eyes. I push up and stare down at him. How do you know I rolled my eyes? I could feel it. I snort. Whatever. Are you some sort of super spy or something? He grins. I put my head back against his chest. Seriously, how do you always know where I am? I have eyes on you. I screw up my nose. You have eyes on me? What kind of eyes? Your eyes? He grunts. No, not always, mostly other people's. Other people? Who? I cry, pushing up again. He scans my face, and his grin turns into a smile. I have people that are willing to help me. I huff. Can't you just tell me what it is you're doing? He loses his smile. I wish I could. Believe me. But I can't right now. I'm in too deep. So am I. His hand travels up my spine, stopping between my shoulder blades. No, you're not. You're going to stay out of this. That girl is scared and alone, not to mention all the others who are probably in there. I can't just stay out of it, Heath. They need help. And that's what I'm working on. If you interfere, you could make it worse. Then let me help. His eyes harden. No fucking way. Please let me help. I can do something. I can get information. No, you can't. They know who you are now after your little song and dance in the mall. There is no way you can be seen anywhere near it or me again. I swallow the tight lump forming in my throat. So what? I'm just a booty call for you then? Someone you see when you feel like it? He sighs and moves his hand higher, fisting my hair. Don't do that. You know you mean more to me, Lucy. I wish I could see you more too. At least give me a way to contact you, I plead. If you want me to stop looking and stop involving myself, then you need to give me something. Fuck. You're a pain in the ass. You were sweet once, I'm sure. I smile. He cups my face. Fine. I'll give you a cell number you can call me on, but be aware it's off a lot, and I won't always answer. My smile gets bigger. His gaze drops to it. Fuck. Come here, and give me those lips again. I'm not done with them. I drop down and give him my lips again for a long, long time. When we pull apart, we're both panting. "Is it too soon for more?" I gasp. He grins. "I've fucked you twice, honey. Give it a bit longer." My eyes drop to his exposed chest. God, he's beautiful. "Okay," I murmur. He moves quickly, flipping me over and pinning my back against the mattress. "I thought you needed time," I say, my voice soft and low, seductive, even to my own ears. "Oh, I do. But that doesn't mean I can't make you whimper my name again." I swallow and look up at him through my lashes. "Oh, yeah?" He slides down my body, taking hold of my knees and gently pushing them apart. "Oh, yeah," he murmurs, right before he presses his mouth between my legs. Oh, my. Chapter 13. "Lucy!" Pounding on my front door wakes me from my sleep, and it takes a few minutes for me to come to. I'm in Heath's arms. His big body is hot and solid, securing me in. I don't want to move. I want to stay here all day with him. But whoever is at the door isn't going to let that happen. I get out of bed and push to my feet, running my fingers through my hair and listening. "Lucy!" Gerard. Shit. My heart pounds as I turn, shoving Heath's shoulder. He wakes up with a grunt and looks over to me. The expression on his face shows he is less than impressed. "What?" "Gerard is here. I have to go answer the door." I don't give him any chance to reply. I just pull on a robe and rush out of the room, slamming the door behind me. I run down the stairs and to the front door, swinging it open to see Gerard and Heather standing there, looking pissed. "Thanks for the wake-up call," I mumble. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong is you requesting more than we agreed on in the settlement," Heather snaps. I glare at her. "I'm sorry. When did Gerard forget how to speak for himself? If you don't mind, I'll discuss this with him and not you. Last time I checked, we were never married." She scowls at me. I turn to Gerard. "You couldn't have phoned me?" "I tried," he mutters, looking tired. "You didn't answer." "So you came to my house and woke me up early in the morning?" "It's 10 a.m. "Oh. Well, I can't discuss it right now," I say, glancing behind me. "Have you got someone in there?" he demands. I turn to him. "I have a visitor. Yes." "Who? Is it your imaginary friend?" Heather scoffs. Gerard snorts. That makes me angry. So angry. I cross my arms, and even though Heath has asked me not to, I snap, "Yes, actually." Gerard's eyes flare, and he shoves past me, Heather in tow. I let them. I hope they go up there and find my naked man in bed, looking as gorgeous as he is. Then they'll wish they'd never doubted me. I follow them up the stairs, a grin on my face, and enter the room. Gerard turns to face me. "There's no one here." I narrow my eyes and look around him. The bed is made. There is not a trace of Heath. Fucking asshole. "He was here all night," I say, rushing into the bathroom and shoving the door open. Not a trace. "I see you still haven't gotten help," Heather snaps. "I think we need to mention that to the lawyers. She's asking for more than she's entitled to, but until she gets help, I think we should definitely fight it." Gerard looks sadly at me. I agree. "I'm only asking to keep my car," I cry. "That car belongs to Gerard," Heather points out. "It's in his name. He has a work car." "We're not discussing this with you," she hotly informs me, crossing her arms. "Gerard," I croak, looking to him. "Surely you're not going to be this cruel." He looks miserable. "Listen, I need the car, okay? I don't want this to get messy, Lucy. I care about you enough to not want that." "You're supposed to love me." "Yeah," he says, "and you're supposed to love me, but you just happily told me you were sleeping with someone else, real or not." He has a point. "I don't want this to get ugly. Please? We spent so long together. We loved each other so fully. Can we end this cordially? He opens his mouth to speak, but Heather cuts him off.
We're not discussing this any further.
Gerard, I whisper. Sorry, Lucy. I think she's right. I think you need help. I'm really worried about you. I study him. Please leave my house. If you just give me the car, I'll leave, Gerard. Go ahead and do whatever you think you have to. That's my car, and I have no money to buy another one. But leave, or I'll call the police.
Let's go, Gerard,
Heather says, snatching his arm into hers and pulling him out of the room. I watch him go, my eyes holding his. He looks like he wants to say something more, but he doesn't. Once again, he lets his sister speak for him. When they're gone and I hear the front door slam, I turn and study the room. I walk over to the bed and jerk the covers back. A small note flutters out. I pick it up, staring down at the neat but masculine handwriting. Sorry, Lucy girl, I couldn't stay. I'll bet about 50 that you brought them upstairs to prove a point. Yeah, you did. I wrote my number on the back. HX. I can't help but roll my eyes, and maybe I smile a little. You're a dick, Heath, I mutter to the piece of paper. But damn it, I can't get enough of you. I make myself a coffee, have a shower, and get changed before I decide to text the number Heath left me. I know he's a savvy texter when his phone is actually turned on. I witnessed it at the baseball stadium. I think about what I'm going to say to him, and then smile slyly when I figure it out. L. Asshole. I send the message with a triumphant smile and go to place my phone down, but it buzzes in my palm almost instantly. H. I'm not sorry. I laugh softly. L. That's the worst part. I looked like a crazy person. H. From what I recall, you are. I flush. L. Thanks for last night. I'm locking my windows from now on. H. There are many other ways to get into your house. Jerk. L. I'll lock them all. When will I see you again? H. I don't know. I'll call you when I can. L. Okay, well, go and fight crime, G.I. Joe. H. Later, honey. I put my phone down and get ready for work. I'm doing a lunchtime shift today, so I get ready a little quicker than usual, considering I slept in. I grab my things, lock the house, and head out, trying to take my mind off everything. Mostly Gerard. I hate fighting with him. I hate that things have gotten so cold between us. I never wanted that, not even for a second. I know things deteriorated after the attack, but I didn't think that we'd ever look at each other the way we do now. Then there's the guilt over having Heath in my life. It's been such a short time since Gerard left, and while I know it's for the best and that we were never going to make it through, I can't fathom the fact that I already have feelings for another man. I don't know the depth of my feelings for Heath. I just know they feel real, and that I can't stop thinking about him. Being with him last night was hands down the best experience of my life, and that scares me, because it was so intense, so incredible, that I have to wonder if it was the situation making it seem like something it wasn't. I think about this through my entire shift at work, and when night falls, I grab the newspaper on the way out the door, waving to everyone. I'm going to visit my parents tonight, then I don't know. I walk down the road to a Mexican restaurant and order my usual tacos. Then I sit outside and wait while they're being made. I flip open the paper, and my heart skips a beat. Local baseball stadium to open Saturday for its first game since the horrific incident where so many lives were lost. My heart lodges in my throat, and my fingers tremble as I read and reread the article. It's opening up tomorrow for the first time since the attack. I know I should go. I want to go. I need to go. But the idea of walking back in there scares me in a way I don't even want to think about. Will they come back? Does this mean it's over and they won't attack again? Or does it mean they'll try to because they didn't win? I pull out my phone and text Heath. L. The baseball stadium is opening tomorrow. He replies fairly quickly, which eases some of the fear lodged in my chest. H. I know, honey. L. You didn't tell me. H. That's because I knew you'd try and go, and I don't want you there. I exit out of the messages with an angry push of the button. He didn't tell me because, as always, I'm kept out of everything, and he wants me to be hidden away from it all. I had the right to know. I have the right to go. He can't stop me from doing that. He won't stop me from doing that. Facing fear is the only way to move on from it. Even I know that. I want to move on. My phone rings. I ignore it and shove it back in my purse, heading inside to collect my dinner before getting in my car and heading over to my parents' house. I've eaten my tacos messily by the time I arrive and spend 10 minutes in their driveway wiping myself clean before going in. If I've eaten, my mom won't freak out and attempt to make me something. I know they'll have finished their dinner already, and I didn't tell them I was coming, which is sure to end in a frantic scrambling to stuff me full of food. Lucy, sweetheart, we weren't expecting you, Dad says the second I step through the front door. He's on the couch watching his usual football, and Mom is in the kitchen cleaning up the dishes. Just thought I'd pop in and say hello after my shift. Have you eaten? Mom asks, wiping her hands on a towel before coming over and embracing me. I've eaten. I smile. Hi, baby, Dad says, snatching me from my mom's arms and pulling me into his. I've missed you. Me too, Dad. Sorry I haven't been by. Things have been hectic. He practically drags me over to the couch and pulls me down beside him. What's been going on? I pat his hand, nothing to be concerned about. Have you spoken to Gerard? Mom asks, sitting on the other side of me, giving me her sad eyes. Yes, Mom. And nothing has changed? No. She opens her mouth to say something, but my dad cuts her off. He didn't do right by our Lucy. He should have stood by her, and he chose not to. He was confused. Mom tries, but it's weak. He was her husband. End of story. Dad says in his firm tone. Then he looks back to me. Is everything going smoothly? It's going as well as it can go, I admit. His sister isn't helping situations. That woman is awful. Mom scoffs. I never liked her. No, me either. I sigh. But she's on Gerard's tail everywhere he goes, so I've been unable to speak to him alone. Ending this is the right thing, I'm sure of that. But we loved each other, and I don't want it to be awful between us. Have you told him that, love? Dad asks. I have, but things are complicated. Plus, he just keeps getting angry and demanding I get help. Have you thought of speaking to someone? Mom says carefully. I give her a look. Yes, Mom, I finally booked myself in to see someone next week, but honestly, I'm doing okay. The nightmares? Dad asks. I shrug. Some nights it's fine, others it isn't. And the man? Dad shoots Mom a look, and my heart breaks at the expressions on their faces, the concern, the worry. I've let that go, I say, and it pains me to do it because I so badly wish they knew that Heath was a real thing. I'm happy to hear that. Let's get you some tea. Mom leaps up and rushes into the kitchen. My dad squeezes my hand. I squeeze back, and we sit in silence. My phone is vibrating in my purse, and I decide I had better answer it. Otherwise, I'm not going to have a pleasant night with my family. I'm just going to see who keeps calling. I stand and disappear into the office at the front of the house and pull out the phone just as the screen flashes with Heath's name again. Hello? I mumble. I don't do being ignored well. His voice is gruff and sexy, and I'm not sorry. Not a nice feeling, is it? I throw back, lightly. Why didn't you answer? You already know the answer to that. I don't want you at the stadium because I'm not 100% sure it's safe. I'm not trying to control you. But you are, I snap. You are, Heath. You refuse to tell me what's going on. You refuse to make contact. You refuse to give me a damned thing. I live every day wondering what the hell kind of lie I'm living in. I'm hanging on to threads of you. I'm so damned tired of it. I know you're working something dangerous and you can't tell me about it,
But you left me in that house like a crazy person this morning. I hate feeling the way I feel. Like I have to lie. Like I have to feed the idea that I've lost my mind. So I don't care if it's dangerous, I'm going. I'm going because I need to go, and there isn't a single thing you can do about that. He goes silent for a second, then sighs.
5 minutes.
What?
5.
He hangs up and I stare down at my phone, confused. What the hell does that mean? Lucy? Mom calls. I sigh. Coming. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Chapter 14. The pounding at the door shocks all of us, but mostly me. I've just sat down, tea in hand, when it rings out. Dad looks to me, and I shrug. My heart pounds, but I don't want to believe it could be who I wish it were on the other side. Mom walks over, wiping her hands again. Then she opens it and gasps, "Oh my."
Hi there. You must be Lucy's mom. I'm Heath.
My hands tremble so much I have to put my cup down on the table next to me. He's here. He's here. I turn slowly, my dad does too, and I see Mom step aside and Heath enter. My heart hurts just looking at him. He's wearing all black, his jeans, his tee, his boots. His dark hair is messy, falling over his forehead, and his silver eyes pin mine and hold. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Heath? Dad says, standing, as in, the man who was with her at the stadium. Yeah.
I can't move. Dad looks to me, Mom looks to me, but my eyes are on him. I launch out of the chair and run towards him, knocking one of my mother's vases over on my way. I throw myself into his arms and he catches me with a grunt. His big arms close around me and my pathetic tears soak his shirt. "You're here," I croak.
"I'm here."
I hang on to him for a minute too long, then reluctantly let him go. I turn to my parents and whisper, "This is the man who saved my life." My mom makes a strangled sobbing sound and throws herself into Heath's arms. "I've never been so happy to see a person in my entire life, and thank you for saving my daughter."
"You're welcome, ma'am,"
he murmurs. She lets him go and shuffles into the kitchen to hide the tears beginning to form in her eyes. My dad steps forward and extends his hand.
"I have no words to offer, son, but I will thank you until my dying day for getting my baby out of there."
My throat gets tight.
"You're welcome, sir. Call me Darren, please."
Heath nods.
"Please sit. We have a lot to talk about,"
Dad says, smiling at me.
"Yeah," Heath sighs, "we really do."
We all sit in the lounge and Heath reaches over, jerking my hand into his. My dad's eyes fall on our hands, but he says nothing. He will, though. After Heath is gone, I'll get the lecture, but that's okay. Right now, nothing can upset me. At least, that's what I think. "I must admit," Mom says, handing Heath a beer, "we questioned if you were real."
"So I've heard,"
Heath says, his voice a little tight for my liking, but I say nothing.
"Look, in conjunction with the police, I'm working on a case where the person involved has no idea I'm even involved. In fact, that person thinks I'm dead. The case is on the up and up, but it is a very precarious situation."
I gasp. "What?" I breathe.
"I can't give you much information, but I have it on good authority that it's what he thinks, and therefore I've been able to investigate him without any suspicion. I made a deal with the investigators on the case because the person involved was close to me. I'm finding out what I can, but I'm doing it discreetly. He doesn't know I'm here, and because of that, I've been able to get closer than anyone else has. I know him. I know how it all works. It's why I've been keeping it low and was unable to confirm that I was there the night of the attack. That's the basics of it, and all I can give you."
"That's quite a predicament," Dad says, his eyes wide.
"Yes, Darren, it is."
Mom looks to me. "I'm so sorry, Lucy." I smile weakly.
Me too, love.
I do ask that you keep this to yourselves. I'm taking more than a big risk telling you this information, but I wanted—
Heath looks to me, his eyes finding mine.
to prove to Lucy that she's worth taking the biggest risk of all for.
Oh my God. Oh my, Mom gasps. Our Lucy is lucky to have you on her side. Dad shakes his head.
You have our word, son. As far as we know, you do not exist.
Heath drags his eyes away from mine.
I appreciate that very much. I'd also appreciate if you'd give me the permission to take your daughter with me now. I'd really like to spend some time with her.
Absolutely, Mom cries. I giggle.
Of course,
Dad says, and we all stand.
but please, take care of her heart. I'm sure you know she's recently separated from her husband. You have my word.
They shake hands, and I hug them both before following Heath out the door. He walks to a massive black truck.
Leave your car here. Tonight, you're coming with me.
I am? I whisper. He turns and cups my face.
You are.
Yippee! Heath takes me to a warehouse out of town and down a dirt road. It's secluded, that's for sure. You wouldn't be able to find it unless you were looking. He parks, and we climb out. There are lights on inside, and I can hear the faint rumble of music trailing out through the open windows. Do you live here? I ask, taking his hand.
Kind of. Listen, I've told them you're coming, so you need to understand that some of them aren't happy about me telling you. But they understand why I did. You need to promise your secrecy, Lucy.
I look to him. What the hell am I going to walk into?
Do I have your word?
Of course, I whisper. Of course you do. He nods, and we walk towards the warehouse. We enter through a front door and step into a massive space that's all open. There are pool tables in the middle, some cars parked off to the left, a huge television with chairs in front of it, a kitchen, and 4 men standing in the middle, all silent as they watch us come in. I swallow and let my gaze fall on them. Oh my God. I know, even before Heath opens his mouth, that at least 2 of these men are related to him somehow. I clutch Heath's hand harder as he pulls me towards them. 2 study me with curiosity. The other 2 simply scowl at me. Heath brings me closer and stops in front of them.
Guys, meet Lucy. Lucy, meet my 2 brothers and my 2 best mates.
His brothers? His best mates? Sweet Jesus. He points to the first guy on his left. This man has green eyes, and his hair is flowing around his shoulders in thick brown waves. He's taller than Heath, but leaner. His features seem sharper, too.
This is Blake, my best friend from the force.
His finger trails to the next one, who is short and muscly as all hell. He's also incredibly handsome. His hair is brown, but still dark, and his eyes are blue.
This is Sheldon, my other best friend.
He moves to the third one, who is by far the most attractive out of the 4 men standing in front of me. I probably think that because he's the spitting image of Heath. Spitting. Twins.
This is my twin, Johnny.
The only difference between the 2 is that Johnny has hair cropped short on his head. Otherwise, it's like looking at Heath.
And this is my brother, Tank.
Tank? Seriously? I drag my eyes from Johnny and stare at Tank. He's scary. Seriously scary. He's bigger than all of the men, by far, and that's saying something because Johnny and Heath are huge. His muscles bulge from his shirt, and his black hair is also cropped short. He has the same silver eyes as Heath and Johnny, but his are cold and scary. He's scary, but absolutely beautiful. I finally squeak. Hi.
The troublemaker,
Blake says, a sly smile creeping across his face.
We've heard a lot about you.
I laugh nervously. At least she's pretty, Sheldon points out. Nice to meet you, Lucy. You too.
She shouldn't fucking be here, Johnny snaps. I agree, Tank growls. Oh boy, the best friends like me, the brothers do not.
Well, she's fucking here, and she knows, and she's not going to say anything, so you need to back down.
Heath warns.
You're playing with fire, Heath.
Johnny seethes.
If he finds out what we're doing, he won't.
Heath hisses through his teeth.
She better keep her mouth shut.
Tank mutters, glaring at me. That was a threat. I swallow. I won't say anything. I manage.
Funny, you've been running around causing shit for weeks now.
Johnny grunts, grabbing a beer and walking out before any of us can answer.
Come on,
Heath says, taking my hand and jerking me towards the back of the warehouse. He shoves through a door, and we step into a rather large room. It has a king-sized bed in the middle, a private bathroom attached, and a huge sofa, with a television opposite. Is this your room? I ask.
Yeah.
You live with your brothers and friends?
Yeah.
Are your brothers cops too?
No, just Sheldon and Blake.
I shift uncomfortably. I'm sorry, Heath. I didn't realize it was this bad.
I know that, honey.
He sighs, grabbing me around the waist and pulling me down onto the sofa. I fall onto his lap, and for a few minutes I let him just hold me. They don't like me, I whisper against his shirt.
They're just worried. They'll come around.
Are you the oldest of your brothers?
He grunts. No, youngest. Tank is the oldest here, then it's Johnny and I.
The oldest here? That has so many questions popping into my mind. So there are 3 of you in your family?
4.
4. I turn and study him. 4?
Yeah, there is one who's older than all of us.
Where is he? His face hardens. Oh. Did you lose him? I say softly.
No, he's still very much alive.
He says that in a way that basically tells me he's not going to give any more information, so I don't push. I'm sorry I've created such a mess for you.
Worth every second,
he says, nuzzling my hair. Heath? What are we doing here?
Don't know, baby, but I like it.
Baby. God. I can't get enough of this man. Chapter 15.
Gotta stop, honey,
Heath murmurs as my lips trail down his throat. I pull back, hot and bothered, but mostly confused. His hands are under my shirt, but he slowly pulls them out. What do you mean, stop? I ask, narrowing my eyes. Did I do something wrong?
No, fuck no.
He sits us up, shifting so his erection is no longer pressed against me.
Believe me, I don't want to stop, but...
I look away, shame rising in my cheeks.
Hey,
he prompts, moving so he catches my eye.
Listen to me.
Feeling insecure, I turn my head back, but can only bring my eyes to his chest.
It's not because I don't want you. Fuck, Lucy. You have no idea how much I want you. It's because of respect.
My eyes move up to his. What? I whisper.
I respect the hell out of you, and I shouldn't have fucked you last night. Not because I didn't want to, but because you barely stepped out of a marriage. You've seen awful shit, and we hardly know each other. If you were any other woman, I'd likely not care, but it's you. And I do.
He's slowing down. For me? You're not going to sleep with me again because of the situation? He cups my jaw.
No, because I respect you. You're not the kind of woman to just be thrown on her back. Shit, Lucy, I've never met anyone like you, and I want to keep getting to know you. Until we know each other a little better and all this shit is over. I think the right thing to do is not sleep together again.
My heart explodes, not with shame or anger, but with absolute admiration for the man beneath me. No one has ever, not ever, respected me like that in my life. My entire body swells with happiness, and a tear rolls down my cheek. He reaches up, swiping it away with his thumb.
I know you've been feeling guilty about it, on top of everything else you've been through, but you shouldn't have to feel guilty about it.
I don't regret it, I croak.
I know that, but we're going to give this some time, yeah?
Does that mean I don't get to see you?
He grunts. You're in it with me now, honey. I'm not keeping away.
I smile and grab his face in my hands. Do I get to kiss you?
As much as you want.
I lean forward and press his lips against mine, a soft, short kiss. Then I pull back and roll off, lying beside him. Does this mean I get to ask questions about you?
He groans. I chuckle. If you must, but I'll only answer the non-serious ones.
I huff. No fair.
I didn't say I played fair.
All right.
I grin.
What's your favorite food? His mouth twitches and he shifts us so I'm tucked against his chest and we're snuggled together on the bed.
This is going to sound weird, he begins, but it's cheesecake.
I smother a giggle. How very masculine.
It gets worse.
He grunts.
Strawberry cheesecake.
The giggle bursts forth and he pinches me softly.
I can't help it. I have a sweet tooth.
Okay, cheesecake boy. What's your favorite color?
Red.
Red would highlight his beautiful silver eyes.
My turn. He says, fair is fair.
Okay, I whisper.
What's your favorite food?
That's easy. Hot dogs. He snorts.
Seriously?
Hey, yours is cheesecake. Don't be judgy.
Fair call. And favorite color?
I snuggle closer. Purple. My turn. What's your favorite quality in a person?
Honesty, he says, his voice firm, all the way.
And your pet hate? He thinks on that.
Liars.
The way he says that makes my body more than aware of the anger simmering off him, but I let it go. Your turn, I say softly.
Same questions, he says, his voice a little less tense.
Okay, my favorite quality in a person is loyalty, and my pet hate is shady people, the ones that just dance around the truth instead of saying it.
Good call. Those people are fucked.
I smile, shaking my head softly. Okay, do you like to read?
Nope.
What's your favorite movie?
Don't watch television.
I push up from his chest and stare down at him. Seriously?
He nods. Seriously.
What do you do for fun? He grins. I roll my eyes. God, you're an animal. Okay, so you don't watch TV, you don't read. Let me guess. You listen to the radio? His grin gets bigger. How old are you? I joke.
35.
Okay, well, that wasn't exactly a question, but I'll take it. He isn't much older than me, thank God.
You?
He prompts. 27. He strokes my jaw.
Just a baby.
I grunt. Hardly.
Enough questions for tonight,
he says, taking my body and tucking it beneath his as he rolls on top of me. I thought we weren't having sex. I breathe, staring at his lips.
We're not. We're going to kiss until our lips hurt.
I flush. No complaints from me. Blood explodes, landing on me as I crawl along the ground. It's sticky and it smells awful. Tears roll down my cheeks as I try to escape it, but it just keeps coming, big, thick flows of it, falling all over me. I sob and inhale, taking some into my throat. I can't breathe. People won't stop screaming. I choke and choke, blood spilling from my lips. Help, I scream. Please help me.
No one can help you now,
he says, and I look up into his terrifying eyes. His gray hair seems so stark in the moonlight. No, go away. You can't hurt me. Go away. He smiles.
It's time to join Haley. I'm in desperate need of someone with a little fight.
No, I scream as his fingers curl around my arms. More blood flows into my mouth.
No, please. Lucy. Someone is shaking me. I lash out, clawing, desperate to get free. No, let me go, please. It's me, Lucy. It's me. Calm down. You're dreaming. I'm shaken again, and my eyes flow open. It takes me a few minutes to realize I'm in Heath's arms, clutching his shirt. I'm panting and covered in sweat. I blink a few times, letting the dream slip from my mind. With every passing second, it becomes clearer where I am and who I'm with. I glance at Heath, who studies me with a concerned expression. Then I turn my head and see all 4 men standing at his door, 2 of them half naked, the others with sleep-ruffled hair. I woke them. I croak. Shame floods my cheeks, and tears well under my eyelids. I scurry out of Heath's arms and throw myself off the bed, landing on my feet and scrambling backwards. I'm wearing only a pair of panties and a tank. Great. My cheeks burn and I rush towards the door, needing fresh air before I choke. The men part and I rush past them, my hair flowing as I run away. Lucy! Heath calls. I run to the door and burst out, letting the cool night air hit my face and wake me up. Hysterical tears threaten to explode, and I feel like a damned idiot. Those men don't even know me, and now I'm waking them all up with these nightmares that have plagued me since the attack. I rush to a patch of grass and lower down, squatting with my arms around my knees. I focus on breathing. I need to breathe. Hey, Heath says, squatting down beside me. Hey, come on, honey. Come inside. Just leave me, Heath. I rasp. Please. I'm not leaving you out here alone. Leave! I scream so loudly I scare myself. An angry tear rolls down my cheek. No, he says firmly. So yell away. God damn it, I don't want you to see me like this. I hiss, staring back at the ground. It's okay, Lucy girl. Nobody cares that you're having dreams. They're not judging you. I woke them up. Like they don't all hate me enough already. They don't hate you. I shoot a glare in his direction. They do hate me, because I'm ruining whatever little plan you've got going on here. Come on, stop it. Shit. I whisper, squeezing my eyes closed. Nothing is going right for me. Come inside. It's cold out here and you're half naked. I glance down at my bare legs and sigh, standing. I walk back towards the warehouse and straight past the 4 men, who have obviously given up on sleep and are now sitting on the sofas with beers in their hands. I keep my head low as I charge back to Heath's room. I have nightmares too. I stop at the rugged voice, but don't turn around. I think it's Blake speaking, but I could be wrong. I say nothing. One day, they won't be there anymore. You just have to tell yourself that someday soon you're going to wake up without them. My bottom lip quivers, and I say a soft, thanks. Then I disappear into Heath's room. A moment later, he emerges, wearing only a pair of jeans I hadn't noticed before in my panic to leave. My eyes find his, and he comes and sits by me on the bed. For a while, neither of us says anything, but finally he speaks. Get some rest. You need it. I'll lie with you. Heath? I croak. Yeah. Is he right? Is there going to come a day when I wake up without them? He reaches over and takes hold of my hand, engulfing it with his. Yeah, baby. You just have to hang on to faith. I don't know if I believe in faith anymore. Never let another person or action take away your beliefs, Lucy girl. No action, man or nature, is worth the loss of that. I look to him. You can go and sit with the guys. No, he says, pulling me into his arms. I'm staying with you. God damn it. This man just keeps getting better and better. There is just no way I'm not falling in love with him. And that scares the hell out of me. Chapter 16. I sit, curled on an old chair, staring out at the rising sun. I snuck out of Heath's room this morning when I couldn't sleep. He was out to it, so I didn't want to wake him. I managed to find coffee amongst the mess of a kitchen, and quietly let myself out onto the porch to watch the sun come up. I'm quiet in my own thoughts for the first time in weeks. It's peaceful out here, calm and unhurried. It feels good not to think for a few seconds.
Morning.
I flinch and look over to see Johnny coming out, coffee in hand. I don't know if he's here to give me a hard time, but if he is, I don't think I'm ready for it. Look, I know you don't like me, but please, I don't want to lecture this morning. He studies me.
I was just going to say you're in my chair.
Oh, I say softly and go to get up.
No, stay.
He murmurs, disappearing inside and coming out with another one. He puts it down about a few feet away from mine, and for a few minutes we sit in silence. I glance at him a few times, because if it weren't for his haircut, I'd swear Heath was sitting beside me.
I'm sorry you experienced what you did,
he says, staring out at the sunrise.
I didn't give you a fair go. That wasn't fair, considering what you've been through.
I shrug. It's fine. He turns to study me.
No, it isn't. Heath told me what happened out there.
I swallow and look down at my mug. Well, there isn't a great deal I can do but learn to live with it. I guess the only good thing that came out of it is that I met Heath.
He says you were married at the time.
I was, I admit. I still am, but we're separated.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not, I say in a small voice. I think life has a path for all of us, and I think it put Heath in mine for a reason. Johnny studies me, his eyes scanning my face.
Maybe.
Maybe. He doesn't seem convinced. I'm sorry I caused problems for him. I didn't realize he was in so deep.
Not entirely your fault,
he says, sipping his coffee. No, but I could have gotten him hurt, or any of you. That was never my intention.
I know. I can see that now.
I nod and turn to staring back at the red and yellow colors streaking the sky.
How much has he told you?
Not much, I admit. I understand, though. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Just know this is extremely personal for him. Keep that in mind, no matter what happens. You just need to know it's his life.
His life? What could have happened to make this such a big deal for him that it became his life? Can I ask you something? I ask, my voice hesitant.
That depends on what it is.
I shift and turn, tucking my leg beneath me and facing him. Is he in a lot of danger? Johnny's eyes dart to the left for a split second, and he takes a few minutes before he answers. For a moment, I don't think he will, and the idea of that scares me more than knowing the answer, because if he doesn't answer, that means he knows what kind of danger Heath is in. My heart pounds harder and harder as I watch him, begging for him to open his mouth and say the one word I want to hear. No. He finally sighs and looks me in the eye. I'm fairly sure I'm going to stop breathing.
If he finds out, then it is pretty serious.
Who is he? He opens his mouth to answer, but Tank walks outside, shirtless and terrifying. His eyes slice to mine and then to Johnny's, and he growls.
Heath is looking for her.
Her. Not Lucy. Her. He hates me, and I don't understand it. He might have his reservations about me, but this outright hate, I just don't get it. What the hell have I done to deserve it?
Right,
Johnny says, standing. I stand too, but my knees shake a little as I move past Tank. He terrifies me. He's so incredibly dark, it radiates from his soul. Maybe he's just damaged and it's coming off wrong, but the man has the power to scare anyone with just one look. I only let out my breath when I'm inside the warehouse. Talk about a testosterone-filled space. Blake and Sheldon stand at the kitchen counter, each wearing only a pair of boxers. My cheeks turn pink, and my eyes find Heath, who is on the other side of the counter, studying me, a hungry look in his eyes as they drag down my body. I wrap my arms around myself, meeting his gaze. I'm wearing my jeans and tank, but suddenly I feel very exposed. I shift nervously and glance at the other two men, who are grinning. Big, wolfish grins. God dang, the sexual tension in this room is out of this world. Sheldon chuckles low. Tell me about it. Blake grins. Heath, man, take that woman and get some of that out of your system or I will. My cheeks burn hotter. Get fucked. Heath growls at him. Blake's grin gets so big that dimples pop out in his cheeks. Possessive, too. I say, turning and ducking my head as I hurry toward Heath's room. I'm going to have a shower. I disappear and shut the door when I reach his bedroom, exhaling loudly. They're right. The tension is huge. Why is it the second you know you can't have something, you want it? I know exactly why, because the temptation of wanting what you can't have feels so damned good. I duck into the shower, closing the door behind me and stripping out of my clothes. Flashes of Heath's beautiful body and face travel through my mind, and I find myself getting more aroused than I'd like. I turn the shower on, far colder than I usually would, and step in, letting the water glide all over me. It doesn't help. Not even a little. I'm aching between my legs, my sex throbbing for more of what he can offer. I want to feel guilty, but I don't. I don't because I want him so damned bad I no longer care about the consequences. My hands move before my mind registers what's happening, sliding down my body and slipping between my legs. I've never been so turned on over the thought of a man in my entire life, not even with Gerard. Heath does something to me. He ignites a fire in my soul that I can't seem to extinguish. It just burns brighter and hotter until eventually I'm going to explode with wanting. My fingers graze over my clit, and I whimper. Swollen and aching, my body is already on board for whatever I have to offer it. I turn, pressing my back to the shower wall and spreading my legs a little farther, massaging softly at first, and then increasing in pressure as images of Heath and I at my house flitter through my mind. God, he was incredible in bed. Incredible with his mouth, incredible with his hands. Damn it. I want him again. I fucking need him. God fucking damn it. I jerk, and my hand drops from between my legs as a little gasp leaves my lips. Heath is standing at the door, boxers straining with his erection as he looks at me, the lusty glance he held earlier now filled with pure, raw need. My cheeks burn, and I stammer, I know exactly what you were doing, he says, his voice so low and thick, it's hard to make out each word. Fuck. It's taking everything for me not to come in there, throw your leg around my waist, and slam you against that wall until we're both coming. I shiver. You wanted to, don't you, baby? I lick my bottom lip. I wasn't touching myself for nothing. He growls. Tell me to get out. Tell me I can't have you again. My clit throbs, the desperation traveling deep into my belly. You can't have me again, I say, even though I want to throw myself out of the shower and into his arms. You're a liar. I know, I say, running my hands boldly down my body. I know I am. I'm walking away now, because I made a promise to do this right. He rasps, his eyes dropping to my pussy before he turns and clearly forces himself out of the room. My stomach dips with disappointment. Yet my heart explodes with awe that he would be so respectful. A small smile plays around my lips as an idea comes to mind. If he's so adamant on not having me, I'll have to make him suffer. Just a little. It takes more than a little courage to do what I do next. I finish my shower and pull on my panties and one of Heath's shirts, which covers my bottom and goes halfway down my thighs. Still, I know it's sexy, and a massive risk. I can't help it. Something about him makes me want to play dirty, or even more, be dirty. I've never been that girl. I've always been the clean, little, make love sweetly kind of woman, but with him, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make him ache for me. I take a deep, shaky breath and walk out of the room and into the main living area. All the men are sitting around a table talking, so I saunter past and into the kitchen. It doesn't escape my notice that the talking stops. Smothering my sly little grin, I reach up to a taller cupboard and take down a stack of plates. I know the lower part of my bottom is showing, and when I turn around with the plates in my hand, I know I've gotten the reaction I wanted. I just didn't expect it out of all of them. They're all staring at me with a mixture of tight jaws or sly smiles. Heath looks pissed and horny, mostly pissed. I smile sweetly. I'm making breakfast. It's the least I can do. I turn around and open the fridge, sidling over and leaning down to inspect the contents. A hiss can be heard in the silence, and my grin gets bigger as I gather some ham, eggs, mushrooms, and cheese. I feel his presence behind me, long before I hear his rumbling voice as he leans his body over mine, letting his breath tickle my ear. You're giving every man in here a hard-on, unless you want me to lower those pretty panties and fuck you right here, right now. Then I suggest you go and put some jeans on. I straighten and turn, but he has me pinned with one hand right next to my head, resting against the fridge so I can't get out. Yes, sir, I breathe, staring at his lips. Stop fucking looking at me like that. You're asking me to have control, but you're playing with fire. I'm not asking you to have control, I say, slipping away. But I appreciate that you do. Doesn't mean I don't get to make it difficult. He grabs me around the waist, pulling me so my back slams against his chest. His mouth finds my ear and he gently nips it before saying in a husky voice, Careful. Consider it revenge for all those times you let me look crazy, I say, spinning in his arms and leaning up, pressing a kiss to his lower lip. He growls. I grin. Today is going to be a good day. Chapter 17. I glance at my phone and frown when I see Heather's name flashing across the screen. God, I thought we were over this. I'm so tired of her interfering in something that, quite frankly, is none of her business. I notice a few notifications on my screen that alert me to the fact that she's been calling me for a while. With a sigh, I excuse myself from the men I've just served breakfast to and stand a few feet away answering the phone. Yes, Heather? Finally. I've been trying to call you for hours. My heart quickens. Is everything okay with Gerard? Heath's eyes flash to mine. They are now, but they won't be when I tell him about you and your lover. I blink. Pardon me? This has all been a story, hasn't it? This whole other man business? You made it look like you were crazy so you could hide the fact that you were having an affair. The woman has lost her ever-loving mind. I beg your pardon? Don't play stupid with me, she screams. He gave you everything and you cheated on him. I didn't cheat on him, I screech. I've had enough of this woman, not once. Liar. I saw you last night leaving your parents' house with him, a man. Then it made sense. It all came together. You used an imaginary man that you knew didn't exist to push Gerard away and make it look like you were crazy, leaving you free to pursue your secret lover. What a clever, clever way of getting out of your marriage clean. She can't be serious. You've lost your mind. So you're telling me you're not seeing someone? That I imagined you practically skipping out of that house with a man on your arm? I glance at Heath. I can't tell her about him. I think for a few seconds. No, I was with a man. He's a friend. You're such a liar. I'm not lying, Heather. He's a friend that I met in the, support group I've been going to. I'm not having an affair. I was always faithful to Gerard. That baby probably wasn't even his. I always wondered how you magically got pregnant suddenly after so long trying. My blood boils. Who the hell do you think you are? You shut your mouth. That baby was his. I was never, ever unfaithful. I beg to differ. I'm going to prove it, and when I do, you're going down. He's going to get that house, the car, everything. Do you hear me? Everything. I'm trembling now. What the hell have I ever done to make you hate me so much? You were never good enough for him. Go and fuck yourself, Heather. Search away. You'll find nothing on me because I didn't do a thing wrong.
You're going to pay for this, mark my words. Don't you threaten me, I hiss. It's not a threat. It's a promise. You're going to lose everything when I'm finished. Then she hangs up. Without thought, I launch my phone across the room, letting out a frustrated scream. It lands against the wall with a thump. Hey. Heath's hands curl around my upper arms, and slowly he spins me around. What's going on? She saw us leaving my parents' house and thinks I was having an affair and is going to try and take that through the justice system. Who is she? His sister. She hates me. She thinks I made up the story about you helping me as a subtle way to get out of my marriage to be with my lover. My God, she's delusional. My entire body shakes. Hey, look at me, Heath orders. I look up at him. She's got nothing because you did nothing. Let her act like a crazy person if it makes her feel better. I stare at my hands. I don't want him to get hurt. Regardless of everything, I don't want to see him suffer. I need to go and talk to him, without her. Heath's jaw ticks, but he nods. If that's what you need to do. I do, I say, reaching up and cupping his jaw. I'll call you later. His eyes close for a second, and he mutters, I've never been the jealous type, but fuck, I hate you seeing him. My heart flutters. You're jealous? Don't smile at me, he growls. I smile big. Then I reach up on my tiptoes and kiss him. Oh, I need a ride. He grunts, but lets me go and reluctantly gets his keys. Later, guys, I wave as we rush out the front door. Heath is jealous. Why does that feel so good? I arrive at Heather's half an hour later, after stopping home and getting some fresh clothes on and collecting my car from my parents' house. I exhale in relief when I see her car isn't there. I just hope wherever she is, he isn't with her. I need to talk to him alone, and if I have to demand that before proceeding further with the settlement, I will. I reach the front door and knock, sucking back any nerves and putting on a confident face. The door opens a few minutes later, and Gerard appears, his hair messy, shirtless, and for a moment, my heart aches. It aches because we didn't go where I thought we'd go. It aches because part of me doesn't want it to anymore. And it aches because he's a good person, and I hate that it ever had to come to this. Our eyes meet, and I can see he's tired. That hurts me. He doesn't deserve to be struggling over this. Heather isn't helping him, and I hope he comes to realize that soon. Are you seeing someone else? He says, his voice icy yet exhausted. Okay, I see he's spoken to Heather already. Can we talk? I sigh. Please, Gerard. This is getting out of control and I'm tired of it. We need to have a conversation without that woman around. That woman is my sister and she cares about me. Yeah, I growl. Well, believe it or not, so do I. We can either do this civilly or I'm going to put a hold on the proceedings until we can sit down and discuss it. It's up to you. He studies me for a moment. Then, with a clenched jaw, he sighs. I'll get changed. Have you had breakfast? No. We'll go out. Heather is busy this morning. Thank God. I'll wait out here. 10 minutes later, he steps out in a fresh pullover and a pair of jeans. Once I thought his elegant, casual look was all I wanted. But now I've seen the rugged side to a male. I'm not so sure. We awkwardly get into my car, and I drive down to a cafe a few blocks down. We find a seat, and for a few moments, we both just sit, looking at anything but each other. Are you seeing someone else? I don't want to lie to him, but at the same time, there's only so much information I can give. I have spent time with a man. Yes, I say, telling the truth. Before we split? I shake my head, a little sadly. He should know me better than that. No, Gerard, not before we split. Whatever Heather told you was a lie. I wouldn't do that, and you know it. He runs a hand through his hair. I don't know what I believe anymore. Well, you can believe that because it's the truth. I was never unfaithful.
That seems hard to believe when you moved on so quickly. I take a calming breath as I try to find a way to explain this without lying too much. He's a friend. Then why did Heather see you leaving your parents' house with him last night holding hands? We are just friends. I don't need to give you more of an explanation. I beg to differ, he snaps. I close my eyes for a second. Come on, Gerard. We're better than this. Can't we just try? You loved me once. I loved you. We got along. Why can't we just attempt to do this properly? You loved me so much you moved on in a matter of weeks. I say nothing, because he's right, and I have to accept that one. I don't want this to be messy, I say, changing the subject. I didn't either, but I want a full investigation before anything proceeds. Infidelity will change everything. He can't be serious. I didn't cheat on you. I try to say it calmly, but my voice comes out clipped. How come you suddenly got pregnant? Oh my God, no, not that. Anything but that. I don't know how you expect me to explain that. It was lucky, but it was yours. We tried to for so long, with not even a glimpse of a baby. Then suddenly you're pregnant. Stay calm. Stay calm. That baby was yours, I bite out. And this mystery man that just happened to break up our marriage? Oh my God. No, Gerard. We broke up our marriage. Me, because I hung on to something that wasn't... I swallow, hating that I have to say it. Real. And you, because you didn't believe in me and you didn't stick by me. It had nothing to do with some underlying plan to get away from you to run off with my lover. So you're admitting you have a lover? Sweet Jesus, she's corrupted him. You know what? I hiss, standing up. This is the last time I try and do this the right way. If you wish to sit and listen to your sister fill your head with lies, then you go ahead and investigate me. I've done nothing wrong, and I won't be punished for being stuck in the wrong place at the wrong time and living the worst moments of my life while you worked. I'm screaming by the end of it. Calm down. Breathe. Hey. The voice comes from behind me, and I recognize it as Sheldon's. I jerk when his hand closes around my upper arms. Time to go. Is this him? Gerard growls, leaping up. Look, man, don't know who you think I am, but I'm just here helping out a friend. I'll figure out what you two have been doing behind my back, Gerard roars as Sheldon leads me down the sidewalk, all eyes on us. Thank you, I whisper when we get out of sight. Heath sent me. So you've been the one following me? I murmur, reaching my car and unlocking it. An interesting life you lead, Miss Lucy. I smile weakly at him. He returns it. It doesn't make me feel better. Chapter 18. L. Your bodyguard returned me home safe and sound. H. I know, he told me. You okay? L. My husband thinks I had an affair and made you up to get out of the marriage, so no. He's also investigating me. H. He's what? L. Yup, he wants to prove I did something wrong. H. Shit. I'll call in 10, okay? L. Okay. I curl up on the couch, my phone beside me, and wish in that moment that I had some friends around to talk to. I never realized, but in his own quiet little way, Gerard made sure I never had them. We were always too busy, and if I made a potential friend every time they'd ask me to go out, something would conveniently come up. It's sad the things we realize only after we exit a relationship. Things that were toxic to us. We just didn't know it. My phone rings 10 minutes later, as promised, and I answer it without hesitation. Hey, I say softly. Hey, honey, how you doing? God, his voice, him, just, yes. I'm getting there. Sheldon told me it was getting a bit heated and that's why he stepped in. You okay? Honestly, I'm glad he did. I was losing my shit with him, and for good reason. I can't believe, even for a second, that he'd think I would do that to him. I might be a lot of things, but I was a good and loyal wife. No doubt, baby, he says, his voice soft and calming. You know a lot about the law. Do they have a leg to stand on? No, because you did nothing. They can't find something that isn't there. They could find you. I know every private investigator in this town. Already made the call and found out who they're using. I blink. You can do that? I have contacts everywhere. I've specifically told him that there is nothing to find, and he'll report that. He was happy to. He said he didn't like the way that woman spoke to him anyway. My throat goes tight, and for a few minutes I can't speak. You did that for me? Do anything for you, baby. Fucking anything. I think I'm gonna cry. He chuckles. Don't, honey. Am I going to see you tonight? He sighs. Can't. I've got to go out. I'll try and see you tomorrow night, though. Can I go and hang out with the guys then? He laughs. No, baby. I huff. I have no friends. Does that make me tragic? Not at all, but you definitely need to get some. I cross my legs. How do you suppose I do that? I don't know. Do you like exercise? If you call the act of sticking my hand in and out of a bag of chips exercise, then yes. His laugh gets deeper, heartier, and I decide in that moment it's my favorite sound in the world. There has to be something you like, something you could find a group and join. I like to read. Don't they have those book clubs down at the libraries? They do. Try one out. It's a great place to start meeting people. My heart swells with hope, and I smile. I'll go and talk to the library tomorrow. Thanks, Heath. Anytime. Listen, I have to cut this short. Text me if you need, yeah? I smile. Yeah. Night, baby. Night, handsome. I hang up, and my heart feels a little lighter. He has a way of doing that to me. He makes everything feel okay again. I join a local book club the next night, and I bound out of the library feeling good. Really good. The first meeting is tomorrow evening, and I can't wait. I'm so desperate to meet people that I'm willing to try just about anything to start the road to changing my life. I walk down the sidewalk with a spring in my step and lightness in my heart, until I round the corner and see 3 men standing by my car. I freeze. There are moments in life that warn you of danger. This moment is one of them. I feel it from my toes to my head, a tingly, prickly sensation that alerts me that something is wrong, that these men aren't good people. My inner alert system is screaming, danger. I stop, taking them in. I recognize the older man as the one who prevented me from talking with Haley in the mall. My heart feels as though it stutters to a stop. What do you want? I say, reaching into my purse and pulling out my phone. You won't be needing that, a man says, stepping forward. I study him, and something about him is familiar. Really, really familiar. He's got light hair, but it almost seems as though it's been colored. It's in a braid down his back, and it accentuates his light blue eyes and chiseled features. He looks, well, holy. He also terrifies me. This man is danger. He's creepy. He is not good at all. He's wearing a white button-down shirt and a pair of jeans. To an outsider, he would most likely look normal. To me, he represents fear. He has a cross hanging around his neck. I want to rip it off. Do I know you? I say, my voice far weaker than I'd like. No, he says, his voice smooth. And you won't if you tell me what I need to know. I don't know what I could possibly tell you. He smiles, and it makes me want to turn and run. He steps closer. I step back. He waves a hand, and the 2 men with him circle around me, cutting me off from my escape route. Fear clogs my throat, but I try not to let it show. Do you know Heath Walker? I don't flinch, but it takes everything inside me not to. I didn't know Heath's last name until this very moment. I school my features. I have no idea who that is. The man studies me. I think you're lying. I'm not lying, I say calmly. I don't know that name. I've never heard it before in my life. He narrows his eyes, studying me far too closely. You caused a scene at the mall. Why? I can barely breathe. My heart is pounding so hard. Because I was at that stadium. I saw what you monsters did. His jaw ticks. The only monsters here are people living outside of God's wishes. My gosh, he's delusional. You killed people. I didn't do anything. Now I ask you again. Do you know a Heath Walker? No, I snap. I've already told you that. I was only trying to show the rest of the world what a bunch of creeps you are in the mall. Whoever this Heath is, you need to keep him and yourselves away from me. I want nothing to do with you. This seems to work, because the man looks a little disappointed. He quickly covers it and steps forward, reaching out and cupping my face. I flinch and try to pull back, but his two men close in on me. Such fire, such rage. I could help you. By forcing me into a life I would never want? Like the rest of those girls? I growl. His eyes flash. Such a troubled soul. Get your hands off me, I hiss. He doesn't. I'd suggest you stop interfering with my program, with my people, with my life. If you don't, you'll find yourself in a rather troubled situation. Are you threatening me? I snap. His fingers tighten so hard against my cheek that I wince, but don't pull back. I don't want the creeps behind me putting their hands on me too. I don't make threats. Perhaps if you wish to change your tune, you can come and find me. I like a challenge. If not, I recommend you carry on with your life, or I'll be forced to take some rather drastic measures. You've seen what I do when people stand in my way and in the way of God. God? I laugh bitterly. God doesn't kill people. He looks disgusted, as if I'm an imbecile he has to explain such a simple truth to. God sacrifices for the greater good. Do you even hear yourself? He drops his hand, and his eyes, those familiar eyes, find mine. And he grins. Good day, Lucy. He knows my name. That sends a cold shiver up my spine as he turns and he and his men leave. Who the hell was that man? And why do I feel like I know him? Chapter 19. I don't drive out to the warehouse, just in case those men are following me. Instead, I drive home as calmly as I can, get out, and enter my house. I check every room and lock every door, before pulling out my phone and calling Heath. He answers on the second ring, and I start rambling before he has the chance to speak. Heath, 3 men stopped me today from that cult. They were asking about you. I don't know what to do. Hey, slow down, he says, his voice tight. Start from the beginning. They were waiting at my car after I went to the library. The old man from the mall and 2 others. One had blonde hair and was all creepy and asked me about you. Then he threatened me and... I'm sending Tank past to get you right now. I open my mouth, then close it again. What? He's the closest. He'll be there soon. But, Lucy, you need to come here. Fear tightens my chest and I whisper, Heath? Baby, it's okay. Just trust me. Tank will be there soon. He hangs up before I get the chance to argue that Tank scares the hell out of me, and I'd rather not spend 20 minutes in a car with him. It doesn't look like I'm getting much choice, though, so I grab a small bag of essentials and a coat and wait by the door. 10 minutes later, the rumbling sound of a truck can be heard outside the door. Here goes nothing. I walk out, locking the door behind me, and make my way towards the truck. Tank doesn't get out, and when I open the door, he's staring straight ahead. This isn't weird. Hey, I murmur, climbing in. He throws the truck into drive and speeds off without answering me. For 10 minutes, we drive in silence. Finally, it gets the better of me, and I turn to him. What did I do to make you hate me so much? He doesn't answer. Seriously? You could at least have the decency to tell me. His fists clench in irritation. You know nothing about me or my brothers.
I never claimed that I did, I snap.
You shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be risking everything for you.
He spits. I hardly asked for it.
He told you to leave him alone. It doesn't get much clearer than that.
I clamp my mouth closed, furious and not wanting to explode at him. He's not even giving me a chance. He's not even trying. When we arrive at the warehouse, I jump out of the truck before it's even come to a complete stop. Heath is waiting at the front door, and the second he sees me, he comes rushing over. I throw myself into his arms, pressing my face to his chest.
Did he hurt you?
No, I whisper.
Come inside. We have to talk.
We move inside the warehouse, and all the guys sit around a table. Heath turns to me and looks down, studying my face. Then his jaw clenches. He reaches up and strokes a finger over my cheek.
You have a bruise.
I do? I say, touching my cheek.
Did he do that?
Yeah.
Sit. We need you to tell us everything he said and leave nothing out. Can you do that?
I nod and move to the table, avoiding all eyes as I take a seat. Heath sits beside me and Tank stands near Johnny, still glaring in my direction. I look down at my hands. I was just coming out of the library when I saw them at my car. 3 of them. The older man I saw that day in the mall, and 2 others. I didn't pay much attention to the second one, but the third one was blonde, I guess fake blonde, and he had this long hair braided over his shoulder. He was awful.
Fuck,
Johnny hisses.
What did he say?
Sheldon asks. He asked me if I knew of a Heath Walker. I told him I had no idea who he was talking about. He asked me why I went off in the mall, and I may or may not have goaded him and got cross. I told him it was because he was a creep. He asked about you again, and I told him I had no idea who the hell you were, but if you were anything like him, to stay away. He seemed to believe that. Then he grabbed me and told me to stay out of it or I'd suffer. He also tried to get me to accept his help. He was awful, but I could swear he seemed familiar. All the men look at each other. What's going on? I ask, concern swelling in my chest.
It's nothing for you to worry about,
Heath says, his voice clipped.
I just need all the information I can get. When are you going to tell her, man?
Blake mutters. Heath glares at him. Tell me what? I prompt.
Nothing, baby.
Heath murmurs, leaning over and wrapping an arm around my shoulder. Heath.
Lucy, trust me, okay?
That man threatened me, I snap. I'm tired of being kept in the dark. I'm not going to say a damned word, but I'm not going to walk around wondering when he's going to come back either.
Don't,
Tank warns, his eyes slicing to Heath.
Tell her, bro,
Johnny says.
Even I think she needs to know. You fucking tell her I'm out.
Tank growls.
Fuck. Heath barks. All of you stop.
I look over to him, narrowing my eyes. Heath? He looks to his brothers, then to his friends, then to me.
No.
That hurts. It fucking hurts. He doesn't trust me, and I hate that. Maybe I deserve it, but I hate it. I shake my head and shove out of his arms. I'm going home.
Lucy.
He growls, grabbing my wrist. Let me go, I say quietly. I know I screwed up in the beginning, but I didn't know. Now I know, and you still don't trust me.
It isn't about trust.
Yes, I yell, pulling my arm from his grips. It is.
Luce,
later. I walk towards the door and stop when I realize I have no way home. I turn and glance at Blake, and then Sheldon. Can one of you give me a ride? They look to Heath. He scowls, but he nods briskly. Sheldon stands and grabs his keys, then follows me out the door. I try to keep it together, but the second I get into his truck, tears roll down my cheeks.
Hey,
he says, starting it and pulling out.
Don't let it get to you. In his own weird way, he's protecting you.
I don't need any more protecting, I whisper. I just need the truth. He smiles weakly.
It'll come. Just give it time.
We drive in silence for the rest of the trip home.
When we arrive, Sheldon walks me to the door and makes sure I get in okay. I give him a mumbled goodbye, then lock the door. I walk into my empty house, and for the first time, I feel so damned alone in it. Yeah, she called me, I say to my mom on the phone that night, as I curl onto my couch watching some sappy romance movie. That woman is a nuisance, Mom snaps. Honestly, she was always a problem. I know, Mom. She has nothing to go on, so let her try her hardest. It's not right, regardless. You and Gerard have gone through this properly, but instead she shoved her nose in and caused problems. I sigh. Gerard is a big boy. He's choosing to let her do that. She hums. I guess you're right. Listen, I'm going to head to bed. I'm exhausted. How is that handsome man? I go silent. Lucy? He's, good. You're lying. Your mother knows when you're lying. I smile, even through my sadness. I know you do. I'll talk to you about it another time, okay? I don't want to tonight. Okay, love. Hey, Mom? If you knew a young person was in danger and they weren't able to help themselves, would you help them or leave it up to other people? She considers that for a long moment. I'd help them because I'm soft, and I don't like the idea of a child or young person being in a situation they can't choose. Even if it's dangerous and you're interfering with something you've been told not to? That depends on who told me and what kind of danger. You're not getting yourself into any danger, are you, Lucy? No, not at all. It's just a question. Well, I hope you keep safe and don't step on any toes, love. Leave that man to do his job. I will. I know my daughter. I laugh softly. I'll leave him to it, Mom. Okay. Good night, love. Night, Mom. I hang up and lean back in the chair, thinking about Haley and all the other girls in that place. I need to leave this to Heath, I know I do, but the idea of them being there alone bothers me. I hate knowing that they have no way out, but mostly, I hate knowing I have to sit here and do nothing while he does whatever he's doing to shut down that awful group. He doesn't trust me. I hate that. A knock sounds out at my door, and I sigh, standing and walking over. It's probably Heath. I'm not sure if I'm ready to face him, but I decide I probably won't get much choice. I swing the door open and see Gerard standing there, his face red, his eyes glassy. Is he crying? Did you ever love me? My heart sinks. Gerard, what are you doing here? Answer me, he yells. Did you ever love me? Of course I did, I cry. God, of course I did. You were the best thing to ever happen to me. Then what happened? An attack that changed my life, and you didn't stand beside me. I tried, he croaks, running a hand through his hair. I tried. My heart aches for him. I know you did, but you didn't give me your belief when I needed it. You let me down. He shakes his head and looks up to the sky before turning his eyes back to me. I didn't know how to handle it. Everything between us had always been so easy, so free, so simple. I've never been able to handle too much emotion, and when you started sinking, I saw you differently. I just didn't want to face it. That makes my heart ache, but I'm glad I found out now instead of 10 years down the track that my husband was an emotional cripple. I deserved you to try, I whisper. I know, Lucy, and I'm sorry. I put my job first, my feelings, my wants. I didn't do right by you, and now you're seeing someone else, and I hate it. I fucking hate it. I flinch. I don't know what you want me to say, Gerard. Say you'll take me back. We can give it another go. We can try. We can do something, anything. I hate that I have to turn him down, but I can never take him back, not now. It would never be an honest love again. That's not going to happen. You know it can't. There are going to be so many more hard times, and if you can't deal with them, I'll get help. Work harder.
Gerard, I say softly, I'm not in love with you anymore.
It's barely been 2 months, he yells. That's a lie.
It's not, because I've fallen in love with someone else.
Lucy, please.
He steps forward, cupping my face.
Please.
A tear rolls down my cheek, because it does hurt to see him like this. I'm so sorry, I whisper.
No,
he croaks, pulling me closer and slamming his lips against mine. I let him, for a few seconds. A little for him, a little for me. I know it's time to let him go, but that doesn't mean it isn't causing pain. He was a huge part of my life, and I truly had no plans on giving him up. I guess it's a goodbye kiss, a final one. So I let him, just for 1 second. I let him kiss me. Gerard, I whisper, pulling back. It's time to let go. I glance past him and see Heath standing on my front path, staring up at me. My heart plummets into my stomach. I pull away from Gerard and step around him. Wait! Heath is already striding into the darkness. Heath!
What?
Gerard says, spinning around and staring at the man disappearing. Stop! I cry, rushing down the front steps. By the time I reach the road, he's gone into the shadows, as if he were never there.
Lucy, there's nobody out here.
Gerard didn't see him. I have to go, I yell, turning and rushing into the house and grabbing my keys. I don't care that I'm in my pajamas. I just need to find him. I get into my car without looking back at Gerard. Damn it. I'm such an idiot. Chapter 20. Please let me in, I say to Tank, who stands at the door glaring at me. I can hear music playing behind him. They're obviously having a party, but I know Heath is here because I saw his truck out front. I looked around town for him a while before coming out here, figuring he'd returned home. I was right.
No.
Let me in, I plead.
No.
I lose it. Let me the fuck in or I'll smash something. He blinks, but then his face grows hard again.
Go home, girl.
Fine. Have it your way. I storm around to the closest window and pick up the biggest rock I can find.
Jesus. Tank growls. You're fucking crazy.
I raise it up. I'll throw it if you don't let me see him.
He doesn't want to see you.
I don't care. Sighing, he steps aside.
Whatever. I couldn't give a fuck what you two do.
I drop the rock and with a triumphant smile storm past him and into the warehouse. There are a few people around, some playing pool, others sitting on the couch, a few standing about drinking. I don't know who they are. I don't care. I walk in and look around, spying Heath on the sofa with a pretty blonde sitting next to him, her head thrown back with laughter. Oh, hell no. I storm over and stop in front of him. He flinches when he notices me, but keeps calm enough that it's hardly noticeable. Can we talk? I say, letting my eyes run over the gorgeous blonde sitting way too close to him.
I'm busy,
he mutters. Fine, then I'll say it in front of everyone. It wasn't what it looked like. All chatter in the room quickly stops and the room goes quiet. His face hardens.
Go back to your husband. I'm busy.
I jerk. Fuck you, I hiss, and his eyes grow wild with rage.
Pardon?
You heard me. I said fuck you. I've played this your way. I've done what you asked. I lost every fucking thing. Yes, he kissed me. Yes, I let him. But if you stopped to find out why, you'd know it was because I was letting him go. He says nothing. I was letting him go because I finally accepted that kind of life is no longer something I want.
Take your excuses somewhere else.
He mutters. No, I scream. No, I will not. I'm taking them right here and you're going to hear me out.
Lucy, he growls, leave.
Make me, I hiss. Heath stands, shoving the blonde away. He gets in my face and I hold my own, even though I probably look like a child going up against him.
I don't want you here. Go home and move on with your life.
I raise my hands and shove his chest. Fuck you, Heath.
Go home.
Oh my God!
I screech, shoving him harder. You're such a jerk. I was saying goodbye. I was letting him go. You want to know why I was doing that? No, he barks. Because I'm in love with you, you fucking dick. The entire room stops, dead silent, including him. Yeah, I say, my voice quieter now. That's right. I'm in love with you, and I was closing a door tonight. I was letting him go kindly, because regardless of your insane jealousy, I loved him once, and he deserved that respect. Now I'm going to leave because I want to punch you in the face so badly my palm is twitching. Someone barks a laugh. I turn. Heath takes a step, and before I know what's happening, I'm being hauled up and thrown over his shoulder. I squeal as he slaps my ass so hard pain radiates through me. Don't ever speak to me like that again, he growls, storming towards his room. Then he slaps me again. Ouch! I snap. Stop it! I'm not done. He gets into his room and slams the door shut, locking it. A minute later, the music starts up again. Heath takes 2 big strides towards his bed and tosses me down. I land with a bounce on my back, looking up at him. Clothes off. I blink, then snap, bite me. He takes a step closer, his face full of threat and very real promise. Don't tempt me. I'm not tempting you. We're not having sex, remember? That's off the cards now. I open my mouth and gape. It is not. Baby, it is. You just told me you loved me. Yeah, well, I scoff, putting a foot to his chest as he moves closer. I lied. He grins. I roll my eyes. We're doing this, and it's going to be hard and deep because I'm fucking pissed off. So am I retort, more than you. His grin turns wolfish. God. I don't know how that can be, he says, grabbing hold of my pajama bottoms and jerking them down. You were kissing another man. Excuse me? That man was my husband, and I was doing a good thing, I retort, kicking. But his hand curls around my ankle and holds me firmly in place. Then you show up here yelling at me, he murmurs, tossing my pants and reaching for my panties. You deserved that, I say, squirming. Then, he hisses, leaning over and jerking my panties off. You come into my warehouse in your cute-as-shit jammies. Well, I didn't have time to change. He exposes me with a flick of my panties, and I'm bare before him, nervous as hell. He stares down at my sex and growls low in his throat before taking my legs and throwing them over his shoulders. I'm going to make you come until you beg me to stop, as punishment. Whatever, I say, but my voice is breathy. He grins and drops to his knees. Then he's between my legs, his tongue lapping at my pussy without hesitation. I bite my bottom lip to keep from crying out, because that's what he wants. I bite down so hard sharp pain radiates through my mouth, but I don't moan. He licks with ferocity, flicking my clit and then moving down and diving deep inside me. Don't squirm. Oh, God, it feels amazing. Playing stubborn, baby, he murmurs against my flesh. I guess I'd better up my game. He finds my clit again and sucks deeper at the same time as he slides his finger inside my sex, curling it upwards and finding that spot. A little gasp escapes my lips, and I quickly clamp them closed, but not before I hear his triumphant little hum as he devours my pussy. Why does he have to be so good at this? He fucks me with his hand and eats me until I can't hold it back any longer. I try, really I do, but the pleasure is too much. A moan escapes, and I come hard. My entire body shakes as ripples of pleasure radiate through my body. Heath moves quickly after that, jerking his jeans down and bringing my ass to the edge of the bed. Then he's inside me, fucking me with ferocity. His dick is so big, stretching my body as it fills me. He knows how to work it. He knows how to angle his hips. He just knows how to make me feel so damned incredible. I gasp out his name, not even trying to hold back anymore. He's angrily fucking, and it's hot. His entire body is wound up tight, his muscles bulging, veins popping out from his skin. He is so damn sexy. It takes my breath away. Harder, I gasp. He slows down. Fuck, Heath, harder, I cry, squirming. That would make it too easy for you, he pants. Ass. He slows down, dragging his cock in and out at an agonizing pace. I push up on my elbows and try to take hold of something, anything, to get him to move faster, but he's standing and I can't reach him. I glance down at his dick sliding in and out of me, glistening with my arousal. God damn it, that's hot. I gasp and drop back down. Even at this slow pace, my orgasm is building. Just before it reaches me, he pulls out. Heath, I rasp, my body burning as my high slips away. Roll over. But I'll decide when you come. Now roll over, he orders, his cock jutting up against his belly. I meet his eyes. No. He grins and reaches down, taking me and flipping me over, pressing a hand to the middle of my back to hold me in place. I think you like defying me, he growls as he slides his cock into me again. Because I think you like how it feels when I take charge. He's right. I do. I curl my fingers into the bedspread and arch as he fucks me, hard and deep. I try not to let him know I'm nearly ready to come, but he knows. He knows even before my body starts winding up tight. He pulls out, panting. God damn it, I gasp. Stop it. Tell me you're sorry. Fuck you, Heath. Do it, baby. Damn him. I'm sorry. Now keep going. Mean it. He leans down, swiping my hair from my neck and breathing against my ear. I'm sorry, I say, turning my face so I can meet his eyes. I'm sorry. His eyes flash. He smacks a quick kiss to my lips. Then he fucks me until I come. 1 week later. It's been a quiet week. Heath has been busy investigating, and I've been busy working, as well as dealing with lawyers. I've been attending my book club meetings and have met some lovely people, which has helped to pass the time. Gerard is still insisting on having someone look into our marriage to make sure I wasn't having an affair, but knowing Heath has that covered is good. I haven't spoken to Gerard and have refused all contact outside our lawyers. You're all done for the day. My boss, Amy, smiles as my shift finishes on Saturday night. Thank you. I sigh. I'm exhausted. It was a busy day. It was. Go home. Enjoy your weekend. Are you on again Monday? I nod. I sure am. I'll see you then. Once I finish up the remainder of my work, I get changed and head out. I'm going past the warehouse tonight because I want to see Heath. I've had no more than a few minutes with him since last week, and I'm desperate for more. I tie my hair in a ponytail as I walk towards my car. I'm happy, airy, and feeling good about everything in my life right now. And because of that, life decides to throw me a moment. Because life is an asshole. 4 men step out from an alley, and I recognize the blonde man from last time first. He smiles at me, but it's terrifying. Hello, Lucy. I turn to run, but one of his minions lunges forward and grabs me, throwing a hand over my mouth so I can't scream. I try to kick backwards, but he's strong. The 3 other men shadow him as he drags me into the alley and down it. Oh, God. Are they going to rape me? I squirm harder, fighting and biting, doing whatever I can to free myself from his grips. Nothing works. He's like a stone. Panic rises in my chest as I consider all possible scenarios. None of them are good. We reach a white van, and the door opens before we come to a stop. There are 2 more men inside. I'm tossed in without hesitation, and I crash to the floor. I push up, scurrying towards the open space, but run straight into the barrel of a gun. I scream and throw myself backwards as the men pile in. I'm surrounded, with nowhere to go. I couldn't get past them if I tried. Let me go, I scream as the door is slammed shut. Sit still and stop screaming, the man holding the gun growls, or I'll kill you. What do you want from me? I cry angrily to the blonde man. I want my brother. I beg your pardon? He grins. Oh, he didn't tell you. Who told me what? His grin turns into a full-blown smile, and it hits me like a damned sledgehammer. I stumble backwards and look up at him, really taking in his face, the shape of his eyes, the curve of his jaw, the dimples, but mostly the smile. I'm not familiar with him, as I first thought, but now it's more than clear why I thought I knew him. This man looks like Johnny, and Tank, and Heath.
Nice to meet you, Lucy. I'm Josh.
Oh, God. He's the fourth brother. No. No. Chapter 21. I don't say another word. I peer out a small slit in the covered windows to see we have arrived at the space they occupy in the woods. I think I'm in shock. It all starts making a great deal more sense now. For whatever reason, Josh thinks Heath is dead, and now he obviously knows that this isn't the case. What I want to know is why he's taken me, and what exactly happened between the four brothers. The van comes to a stop, and 3 of the men stand guard by the door as the other 2 haul me up, holding me so tightly I've got no chance of moving. My body is a numb mess. My mind is spinning. I don't know which way is left or right. I'm so damned confused. The door opens and I'm hustled out. We're already inside the fence, and I get a better chance to look around. There are a few poorly lit huts surrounding a campfire right in the middle. Off to the left is a rather large shed-like building, and it would seem that's where I'm being led. There are people everywhere. Young, old, all races. They're all wearing white gowns, their hair flowing freely, and they all stop and watch me with scornful expressions as I'm dragged behind Josh into the shed. The second we step inside, I gasp. It's huge and elegant, and not what I expected. Polished wooden floors, modern furniture. It's set for a king. We move to a room where I'm finally released. The windows are barred. I can tell by the panel by the door it is code-locked. I'm being held prisoner. Surrounded by a small but strong group of men, my heart pounds as I stare at the one man who so obviously runs this place. The man who is related to the man I love. How can they be so different? What happened to this man for him to become so terrifying? Was it the same thing that happened to Tank? Is that why he's so angry? I can't believe you're his brother, I say softly, finally speaking the words that torment my thoughts. His eyes find mine, and he grins.
He didn't tell you much at all, did he?
I don't answer.
I had a suspicion he was alive but couldn't find the proof. Then he let his guard down the other evening when he stormed from your house in a rage.
Oh, God, the night I kissed Gerard. You've been watching me. It's not a question.
Of course I have. I had a suspicion something was up, and I've seen you with Sheldon. It didn't take much to figure it all out.
I let him down. I let Heath down. What do you want from me? I whisper.
I don't want anything from you. But I saw the look on my dear brother's face. He's in love with you. He'll come for you.
And what? I snap. What do you think you're going to gain from that?
This time,
he says, his eyes growing cold,
I'll make sure he's really dead.
My blood runs cold. No. What kind of monster are you?
I'm not a monster. I'm just carrying out God's will. My brother is the monster here. He chose to take the wrong path, and for that, he'll be punished.
Why Heath?
Heath is the reason they're all corrupt. Without him around, I have all faith my brothers will come to see the light.
My God, do you hear yourself? He laughs.
Why, yes, I do.
Sick. He's sick. Heath will end this. He'll end you. He throws his head back and laughs.
He can try. I have all faith that I'll be protected when needed.
You're insane.
No, my dear. He is.
I close my mouth. He's just enjoying every second of this. He's enjoying the taunts, the fighting. I'm going to let you settle in. Feel free to read my works beside your bed. Perhaps you'll learn something. You might be able to be saved yet. I'd rather burn in hell than join you. He flinches. Ah, so he does have a weak spot. As you wish. He walks out before all the other men, and a second later the door beeps as he locks it from the outside. I'm effectively their prisoner. I don't see or hear from them again for the remainder of the night. I go through every corner of the room, but there isn't a single way out, nor is there anything that could be used as a weapon. The lamp beside the bed is glued down, for Christ's sake. There's a bed that's so solid I couldn't move it if I tried, a few bedside tables chained to the ground, and an old sofa. That's it. Well, there is his written dribble beside the bed, but Josh can go to hell if he thinks I'm reading that crap. So I sit on the end of the mattress until morning washes through the barred windows. I take the chance to peer out, but see nothing except trees and a huge fence in the distance. Sighing, I go back to my spot on the bed and wonder how the hell this man can think killing his own brother is God's will. Who and what creates someone to be like this? Who in his life taught him to be such a monster? The door opens just as the sun disappears into the sky, and Josh walks in, followed by 3 of his men. He carries a tray of fruit and water. He puts it down, and I scowl at it. You will eat. Then you will bathe. We don't tolerate uncleanliness here, nor do we tolerate wastage. I'm not showering in front of you crackpots, I snap. Then you'll be held down and forced to. My skin prickles and my heart pounds. You even try to touch me, I'll make you wish you hadn't. He smiles. Empty threats. Let me speak to him, I demand. Not going to happen. I cross my arms and glare at him. He smiles and walks towards me, sitting on the edge of the bed. I stand. He's repulsive, and I don't want him anywhere near me. Did I ever tell you the story of why my brother was turned into the arms of Satan? Get out. He's younger than me, but he was always the troubled one. He never obeyed our parents and was always leading Johnny and Tank astray. We went to church every Sunday, but he refused to cooperate. I met Matthew there. He looks to the man at the door, and I glance at him, recognizing him as the one from the mall. He taught me the way. He knew right away I was the one to lead us all into heaven's gates. Jesus, you really need to get some help, I mutter, crossing my arms. My parents passed away and he took us all in to save us from going into the foster system. I was leading my brothers down the holy path when Heath stepped in. He was so angry, so violent, and I knew it was already too late for him. I tried to lead him, tried to help him, but he simply wouldn't allow it. I had to punish him. The scars on Heath's back flitter into my mind, and vomit rises in my throat. You whipped him, I gasp. I did what I had to, with the help of Matthew, to banish the devil from his soul. Tank stepped in and interfered. Johnny turned against me. Heath had gotten into their minds. I was too late. They disappeared and I didn't see them again, until Heath was nearly 30 years old and they moved back to town. I had a dream after I saw him in the street. It just so happened we ended up in the same city. God told me that I needed to save my brothers, that it was time to eliminate Heath from the world. I think I'm going to vomit. So I hired a professional to end him. It turns out my poor corrupted brothers went in to protect him and had the professional tell me the job was done. It never felt right. I always felt as though something was amiss, like I wasn't totally satisfied. And my brothers never came back to me like I had been told they would. I was being investigated. People were asking unusual questions, and I just knew that he was still alive. What kind of sick monster is he? At the time, I was busy claiming my land for the return of our Holy One, until he interfered and stopped my mission. Now I must end him before it's too late. I have my orders, I will carry them out.
You're sick, I spit. You killed innocent people.
I sacrificed their souls. They'll all be saved when my mission is complete.
You need help, seriously, I yell, backing up. Get out of here.
He throws his head back and laughs. I do like a challenge.
I'm not a challenge. I want nothing to do with you, creep. Your brothers, they're stronger and they're more determined. They'll bring you down. You can guarantee that. He steps forward, and I put my hands out in front of me as if that's going to stop anything.
I do not fear death, sweetheart, but they should.
With that, he turns and exits the room, his men following behind him. He slams and locks the door, and I lower to my knees, trembling. This is so much worse than I'd first imagined. Chapter 22. I don't eat. I don't trust a single thing on that plate. They're likely to drug me to get me to do what they want. I'd bet money that they drug half these people to keep their minds in a state that's easy to be manipulated. That thought is terrifying. I wonder what these people would really think if they got away from this place and cleared their heads. Would they still believe in this nonsense? Or would they actually see what's right in front of them? The door unlocks later that afternoon, and I don't expect the person who enters. It's Haley. She steps in with a tray in her hands, her eyes darting around nervously. I leap up, but manage to slow myself down as I move closer to her. I don't want to freak her out. Haley, I say softly. It's nice to see you again. She looks to me and then turns and stares behind her. She walks in and puts the new tray down and picks up the still full breakfast one. Haley? I prompt. Please? Her eyes meet mine. I'm afraid, she says softly. I know you are. So am I. I need your help. She shakes her head a little, glancing behind her again. I can't help. You can help. You can leave this door open by mistake for me. I need to get out of here. I need to help my friends. They don't deserve to die, and that's what he's going to do to them. Do you understand? Her eyes get big. If he says that's what needs to happen, I cannot defy him. Do you really believe that? She nods hurriedly and rushes towards the door. Have you ever had a normal childhood, Haley? I say to her back, my heart pounding. Have you ever been to the beach? Or eaten ice cream in a cute little diner? Or had a boyfriend who isn't old enough to be your grandfather? It's a beautiful world out there. He's keeping you in here against your will. She's frozen on the spot, and I wonder if she's going to scream for a moment. Her body is so tight. Have you ever been on a roller coaster? She whispers so quietly I can barely hear her. I have, Haley, and so can you. If you let me get out of here, I'll get you out too. I don't remember what life is like out there. It's amazing, and it's fun, and you can just be a kid and worry about things like being late for school. I don't remember school, she says softly. I take a weary step closer. Haley, I can help you. I promise you that. I won't let anyone hurt you. I'll get you out of here. No, she says quickly. No, I can't. Haley, please. A man appears in the doorway and glares at her. Hurry up. She scurries out, and I reach a hand to the empty space. God damn it. I was so close. I have to get out of here. Get up. I let my eyes flutter open. I jerk upright, realizing I fell asleep against my will. Josh is back, and standing by the bed. My skin prickles, and I scurry off the other side, body still weak from sleep. What do you want? I say, my voice thick. Step forward. Get fucked.
He makes an angry sound in his throat and raises a hand, waving it. 2 men approach me with clenched fists, and I launch back over the bed and roll off the side closest to him. He lashes out, curling his hand around my wrist. I scream and launch a foot in his direction, kicking him so hard he takes a few shaky steps backwards. I roll to my hands and knees and charge towards the door. I don't get far. A hand catches my ponytail and launches me up. I scream as pain shoots through my scalp. Tears burn under my eyelids, but I swallow them down, refusing to let my fear show. "Let me go!" I scream. "Cuff her." A second later, my hands are jerked behind my back and I'm being cuffed. "You're going to come and watch one of our ceremonies. Maybe learn a thing or two." No, no, I squirm, but the men behind me are bigger and stronger. I'm shoved out of the room and dragged through the shed. When we get outside, it's night, and the campfire is roaring, surrounded by a solid 50 people in white gowns. Vomit rises in my throat, and I try to dig my heels in as my feet drag through the dirt. Even though nothing happens, I just keep moving and fighting. The people part as he walks through ahead of me, bowing down, worshipping him. Sick. It's sick. As we reach the center clearing, he puts his hands out either side of him and says, "My children, tonight I have a new member." "I'm not a fucking member," I spit, and a few gasps can be heard. "As you can hear, she's defiant. We've had a few non-believers in here, and we've managed to show them the way. I'm confident she'll soon believe, too." He can keep dreaming. "Now, we shall begin." He closes his eyes, arms still out beside him, and he starts chanting. Everyone starts swaying from side to side, closing their eyes and chanting with him. It makes me feel ill, and I try to block it out, but their chant becomes louder and louder, and they seem to fall deeper into it with every passing second. Even the men holding me murmur the words I don't understand. I want it to stop. "Bring her forward." My eyes dart to the left where the crowd parts, and a young girl is brought in. She's naked, possibly about 17, and her hair is pale blonde and falling around her body in long waves. I struggle in my holder's grips, but they don't move. No, she's too young to be caught up in this. "Let her go!" I yell. "You sick bastard, let her go." The girl's eyes flicker to mine, and she looks scared. She doesn't want to be here. "Silence!" Josh barks. The girl kneels down before the fire, hair falling over her frail body. I can't watch this. I won't watch this. I scream and thrash, forcing my body to make the biggest scene I can by moving as much as possible. I do this until Josh storms forward, curling a hand into my hair and pushing downward. The men holding me kneel, forcing me down with them. My knees hit the dirt and my head is shoved down, so I'm bowing. "You will be silent, or I'll make sure you are taken care of in a way you will not like," he hisses into my ear. Tears finally break free and roll down my cheeks. He stands and goes back to what he was doing, beginning another chant. I clench my eyes shut and don't open them again, not even when the sounds around me threaten to haunt my mind forever. Chapter 23. I'm curled on the bed. I don't want to move. I feel sick. I want to go home. It's easily past midnight. The place is eerily silent. I can't sleep. I won't sleep. I wonder how many other girls they have in this place against their will. Have those kids been here since they were born? Are their parents here? Were they taken without anyone knowing? Did they join? I have so many questions and so few answers. The door clicks, and I press the pillow to my chest, my heart pounding. The door opens, and a second later, Haley appears with a small lantern in her hands. I leap up off the bed and rush over. "Haley, what are you doing here?" "I want to go," she says softly. "I want to go." My heart pounds. Okay, honey. You have to show me how to get out of here." She nods, and her face is so panic-stricken I want to take her into my arms and hold her tightly, but I can't. I will, though. We must be smart of the time we have together to plan our escape. When we get out of here, I'll make sure she has a chance. I'll make sure she's okay. Come on, we don't have long, she whispers. I follow her out into the shed, and she peers around the corner before waving me on. We run across the wooden floors and out the door. There are no people around, but the fire is still crackling, creating light. A tent lit with strings of small lights can be seen to our left, and voices can be heard softly speaking. They're still awake in there. Haley pauses and glances towards the gate. They might hear us, she says, so softly I barely hear us. Turn the light out. Her eyes flash with fear. It'll be okay, trust me, I say, reaching out and offering my hand. I won't let them hurt you. She hesitates, staring at my hand. Then she reaches forward cautiously and takes it. I curl my fingers around hers gently, and she flinches. Poor girl. I pull her toward the gate slowly, and we move out of the camp and into the darkness. Adrenaline pumps through my veins, and I can see the exit. I know it's close. But then Haley changes her mind. Another moment that defines our paths. She lets go of my hand and cries, I can't do this. I'll be punished. I can't. I'm sorry. Haley, I say, trying to keep my voice low. Please, I know you're scared, but no, she shrieks. Help! God damn it. Haley, I won't hurt you, I say, reaching for her hand again. Don't touch me, she cries. No, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. It's okay. Please believe I won't hurt you. Who's out there? A voice calls. I look in the direction of the tent lit with lights and see 5 men stomping out of the entrance. Then I look to the gate. I have seconds. Haley is backing away. I need to get out of here. I'll come back for you, Haley. Please know that you're better off out of this place, but I won't force you. I do promise to help you, though. She's running away, she screams. My heart breaks for her, because I know deep down in her soul she wants to come with me. But whatever she's seen happen to those who disobey in this place terrifies her far more than taking the risk to leave. I turn and run. I charge towards the gate, my heart pounding, my body on full alert. I know it'll be locked. I reach it and rattle it a few times to see if I can make a gap big enough to squeeze through, but I can't. Voices yell behind me and the sounds of feet pounding can be heard. Lights flash in my direction. There is only one way out. I have to climb. I throw myself onto the fence and start moving upwards. A hand curls around my ankle, and for a second I lose my balance, and I'm sure I'm going to fall. I kick out, screaming in frustration as I'm jerked downwards. No. I have to get out of here. I kick again, this time hitting something. An oomph can be heard, and then a thud on the ground. Please don't let that have been Haley. I climb faster, and the voices behind me get closer. I reach the top of the fence and hesitate for a split second at the barbed wire. This is going to do some damage. I glance behind me and see 3 men approaching the base of the fence. Get the keys, hurry, hurry! The tallest of the men yells to the others. No keys. A few minutes, if I'm lucky. I take a deep breath, reach up, curl my fingers around the barbed wire to pinch it together, and then I throw myself over. Pain rips through my body as my clothes catch on and the tiny pieces of wire slice into my skin. I cry out and grit my teeth, pushing above and beyond, knowing if I fail now, the consequences on the other side for me are far worse than the pain I'm experiencing in this moment. I make it over the barbed wire, and I taste blood on my lips. From my face or my body, I don't know. I don't care. I lower myself down but slip and fall halfway, losing my footing. I land with a thud on the ground, and pain ricochets through my wrist. A strangled scream gets caught in my throat. Oh, God. It hurts. I force myself to my feet and try not to glance down at what I'll already guess is a broken wrist. Vomit rises up from my stomach as I stumble forward, the voices behind me so close they sound as if they're right next to me. I need to run. I want to die. My entire body burns from the slices the fence created, but my wrist is igniting a pain I've never experienced in my life before. I take 2 steps and slam into a hard form. A scream rips from my throat as I try to jump backwards. "Don't run." That voice. So familiar. I try to focus, but I can't see anything in the dark. A shoulder meets my stomach, and I'm launched into the air. "No, please," I croak. It's pathetic, even to my ears. "It's Tank. Shut your mouth." Tank? Tank? I shut my mouth, mostly because if I open it again, the screams and agonized sobs I'm holding back will surely break free, and I can't allow that to happen. Not yet, anyway. Tank runs. I don't know how, considering it's pitch black out, but he seems to know where he's going. Flashlights behind us slowly fade off into the distance as we move into the thick trees. He carries me as if I weigh no more than a bag of flour. The pain is so intense right now that I know I couldn't have run far before passing out. It's taking everything to keep myself conscious. Car lights come into view a few hundred feet ahead, and Tank runs directly towards them. When he reaches the truck, its engine running, the door flings open and Sheldon gets out. "Holy fuck, I heard commotion, but I didn't realize you got her out." "I didn't," he grunts, putting me on the back seat. "She got out herself." "Badass," Sheldon says, but his face quickly turns concerned. "She's bleeding. She scaled a barbed wire fence, fell halfway down the other side and broke her wrist." I whimper as I stare down at the swollen, angry mess of my wrist. "Fuck, I'll call Heath." "We need to get the fuck out of here now," Tank says. "Do it in the car." They both get into the truck and Tank speeds off. I let my body fall down onto the back seat, my mind spinning, pain engulfing my entire body until I can hardly breathe through it. "We've got her." I think Sheldon says that. I'm not sure. "She's a mess. On her way back." "Heath?" "Yeah, bro. Not good. Broken wrist, cuts, fuck knows what else. Be there soon." My eyes flutter closed and I cry out in pain, clearly louder than I thought, because Sheldon turns in his seat, the phone pressed to his ear. "She's fine, Heath. Chill. We're coming." "Sheldon?" I croak. He hangs up the phone and reaches over, taking my good hand. "Yeah?" "It hurts." "I know. It won't soon. Hang on." We go over a bump, and just the tap of my wrist against the chair has a scream ripping from my throat. "Easy, dude," Sheldon barks. "Sorry," Tank mutters. Did Tank just say sorry? I slur as my mind begins to black out from the pain. "He did. Take it in, it'll never happen again." "I think he likes me," I murmur, letting my eyes close. Tank snorts. Sheldon leans in and whispers, "I think he does too." I pass out with a smile on my face. At least, I think I do. Chapter 24. Hey. My eyes flutter open, and for a second there's no pain in my body. Then, when I shift, it comes roaring back to life like an angry storm. I open my mouth and a broken scream comes out. "Shit. Get her out of the truck." Someone takes hold of me, hauling me up into their arms and pulling me out of the truck. My hand. It hurts so badly, I want it to go away. "I'm going to make it feel better, baby." "Heath. Heath. It hurts," I sob. "I know it does." Light blasts my eyes as I'm carried inside and placed on the sofa. I try to focus, but can only make out 4 figures hovering around me, talking so quickly I can't hear what they're saying. "It's a job for Jacob. Call him," Heath orders, raising a pair of scissors. My eyes get big, and I try to move as far back on the couch as possible. "What are you doing?" I shriek. "Hey," he says, his voice soft, lowering them. "I'm just getting your clothes off without having to disrupt your wrist. You're bleeding. I need to see where and stop it." "Bleeding? Stop it." "Okay," I croak. "Okay, sit still for me. The pain will go away soon, I promise." I wince as he pulls my shirt from my body. It's begun to stick to the blood, and each piece of it he cuts off makes each wound throb a little more. Eventually, I'm down to my bra and panties. "Get me some water and rags," Heath orders, "now." Jesus. She did a good job, Johnny grumbles. Fuck. Scaled the fence like a damned warrior, Tank grunts. You should have seen her. That's because she is a warrior, Heath says, his voice low and thick. He swipes a piece of hair from my forehead, stuck from sweat. Aren't you, Lucy girl? My bottom lip trembles and he cups my face. You're okay. You hear me? Josh is your brother. The room falls silent. Yeah, he says, his voice tight. And he hurt you. Pain flashes in Heath's eyes. Yeah. He tried to kill you. He'll pay for that, Johnny growls. He'll pay for every second of pain he brought upon us. I look to him. Did he hurt you too? Not directly, but in hurting Heath, he fucking messed with me. I smile weakly. He smiles back. Here, Sheldon says, placing a bowl down. Salt water. Might hurt, Heath says, lifting a soft white rag and wringing it out. Sorry. I close my eyes as he places it down onto a gash on my leg. A hiss escapes my lips, but I don't cry out. That pain is nothing in comparison to the throbbing ache in my wrist. I'm sorry, baby, he murmurs, doing it again. I keep my eyes closed and let him clean the blood from my skin. A while later, another voice enters the equation. What have you boys done this time? I open my eyes to see an extremely attractive man staring down at me. He's got long brown hair and hazel eyes. He looks gentle, not nearly as scary as the rest of them. He's got kind eyes, ones that make me trust him without even knowing his name. Jacob, Heath says, standing and extending a hand. Thanks for coming. What did she do? Walk into a lion's den? Jacob says, staring down at me. Scaled a barbed wire fence. His brows shoot up. I won't even ask. Good idea, Heath mumbles. This is Lucy, my girlfriend. His girlfriend? My heart swells with happiness. Jacob looks to him. You have a girlfriend? Shut your mouth, man. Jacob grins, then kneels down in front of me. Hi, Lucy, I'm Jacob. I'm a doctor, so don't freak out that these dodgy fuckers have some nut job working on you. Good to know, I croak. Let's have a look at your wrist first, yeah? I nod, cradling my wrist. He lifts it carefully into his hands, and I wince in pain. It takes everything in my power not to jerk back because I just want him to put it down. Sorry to say, Heath, but this is without a doubt broken. Without an X-ray machine, I can't set it. You're going to need to take her to a hospital. That's a big risk, Heath grunts, running a hand through his hair. They don't know we're here, at least I think they don't. But those main roads will be being watched. I'm already creating a dangerous situation now they know I'm alive. I'll take her, Jacob offers. Nobody knows my car. I can't leave her alone, Heath growls. Hey, I whisper, reaching over and taking Heath's wrist. I'm a big girl. I'll be okay. That's beside the point, he grumbles, holding my eyes. I'm going to be okay. He sighs. All right, take her in, but keep me updated. You know she's in good hands, man, Jacob says. Come on, help me get her to the car. Heath reaches down and scoops me into his arms. I'm so sorry, honey. I reach up with my good hand and cup his face. I'm going to be fine. Blake, give her your phone. Blake doesn't hesitate. He hands me his phone. Call me if you need. I nod, and he places me in Jacob's truck. He leans down, pressing a soft kiss to my lips. I'm going to end this, I promise. I stretch forward when he goes to pull back and kiss his lips again. Don't get hurt while I'm gone. I fucking hate that you're going seconds after I got you back. I'll be okay. I'm sorry they got hold of you. Hey, I whisper. Don't do that. We'll talk when I return. Okay, baby. Okay, handsome. He takes one step behind him and closes the door, tapping the truck roof. I close my eyes and let the pain bring darkness again. How are you feeling this morning? Heath asks, tucking me carefully into his arms. "Is it still morning?" I croak. "Yeah, but you slept an entire day and night away." "I did?" I gasp, shifting into a more relaxed position. "Good painkillers." He grins, pressing a kiss to my nose. I vaguely recall the hospital trip. I got there, they set my arm, which hurt like hell, cleaned up my gashes, which thankfully didn't need stitches, and let me leave with some good medication. I fell asleep on the way here, and this is the first time I've woken since then. I didn't realize I'd slept so long. I shift uncomfortably, and my arm is letting off a dull ache, but it's the gashes on my body that make it difficult to find a good position. There seems to be one pressed down on, no matter which way I want to lie. "You're in pain." I glance at Heath after shifting a few times. "Not so much," I croak. "It's just hard to get comfortable when there's a gash on every part of my body." His eyes flash with regret, and he looks away. "You need a shower and some food. Come on, I'll help you up." He slides out of the bed, and I want to reach out to get his warm chest back, but I don't. I push myself into a sitting position and stare down at my sore body. There are little red lines all over me, some deep and covered in bandages, others just light grazes. My wrist is heavily bandaged and slung against my chest. I'm a hot mess. "I'll have to help bathe you. You can't get that arm wet." I smirk weakly. "You seem really distressed about that." He grins. "I am." He helps me up, and we walk into the bathroom where he runs the bath. I watch as he fills it up with nice-smelling soaps. When it's done, he slowly removes my bra and panties, his eyes growing lustier with every passing moment. "How can you get turned on when I look like I've taken on a lion?" He leans in, running his tongue over my neck. "Because you are the most beautiful fucking woman I've ever seen, injured or not." He scoops me into his arms and gently places me in the warm water. It stings, and I hiss through my teeth, closing my eyes for a few seconds while I wait for the pain to subside. When it does, I glance at him again. He lifts a washcloth and gently runs it over my body. "Are you this nice to all your girlfriends?" He pauses, and his eyes flash to mine. "I don't do girlfriends." I snort. His face remains serious. "Oh. Wait, you've never had a girlfriend?" "In high school, yeah." "I feel like I need to exit this bath and question you right now." His mouth tips up into a smile. "I'm not creepy, I just haven't had time for relationships." "But, I mean, not even for a few weeks?" He shrugs one shoulder. "I fuck. Maybe more than once. If that classes as a relationship, then sure." "You're a dirty, dirty dog," I tease. He puts the washcloth between my legs, and I gasp. "That I may be, but I do it well," he murmurs, dragging it up my sex. "Are you going to get me off with a cloth? Because that would be very weird," I whisper, rotating my hips. "It would appear you don't want to stop me, considering you're grinding against my hand." I look at him through my lashes. He lets the cloth go and replaces it with his fingers, sliding them up and down my sex, teasing and taunting. "You could get in," I offer breathily. "You're injured." "You have your hands between my legs," I point out. "It isn't risking further injury," he breathes, pinching my clit between his fingers. Pleasure quickly takes over some of the pain that has taken root in my sore body. "It is because I want you in here, and I might try and fight for it." "You won't win. Now lie still and let me work." I open my mouth to further argue, but his finger slides into my sex. I gasp and my head drops back. I keep one arm slung out of the bath and hold on to the side with the other, thrusting my hips upwards so he can slide deeper. He slips another finger in, and I groan as I stretch and pull around him. Somehow he uses his thumb to keep stimulating my clit, and it feels amazing. "I've never really been fingered," I gasp, feeling sensations building in my core. "What?" he says, eyes wide. "My ex-husband didn't really like it, So when he did it, I never came.
Fuck. Knew something was wrong with him. There's nothing sweeter than a woman's pussy when it tightens around your fingers. You can feel everything. It's incredible.
I arch my back as he drives his fingers deeper into my body. Oh, God, I gasp.
It feels good, doesn't it?
He growls. Yes. I pant. Yes.
Come for me. Fuck. Come.
I do. I come hard and fast, clenching around his fingers. My body gently thrashes in the water. He fucks me with his hand until every last tremor leaves my body. Then he slowly pulls his hand away.
You're beautiful,
he says, his voice raspy. I open my eyes and stare at him. If we can't be together, can I at least taste you? His eyes flash.
No.
Why not?
You've had a traumatic time.
It wasn't so bad, I say, sitting up. I want you. If that's the only way I can have you, then so be it.
Lucy,
he warns. Heath, I say, licking my bottom lip as I reach for his jeans.
Baby, come on.
No, you come on. Unbutton your pants. I can't do it.
Loose.
Now, Heath, I order. He stands and unbuttons his jeans, letting them drop to the ground. His cock is jutting and ready, and right in line with my mouth as I sit in the tub. Closer, I whisper, crooking my finger at him. He steps closer. I curl my good hand around the base of him, then bring my mouth to the tip. He hisses as I part my lips and take him inside, teasing the head a little before lowering my mouth down his shaft. His hissing turns into ragged groans as I hollow my cheeks and suck, stroking at the same time. He's big. My lips burn as they stretch around him, but it feels so damned good to have him in my mouth.
Fuck, baby. Don't stop.
He pants, cupping the back of my head. I suck harder, go deeper. I release his shaft and cup his balls, and he thrusts forward with a groan. He swells in my mouth after another few minutes, and I know he's going to come even before he growls.
Going to fucking come, baby. Release me.
No thanks. I suck harder, and he curses loudly before exploding into my mouth. I take all of him, every single drop, until he starts pulling back. I look up at him as he stares down at me, and I wipe my bottom lip, feeling it swollen beneath my fingertips.
God damn it,
he rasps.
Could you get any better?
I sincerely hope he always feels that way, because I don't ever want him to leave. Chapter 25. I stare into the faces of 5 concerned men who are all watching, waiting for me to tell them what happened in there. I suddenly feel nervous and fidget in my seat as I try to think where to start and what information it is they're seeking. They took me after work, I say carefully. They took me back to that place and locked me in a room. They figured out Heath was alive because they saw him storming from my house. Tank's hand slaps on the table.
I fucking told you she would be the reason you were found out.
Heath shoots him a look so deadly even I flinch.
Be very fucking careful what you say, Tank. We were so close. We had all the information we needed. We had everything ready and she stepped in. Now that fucker knows you're alive and we're never going to get close enough to get the evidence we require. We'll get it,
Heath grates out as he looks to me.
Carry on, Lucy.
My heart pounds and guilt swarms in my veins, but I go on as requested. He figured out that you care about me. He said he saw it on your face, I say softly. So he decided taking me was the best plan to get you to come out of hiding so he could finish the job he started years ago.
He wants to kill you,
Johnny growls. He thinks that's the only way he can be saved and also save your other brothers. He said God spoke to him in a dream and told him that's what had to happen. I say, my voice laced with disgust.
Sick fuck,
Blake mutters.
So he's trying to draw you back in.
Sheldon grunts, running a hand through his hair. Yes, I confirm. He truly is delusional.
We had him.
Tank growls, glaring at me. You know what? I snap, furious at his hatred for me. Shut your mouth, Tank. The table falls silent. What did you say? Tank hisses. I didn't mean any harm. I had no idea what he was involved in, and if I had, I would have never searched for him. I didn't do it out of selfishness. You look at me and you don't see anything but what you want. I'm not a bad person, and I'm sick to death of you making me out to be one because of your problems. He stands and leans over the table. Heath launches out of his chair, but I put a hand up. Watch it. Tank snarls, glaring right through me. No, I say, standing and getting in his face. I love him. I don't care if you like that or you don't. I don't care if you think I should be here or I shouldn't. I'm here, and there isn't a single thing you can do about that. If you want to hate me forever, then so be it, but I will not tolerate being abused by you any longer. Atta girl. Sheldon grins. Tell him. Back down, Tank. Heath growls, taking my shoulder and pulling me back. Tank jerks his eyes away from me, then looks to Heath. Then he turns and storms out of the room. My heart is racing by the time I turn and face Heath. I'm sorry, I say, my voice shaking. I didn't mean to cause any problems. I know that, he says gently, stroking a thumb over my cheek. He deserved that. Now that's out of the way, Johnny says, standing. What are we going to do about Josh? He'll be plotting another way to get to us. But for the police to shut down what they're doing there, they need proof of a crime. Right now, it's just Lucy's word. They killed people in the stadium, I cry. Yeah, they did, and they arrested the ones who were involved in that. But as for the others, there is no proof they were involved, and they cannot arrest them for being associated with the people who carried out the attack. I blink, but Josh is behind all of that. Yeah, and he's smart. He claimed that he doesn't instruct his followers, that they do what they believe is right from their own beliefs. He just guides them. He claims that he had no idea about the attack. But it was widely known the group wanted that land. Yes, it was, but there is no direct link to him and that confrontation with the city. Again, they arrested the men who were fighting for the grounds. Josh has kept himself clean, claiming that while God has told him he needs that land, he did not instruct an attack. Unless the cops can find proof against him, they can't arrest him. The people arrested took full responsibility. He's not stupid. He has them warped to do his dirty work and believe that they'll be saved for doing it. That's so wrong, I cry. So wrong. He should be arrested. The law is fucked up, baby, Heath says. The only way to shut down what he's doing there is to have proof of a crime that affects them all. Otherwise, they're just believers we can't touch. Angry tears burn under my eyelids. This man is committing crime after crime and getting away with it. He kidnapped me. Does that not count? He did. But if we move to the cops now and tell them that, it could blow everything up before we're ready. And he could make a runner and start somewhere else. We need to be careful about this. They're raping girls there, I whisper, swiping the tears away. I know they are. Underage girls. I know they are. That's what we were hoping to go with, but we need the right kind of evidence to make sure when he goes down, he can't get back up. If it's half-assed, he'll just get away with it and do it again. Have you spoken to the girls? He shakes his head. They can't speak to those girls without parental supervision, even if they have solid grounds to stand on. Right now, they're only assuming they're being raped. The police are doing what they can. I can get proof, I say. I can get it. All eyes turn to me. And how do you expect to do that? Heath says. I rub my cast. I'll go back in. No, Heath barks. Not a good idea. Blake mutters. I say hear her out, Sheldon carefully adds. I'm with Sheldon, Johnny says, holding Heath's eyes. He knows she's with me. He's not going to let her go back in without hurting her. Heath argues, his fists clenched. No. He will if he believes she wants to join him, Sheldon adds. Heath glares at him. No fucking way. He's watching. He's always watching, I say softly. All it'll take is for him to witness a fight between us, and for me to turn up there.
It might take a little time, but I think he'll believe me after a while. I can make him believe me.
Even if that's the case, Blake says, how do you think you're going to prove there are underage girls being raped?
I'll take a video camera or a voice recorder. I'll get close to the girls, I'll get confessions, I'll get what I need, and then we'll have proof.
No way. It's too fucking dangerous.
Heath snaps.
Not going to happen. We've got no other option right now, bro,
Johnny says.
The cops aren't going to get close. You're not going to get close. None of us have any fucking chance of getting close except her. Josh isn't stupid, Heath barks. He'll know she's pretending. For a while, he may suspect that, but if she plays along, he'll believe her. He thinks he can change anyone.
He's right, I say, reaching out for Heath's hand, but he jerks it away. Heath,
I'm not risking you. End of fucking story.
He turns and storms into his room. I sigh and look to the guys. Let me talk to him.
Convince him,
Johnny says, standing and grabbing a packet of smokes from the table.
It's our only chance.
I hold his eyes and nod. He returns it. Then I turn and glance at the bedroom. Here goes nothing. Hey, I say, stepping into the room. Heath stands by the window, staring out, his arms crossed over his chest, his body tight. I walk over and put my hand on his shoulder, leaning in and pressing my cheek against his back.
It's not going to happen, Lucy,
he mumbles. You might not like it, but you and I both know it's the only choice we have. He turns around and stares down at me, his face tight.
No, it isn't the only choice.
You give me another one and I'll back down, I challenge. His jaw ticks.
I'll go and end the fucker myself.
And go to jail? He growls. Or get killed?
Fuck, Lucy. You're asking me to risk your life.
He won't kill me, I say, but I'm not entirely sure I believe that.
Until the Holy One above tells him that's what he has to do.
I reach up and cup Heath's jaw. He's not going to kill me if he believes I'm on his side.
He won't believe it.
He will. He shakes his head.
No. He's fucking smart. He won't fall for it.
If we make it believable enough, he will, Heath.
Fuck me.
He sighs, running a hand through his hair.
I'm not okay with this.
I'll be all right.
You have a broken fucking wrist. You get stuck in there, you won't be getting out so easily again.
Except this time, you're going to be right there, watching me.
I don't like it.
He snaps. Heath, please, I say softly. I was there that day. I saw the lives taken. I need to do this. I need to do this for them. For the girls in there who have no choice. I need this. He looks away, his face so twisted with emotion it hurts me to see. Please, I whisper.
Damn it, baby,
he says, his voice weak.
I don't like it.
I'm not asking you to, I say, reaching up and cupping his face, turning it back towards me. But I am asking you to support me on this. He exhales and turns his cheek into my palm.
I'm not getting a choice, am I?
No. He curls a hand around the back of my head and brings my face to his chest. I curl my arm around his waist and we stand there, hanging on to each other for long, long moments.
I'll do it,
he says into my hair.
But I am not okay with it.
I know that, I whisper.
Don't you let him hurt you.
He won't. He kisses my forehead and pulls back.
Let's get this show on the road then.
There's something I have to do first, I say, dreading it.
What's that?
I have to go to mediation with Gerard tomorrow. He exhales loudly.
Fuck.
Yeah.
You need me to do anything?
I look up at him, studying his beautiful features. Just be you. He smiles.
Always.
Always. I hope so. Chapter 26.
Welcome, ma'am,
greets the mediator. He's an older gentleman, maybe in his early 60s, and he's got really deep brown eyes.
He quickly puts me more at ease with a gentle handshake and sweet smile.
I'm Clive.
I step into his office and glance at Gerard and Heather. My jaw gets tight, but I keep my cool. Gerard takes one look at me and leaps up.
What the hell happened to you?
Gerard, Heather says, her mouth tight. Sit down. He sits, but concern is etched into his features. I'm fine. I had an accident with a fence, I say, and it's the truth.
Are you sure?
He asks. I smile weakly. Gerard, Heather hisses. He looks away and back to Clive, who is studying all of us.
Please take a seat, Lucy,
he says in a fatherly tone.
Do you have anyone with you?
Heather snorts. Did you bring your imaginary friend? I want to beat her. I really, really want to beat her. No, I say through clenched teeth. I don't have anyone here with me.
Then shall we begin?
I nod and avoid eye contact with Gerard as I sit across from him and listen.
We're here to basically try and avoid a messy divorce and time in court. My job is to help talk you through all of this so we can come to a clean agreement and have you both moving on as quickly as possible. We'll start with the house, shall we?
I nod. Gerard nods.
Lucy, what are your thoughts on this?
I glance at Clive and take him in. He genuinely seems kind and fair. I thought I'd like to keep the house, but lately I've considered selling it. It's a thought I've given serious time to. Living in the house I shared with Gerard for all those years just seems wrong.
And you're willing to split the proceeds of the sale with Gerard?
Of course she is. She has to. Heather snaps.
Ma'am,
Clive says.
Please refrain from speaking unless directly spoken to.
Ha, sucked in, bitch. She clamps her mouth closed and glares at me. Of course I'm agreeable to a split, I say. It's his home, too.
The split without children is usually 50-50. Her parents helped purchase the house, Gerard says. I think she should get 60%.
Gerard, Heather snaps.
It's fair,
he mutters, not looking at her.
And are you okay with this, Lucy?
Clive asks. Yes, I say, studying my hand.
Very good. The next thing will be any furniture, possessions, vehicles, things like that. I've taken all my possessions,
Gerard says.
And you're okay with what he's taken?
Clive asks. Yes, I say, my voice monotone.
And vehicles,
he continues. There's been somewhat of a debate over vehicles, I say, finally making eye contact with Gerard, who is studying me.
Would you like to explain?
Clive prompts. It's his car, Heather says. Jesus, she just can't shut up.
Is this correct?
Clive asks Gerard.
Yes, it's my car, but I have a work car, so I left it with Lucy,
and then tried to take it back. I mutter. That's because his work car might not last and he'll need something else. Heather throws at me. My God, I growl. Will you just shut the hell up? Why? Are you scared about what I'll reveal? She fires back. There's nothing to reveal. She looks to Clive. She was having an affair before the split.
That certainly changes things, he says, looking to me. Is this true?
No, I state strongly. I was not having an affair. She's lying. She's also mentally unstable, claiming to see someone that isn't there. I think it should be requested that she has a full psychological assessment before anything is signed.
Thank you for your input, Heather,
Clive begins, but I cut him off. I am not crazy. I was not having an affair, and I'm sick to death of you interfering in this business, which is not yours. You are crazy, she screams.
Ladies?
A knock sounds at the door. We all go quiet.
Yes,
Clive says, his voice tired. Sorry to bother you, the receptionist says, popping her head in. There's a man here. He's with the police. He said it's important he steps in on this mediation. What? Heather gasps. Why is a police officer here? Yes, why is a police officer here? My heart pounds.
Let him in.
I glance at the door. And my entire world spins as Heath steps in, looking like heaven and hell and everything beautiful in this world. My bottom lip trembles as his eyes find mine. Then he walks over to the table and stops, glaring at Heather and Gerard. "Sorry to interrupt," he begins, finally looking to the mediator. "I feel it's necessary that I step in here as a previous officer of the law and inform you of my part in all this."
"Who the hell are you?"
Heather snaps. Heath glares at her. "I'm Heath, the imaginary man you've also painfully made Lucy aware of in the last few months." You could hear crickets. The room is that quiet. "You'll understand that I require identification as to exactly who you are," Clive says. Heath pulls out his identification and hands it to him. "I was with Lucy the day of the attack. I got her out. Afterwards, I was working an undercover case and was on somewhat of a witness protection program, if you will, so was unable to make myself known. These people tortured her and called her crazy. Her own husband walked away from her. She was not having an affair, and if you ask the private investigator they hired, he'll tell you the same." Heather's mouth opens, then closes. Gerard looks as if he's going to pass out. "Thank you for taking the time to come in here and clear this up, Mr. Walker. Is there a way I can contact your station and confirm this?" Heath nods. "Yes, all the information is right here on this card." Heath hands him a card from his pocket and then looks to Gerard and Heather. "You," he points to Heather, "need to learn to shut your mouth before it gets you into trouble. And you," he points to Gerard, "should be ashamed of yourself, leaving your wife when she needed you the most and dragging her through all this. But mostly for letting that wicked bitch of a woman speak to her the way she has. That woman was carrying your child only a few months ago. She was your wife, and you chose to treat her the way you did." Gerard opens his mouth. Heath puts a hand up. "You lost your shot. And let me tell you, you lost a damned good thing in doing it. She's the best thing that would have ever happened to you in your life, and you gave her away. Take a long, hard look at her. Know what you lost, because she's mine now. And I can tell you." He leans forward, putting his hands on the table. "No one will ever take her from me, nor will I ever lose her because I have my own head shoved so far up my own ass I can't see what's right in front of me." Gerard's mouth slams closed, and his eyes flick to me. "Lucy?" I don't answer. I just launch out of my chair and turn, throwing myself into Heath's arms as tears roll down my cheeks. "I should have done this sooner," he murmurs into my hair. "I'm so sorry, baby." "I love you," I whisper. "I fucking love you too."
"This is an outrage,"
Heather cries, leaping up. "Sit down," Clive barks. "This session is finished for the day while I confirm what Heath has told me here. I'll call you with a new date, and Gerard, I suggest you leave your sister at home next time." Gerard has his eyes on Heath and I. He looks hurt. Mostly he looks pissed. Then he turns to Heather. "Don't worry. I will be."
"Gerard!"
she shrieks as he stands and walks over to us, extending his hand. Heath takes it. "Thank you for giving her what I couldn't," Gerard says, his eyes moving from Heath's to mine. "I'm sorry, Lucy. I wish you all the happiness." Then he turns to Clive. "Give her what she wants. I'll sign whatever. I don't need to go to court." Clive nods. Gerard walks out of the room.
"This isn't over,"
Heather cries, glaring at me before rushing out after Gerard. "That woman needs a bullet," Clive mumbles. Heath and I burst out laughing. Yes, indeed she does. "You're amazing," I breathe, rotating my hips and taking Heath's cock deep inside me. "Fuck. I would have done that sooner had I known how grateful you'd be." He groans, his hands on my hips, circling me on his lap. We're in his truck, parked up on a quiet road, and I'm on his lap. His cock is deep inside me, and we're fucking, slow and intense. "I want to come," I whimper, using my good hand to grasp his shoulder.
Come for me then, baby. Come.
I want it to last longer, I say in the next breath, throwing my head back and gasping his name.
If you don't come, I will,
he growls, leaning in and biting my neck. I whimper and drive my nails into his flesh, arching my back until finally my body explodes with pleasure. A strangled scream leaves my throat, and it feels amazing. So goddamned amazing. A few seconds later, Heath whispers my name against my neck, and his cock jerks inside me. Bliss.
We should probably get off this road,
he says after a few minutes. Just a second longer, I say, nuzzling his neck, darting my tongue out to taste his sweat. He turns and our lips meet.
You're beautiful,
he says, his eyes hooded from pleasure. So are you, I breathe against him.
We gotta get out of here now.
He carefully lifts me and places me back on my seat, doing up his jeans before turning and looking at me.
You okay?
Never better. I give him a genuine smile.
Glad to see that smile touch your eyes, Lucy girl.
It wouldn't have without you.
Glad to know that also.
I smile. He smiles. You ready to go and make plans? I ask. He huffs and pulls the truck out while I straighten up.
Not at all.
The sooner we get this over with, the better, I point out.
I know that. Doesn't mean I like it.
I laugh softly. Hey, Heath? What exactly are we going to do when this is over?
I thought that would be obvious by now.
I narrow my eyes and study him. How so?
We've come together in a series of moments, so it only seems logical what we do when we're free of all this.
And that is... I prompt.
It's simple, Lucy girl,
he says, reaching over and taking my hand.
We create more moments. A lifetime of them.
We create more moments. A lifetime of them. Oh, yes. Chapter 27.
Are you sure about this?
Heath asks as we get into his truck. I swallow and glance at the guys who are staring at me. Yes.
I don't like it, Luce.
I know.
Hey, Sheldon says, coming to the window. You make sure you look after yourself and do everything we told you to do.
I nod. I will, I promise.
Don't leave anything to fate, sweetheart,
Blake says, shoving Sheldon out of the way.
Trust your gut.
I nod, forcing back the fear clogging my throat.
And if you have to, fight,
Johnny says, stepping next to Blake.
Fight hard.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck,
Sheldon says, and they all step back. Heath is about to pull away when Tank steps up to the window. Everyone goes silent.
I was wrong,
he says, his voice gruff.
Thank you.
With that, he turns and disappears into the house. My heart aches a little for him.
Ready?
Heath asks. I'm ready. We pull out and drive into town, arriving at my house. We both head inside, and once we're in, we start wasting time. Heath gives me a tiny camera that can both record videos and sound. It's small enough that I can tuck it into my panties, and nobody will be any wiser. It's barely the size of a USB drive. Aside from that, I have no other devices on me. It's been a week since we decided to make this a thing, so most of the grazes on my body have healed, but my arm is still in a cast. Johnny informed me that might come in handy if I need to hit someone over the head. The guys spent the last week going over everything about Josh and giving me information on the cult and what I need to know. I'm terrified.
Let's go over it once more,
Heath says, flopping down onto the couch. Heath, we've been through it all. I just want 5 minutes with you. He pulls me onto his lap, and I curl into him.
If something happens to you,
he says, his voice tight, it won't.
I can't be sure of that.
It'll be okay. I find his lips with mine and kiss him, slowly at first, then deeper until we're all tongues and mouths, our bodies squashed together. We stay like that, kissing and hugging for the next hour. Then we both know it's time. "Lucy," Heath says as I walk to the door. "Yeah?" "I fucking love you, baby." "I love you too." He squeezes my hand, and I don't fight my tears because I know I'm going to need them. I let them roll down my cheeks as Heath pulls out his phone and calls Sheldon. "He watching?" With a sharp nod, Heath hangs up. "He's watching. Let's do this." I nod, tears rolling, and turns storming out of the house, letting all the anger and rage for the girls stuck in that place fuel my act. "Don't follow me, Heath," I scream. "You're fucking out of your mind. Whatever he told you was a lie," he barks, a few steps behind. "If it was a lie, then why have you turned so awful against me since I've been in there?" "Because he's corrupted you." "I thought so too," I scream. "Until I got home and you acted how you are. Maybe he was right. Maybe you're a bad person." "He's a fucking loon, Lucy. He's trying to twist your mind." "And what about you? What about what you're trying to do?" "He needs to pay." "He was trying to help you," I scream so loudly that even he flinches. "He was trying to help you, and you turned his family against him. I kind of understand why he's done what he's done." "He deserves to fucking die," Heath bellows. "Who the hell are you?" I gasp, pressing a hand to my chest. "You're a monster." "He's the monster. If you walk away from here right now, we're done. Do you fucking hear me?" I prepare myself for what's going to come next, because I know it's coming. We've practiced it, but it hurts all the same. Heath steps forward and curls a hand around my upper arm, jerking me forward so hard I lose my footing. "Let me go," I scream. "You're not listening to me. He's a monster. He's messing with your mind. Let me go," I bellow, trying to pull back. "I'm so sorry," Heath mouths, before letting me go so hard I tumble backwards and land on my ass. I turn and push to my feet, running off down the pathway. My cast bangs against my ribs and radiates pain through the side of my body. But it has to go down like this. "Get back here," he barks. I don't stop. Tears flow easily down my cheeks, because even though I know that wasn't real, it hurts all the same. I round a corner and unlock my car, throwing myself in. Then I drive off. I go to a nearby park. And I wait. Because I know he'll come for me. I just know. I'm right. Within 5 minutes, the white van pulls up and Josh steps out, followed by some of his minions. I pretend I don't see them and sit, my head in my arms, sobbing. I can feel the recording device tucked in my panties, the only safe spot for it right now. Their footsteps approach, and I don't look up. "I told you what kind of man he was." Josh's voice is gentle, soothing, and for a second I can see why people fall for it. I look up at him with my tear-streaked face. "Go the hell away." "You don't really want that? I saw what he just did to you." I look away, acting classes in school paying off. "He's a monster, Lucy. I've told you this. I know you know it." "He's just angry," I say, defending him a little, as instructed. "He can't stand losing control." I glance up and meet his eyes. "Sounds like someone else I know," I snap. He kneels down beside me. "I might like control, but I'm not a monster like him." "Yes, you are." "He's just hurting, and—" "He is going to hurt you. I know he will. He'll make you suffer for defending me." "I wasn't defending you." I spit, then let my face fall with realization, as rehearsed. "I wasn't—" "It's okay," he says soothingly. "It's okay to accept that maybe your feelings towards me are different to what you first thought." "I hate you." I try again, this time a little weaker. "But you don't, because you know what I said about him is true, don't you, Lucy?" Cue the tears again. "I love him," I sob brokenly. "But he doesn't love you. You're just a toy in his game. But maybe—" I protest lamely. You know I'm right. Come with me. Stay for a few days. I can answer any questions you have about him. I look at him. Don't give in too easily. He'll know you're lying. I don't trust you, I say, my voice hard. That'll come with time. Come, stay the evening. I'll feed you and we can talk. If you wish to go in the morning, you can. I don't believe you. You kidnapped me, I assert, shifting backwards. For your own good, which you'll see if you come with me. I look past him, hoping my features show confusion and concern. I don't know. Trust me, Lucy. I won't hurt you. Lying pig. I look back to him. Come, you're cold and upset, but come. He takes my hand, and I let him help me out of the car to my feet. He quickly shuts the door behind me. I hesitate some more, walking slowly, making him tug me along to the van. When we reach the door, I stop and wearily say, I don't know. I won't hurt you, he says. And if I didn't know better, I'd believe him. He's that good. Okay, I whisper, climbing into the van, but not before I catch the triumphant look he shoots the man next to me. I've gotten him hook, line, and sinker. He believes me. Let the fun begin. Chapter 28. Nobody speaks the entire drive. I make sure I stare out the window with a tight expression, ensuring I look confused and a little lost. I don't want to give in too easily. The brothers are right. Josh isn't stupid and will figure me out if I put 1 foot wrong. We arrive, and the 3 men get out before me, opening the door and staring expectantly in my direction. I hesitantly climb out, wrapping one arm around myself and staring at the group of men who have stopped to study me. They're showing a mixture of shock, anger, and, surprisingly, compassion. I have to ask, do you have a phone on you? Josh asks, falling in step next to me as we move towards the big shed. No, I didn't bring it when I ran out. I just grabbed my keys. That's okay. I just wanted to let you know this is a phone-free place, and we all value that very much. I say nothing, just nod stiffly. You don't need to be afraid, he continues. I won't lock the door. It's just one night, remember? Nobody is going to hold you here against your will. He's a filthy liar. But if that's what it takes to get me where I need to go, I'll play along. I nod stiffly. Come, freshen up and then join us for supper, he says, leading me into the room he kept me in before. I stare at my hands as he explains there are fresh clothes in the cupboard, and the shower is just down the hall. A much nicer welcome than I received last time. I don't say anything. I just sit on the end of the bed, waiting for him to leave. I know it feels strange right now, but I can assure you that once you've wrapped your head around the kind of man my brother is, it won't hurt anymore. If you'll trust us to take care of you, you'll come to see that. Take care of me. Thanks, I mutter to my hands. I'll return in an hour to collect you for supper. Don't let him into your thoughts. The first part of overcoming what he's done to you is to stop the thought process in its tracks. I don't say anything. He finally leaves. Now it's time to put the plan into action. The first thing I do is check the room for cameras. Sheldon is trained in the art of hiding them and told me all the locations they might be in. I subtly walk around the room, as if I'm just looking, picking up books and reading, things like that. I find 2 cameras. I don't look directly at them, but I do ensure I act confused and generally upset when I'm in front of them. When I go to the showers, I see one right before I go in, but there don't seem to be any inside the shower block. Still, I don't trust that there isn't. They can't know I have a camera squashed between my legs, so instead of showering, I act nervous and even manage to shed a tear before rushing back to the room. It's somewhat of a test, because I know if he's watching me, he'll come to see what's wrong. He does.
which tells me there are cameras in more places than I can see. When I remove the one I'm hiding, I'll have to be very careful about it.
"We're heading to supper. I just thought I'd check in and see how you're doing," Josh says, coming into my room. "I see you haven't showered."
He couldn't know that, because I have changed into the dress he gave me. I could have showered. He really wouldn't know unless he was watching me. I'm really upset and confused. I don't know if I should be here.
"How about you come and eat? Then we can talk more about that."
I glance at him. You kidnapped me. I don't trust you. His smile grows warm, but scary.
"I understand that. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm just asking you to eat. You must be hungry."
I give him a skeptical expression, then sigh. I am.
"Come along, then."
He leads me out into the area where the campfire was set up, and I face the scalding stares thrown in my direction by a few of the people watching me. "I thought you were all forgiving people," I mutter.
"We are,"
he says, shooting a glare at the frowning people that has their faces dropping immediately. They instantly replace their frowns with smiles. My God, the power he has over them is terrifying.
"Please sit by the fire and stay warm. I'll collect some food."
I sit on a log resting by the fire and watch him go toward the long tables of food being catered to by a group of ladies. To anyone who didn't know better, they'd say this was just a normal extended family enjoying living without modern-day devices, that they just loved the world and nature. That would be so incorrect.
"Here."
A plate is thrust at me, and I stare down at the contents. No meat, all veg and plant foods, but it looks nice. I mumble a thanks and take it, placing it on my lap. Josh sits down beside me, and I dare to ask the question I've been wanting to know since I got here. "Where's Haley?" I wanted to apologize for getting her into trouble. Josh's face doesn't change, but the air around us does. It gets thick and dangerous.
"Haley has gone away for a while. Her actions were unacceptable."
My heart pounds, but I know I have to keep it together. It takes a few moments before I can stop my voice shaking enough to say, "Her actions?"
"She helped you escape."
"No, I made her think she would be better off. It wasn't her fault."
"But it was," he says simply. "She knows the rules and she knows the beliefs."
Has she gone to stay with family then? He doesn't answer, and something cold washes over my body.
"Tell me about yourself, Lucy. I'm desperate to know what has caught my brother's eye after so long."
I flinch, but not because of Heath. Instead, because of how casually he can change the conversation, and how much the terrified lump in my throat is growing in fear for Haley. He takes the flinch as a reaction to Heath.
"I'm sorry. Of course you don't want to talk about it."
"I don't," I mutter.
"Perhaps you'd like to ask me a question."
"I have one," I admit.
"Please."
He gestures with his hand.
"Anything."
You see Heath pushing me or handling me roughly as abuse, yet I know you're capable of the same, and it's okay when you do it. How do you figure that? He's quiet for a second, and I worry I've blown my cover. But he answers, and his voice is calm and collected.
"Men like Heath use their strength for power. I'm not the same. I do only as God instructs, and sometimes that may seem unpleasant, but it's only carried out because those people are going against his wishes. All wrongdoings have a punishment. They have for as long as the world has been spinning. I'm just carrying out what I'm asked."
How does God speak to you? He smiles at me.
"If I told you, I'd have to kill you."
I shiver.
"God speaks to everyone, Lucy. You just aren't listening."
He doesn't tell them to kill people. I still don't understand why he'd ask you to take a life.
Our bodies are just vessels. I can't take the soul from them. I can't kill it. I'm just taking away the evil that's been placed in. In doing that, Those souls go back to where they belong, in God's hands. I think I'm going to vomit. I stare straight ahead. The food is lovely. He smiles. We do our best to live off the land. That would take a lot of effort, I say, trying to calm myself because my insides feel as if they're going to explode and give me away. Living is no effort. Mr. Perfect has an answer for everything. Ah, look, the dancing has begun. I look up to see a group of young women, maybe in their early 20s, dancing around the fire. A group of old men leer at them, and it takes everything I have not to run over there and knock their teeth right out of their dirty mouths. I force myself to just watch, acting interested when, really, all I want to do is run out of here and light the entire place on fire. Do you see how happy those ladies are? How free? How nothing but enjoyment fills their bodies? Josh asks. Yes, I say. And it's not a lie. I see that they believe that's how they feel, and they do, they truly do. They just don't realize their minds have been twisted to believe that. You should join in. Talk to some of them. They might be able to help. Most of them have come from a difficult place, just like yourself. I go to deny instantly, but realize talking to these women is exactly what I came here for. So I nod and stand, feeling nervous. I edge towards the group of dancing women, and they twirl happily around me, their hair flowing. I rub my bad arm, and one of them comes over, stopping in front of me, smiling down. She's like light. Honestly, she's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, all blonde hair and blue eyes, pale skin, and a flowy white dress. She looks like an angel. Welcome, she smiles. I'm Faith. What's your name? Lucy, I mumble. Come, Lucy. Don't be afraid. Embrace the dance. Okay. She takes my good hand and pulls me into the crowd, twirling me around. I do my best to seem as if I'm fitting in, but I've never felt so uncomfortable in my life. After about 10 minutes, I excuse myself and sit down again, away from Josh this time. I glance at the men who have young women sitting beside them, some girls looking no older than 13. My heart twists, but I keep my face expressionless. Hi there. I look to my left to see a young girl, maybe 17, sitting beside me. She's got raven hair and blue eyes. She's gorgeous. Hi, I smile. My name is Serafina. What's yours? Lucy. Welcome, Lucy. I know you're new. I nod. Don't be alarmed. It can seem daunting, but you'll settle in and learn to love it too. Do you really love it here? I ask, genuinely curious so my question doesn't sound at all suspicious. I really do. Josh saved me from an abusive marriage. This life brings me peace. How could she have found peace? So you're, not married to anyone here? She throws her head back and her pretty laugh rings out. Nobody is married to anyone here. We're all free to love whomever we want. Love is no crime. It is no sin. Right, I mumble. Are you married, Lucy? No, my husband, left me. Her face softens. Then you're in the right place. God will guide you through. Master Josh will place your hand in his and take you right through the golden gates. Seriously? I keep my countenance light as I process her words. I was wondering where Haley is tonight. I've met her before and would like to say hello. Her face falls. Haley is being punished for her sins. I blink. Sins? Yes. Is she okay? She looks away. We don't question punishment. I notice from the corner of my eye 2 men stand and take 2 young girls with them, disappearing into the tents at the far end of the grounds. I stand and smile down at Serafina. I'm going to use the bathroom. Where might I find one? She waves a hand around. The world is your bathroom. Of course it is.
The sooner I get out of here, the better. Chapter 29. I spend a few more hours being distracted by Josh. He must be suspicious, or at least a little wary, because he's kept me by his side, striking up conversation. I've had to play along because I don't want to raise alarm. Finally, he's taken by a group of males and I manage to slip away. I don't know if the older men are even with the young girls anymore, but I'm determined to find out. I slip behind the tents, into the dark, and take the recorder from out of my panties where it's been securely tucked. I turn it on and place it in my palm, ready to hit the record button. Then I move towards the tents down the back. For a long time, I don't hear anything, and my heart sinks. What if everyone is way off base, and there's nothing awful going on here? Someone comes out of a tent, and I hide behind a tree for cover. Hello? I hold my breath and press myself as close to the trunk as I can, staying as still as possible. A flashlight shines through and goes right past me. Then I hear the sounds of footsteps disappearing. I exhale and keep moving towards the tents that seem oddly placed so far away from the main campsite. That could mean exactly what I think it means. Still, I can't be sure until I get closer. The only thing I've got working in my favor right now is that it's quiet and dark down here, the only light coming from inside the tents. I come to the first cluster and listen closely, hearing nothing. I move to the second cluster, and still I can't hear anything. It's only when I go to step away that I hear a faint whimper. I stop and tilt my head, listening in the general direction. The whimper is so weak I can barely hear it, but it's there. I turn and move quietly towards the tent it's coming from. I press record on my device and shuffle quietly to the tent. The sounds of shuffling can be heard, and the whimpers are louder, more distinct. I take a deep breath, praying that this thing is taking a film as well as a voice recording, and peek into a gap in the tent. For a moment, I see nothing. Then my eyes fall on the most horrific sight I've ever seen. I was right. Heath was right. They were all right. Vomit rises in my throat and tears burn my eyelids and run down my cheeks as I raise the camera, recording what is the most gut-wrenching thing I've ever seen. Rape, in its most horrific form. I record for only a few minutes before I can't stand the sight of it any longer. I shove the recorder into my pocket and place a hand over my mouth to stop the broken sob leaving my throat. I rush back towards the trees, falling to my knees in the darkness and crying. Those poor girls. Those poor, innocent, beautiful girls. I get myself together and push to my feet, needing to get out of this place and praying I got enough evidence. As I'm moving back past the first cluster of tents, I hear a sob. It's so quiet I wonder if it's my own for a second, or if maybe I'm imagining it. But when it rings out again in the silent night air, I know it isn't mine. I move towards the tents, following the sound. The tent right at the back is where it's coming from, and I slowly move to the front tent flap, gently pushing aside. These tents are huge, big white triangle-shaped spaces that easily hold king-sized beds and couches, just like the one I've seen so far. So much for living off the land. I squint into the darkness because this tent has no light, and whisper, "Hello?" The sob comes again. I feel around until I find a small lamp, and I carefully turn it on. I gasp at what I see. Lying on the bed on her stomach is Haley. There is dried blood all around her, and her back is exposed, revealing very similar markings to what Heath has on his, only hers are raw and bleeding. My tears flow again as I rush over, gently moving her hair from her face. "Haley, hey, it's Lucy. You're okay." She looks up at me, her eyes red and swollen. "Lucy?" She croaks. "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Let me help you." "Help me," she sobs. "Please help me. I'm sorry." I stroke her sweat-dampened hair. "Don't be sorry. Can you walk?" "No," she sobs. "It hurts too much." Damn it.
I can't just walk her out of here, but I'm terrified to leave her again. I may not have a choice. Haley, do you trust me? Her eyes find mine, so broken. I don't know. I need you to, okay? I'm going to get you out of here, I promise you that. I just need you to stay here and pretend you never saw me. And I swear to you, I'll be back in a matter of hours. Do you believe me? Her eyes are so broken, so scared. Yet she nods. I lean down and kiss her forehead. I'm coming for you. Be strong, sweetheart. I turn and rush out, hurrying back to the trees. Josh says he'll let me out of here, but I don't believe he'll do it easily. I rack my brain as I run to try and figure out a way to get out of here without raising alarm. I glance into the dark trees. I can't climb the fence again, not with a broken wrist. Can I get close enough to call out to whoever is waiting on the outside for me? Or do I attempt to ask Josh to leave? I don't know. God, I don't know. I move back to the camp and quietly join the group that is gathered around the fire pit. Josh doesn't seem to notice me come back, and I'm thankful for that. His gaze finds mine about 5 minutes later, and he smiles. I want to rip his eyes out and stab him in the face. But instead, I force a smile and a small wave, then disappear back into the people. If I just walk to the front gates, will I be able to get out? No, they'll be locked. Heath said he'd have someone outside the compound at all times. I think that's my only chance. I move back into the trees and go as deep as I can until I run into the perimeter fence. Then I use one hand to guide myself around the front, following it until I'm far enough away from the music and dancing that I know I'm nearing the back. I keep moving, my fingers grazing the wire. I see a small light about 15 feet ahead, and I pray it's them. Hello? I call as loudly as I can, but it isn't very loud. They're too far away and can't hear me, damn it. What are you doing? I flinch and spin around to see Josh behind me. I didn't hear him approach. He has a flashlight, but it's so dim I can hardly see it. Damn it. Shit. I was looking for a way out. What for? He asks, stepping closer. My heart pounds. This is not good. I want to go home. It's the middle of the night. I'm tired and... His eyes move past me and he squints into the distance. Are they out there? Is this some sort of trap? What? I cry. No. What's that light in the distance then? He growls. Oh no. No. I reach for the camera in my pocket and curl my fingers around it. I can't let him know I've got it. I have to think quickly. I'm wearing a thick bracelet around my wrist that's made up of leather and cotton and a few intertwined chains. I carefully shuffle it off by moving my hand behind my back and rolling it down over myself until it rolls off and is in my hand. Well? Josh barks. Please, I don't know. I just wanted to get out. You're a liar. He snarls, grabbing my arm. You're lying. This is some sort of trap. No, I plead, jerking my arm from his grip and pressing my back against the fence. I wrap the USB into the bracelet and shove it through the wire. It balances on it, and I can only hope that it's going to hold so that when I do what I'm about to do next, it'll draw attention to this spot, and they'll find it. Then I take a deep breath and risk everything. Help! I scream in the loudest, shrillest voice I can muster. The light shines our way. Josh raises a hand and lands a punch across my right cheekbone, so hard my world goes black. I wake face down on a bed, with my arms bound behind my back. I know immediately where I am, and I know the danger I'm in. I know it down to my very soul. I try to move, but I can't. I just can't. Tears well up, and I turn my head to the side and see Josh sitting by the bed staring at me. One of my eyes feels as though it's swelling closed, and there's a dull throb in my head that reminds me of his savage punch. You made a big mistake. I swallow down my tears and croak, I don't know what you're talking about. Why did they send you in here? He demands. They didn't, I protest. They did, he roars. Why? They just want to know what you're doing. I searched you. Where's the recording device? My heart pounds, but I don't flinch. What device? They wouldn't have sent you in without one. I narrow my eyes. They did. Bullshit. Well, if you searched me, you'll clearly see I don't have one. You're a poor liar. I'm not lying. He stands and slams his hand down on the bedside table next to me. Where is it? He roars. I don't have one. He reaches down, curling his fist into my hair and jerking my head back. I scream in agony as my body is wrenched into a painful position. Where is it? I don't know, I scream. I don't have anything. You're going to pay for this, he snarls, leaning down close. You're going to suffer for this mistake. I didn't do anything. I try again, but even I don't believe me. He raises a hand and clicks his fingers. Matthew, call in 8 men. This girl needs to be purified. Purified? What the hell does that mean? Let me go, I scream, trying to get my knees up beneath me. Someone takes my legs and jerks them down, tying them to the bed. Josh forces my face into the pillow so hard I can barely breathe. Then he jerks my dress up over my waist. No, God, no, no, I scream into the pillow. No, please. His hand comes down over my bottom so hard the slap radiates through the tent. I bite the pillow to stop my shriek of pain. I keep trying to fight, thrashing my body as best I can. But I have nothing. I can't fight when I'm restrained like this. Josh's hand goes back to my hair and he jerks my head back again. You're going to wish you didn't do this. Matthew, you can go first. Go first? No. Please, I beg, please don't. Fear, unlike anything I've ever felt, gets trapped in my throat. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't move. I'm helpless, and he's got all the control. I wish I'd never come in here. Heath was right. This was a deadly and stupid idea. What did I think I was going to achieve? Who did I think I was going to fool? Tears run down my cheeks and soak the bed, and I plead over and over for them to stop. They don't listen. Someone touches my spine, running a calloused hand down until they reach my bottom. I beg and plead, my voice hoarse. But there's no point. It's as if they can't hear me. The sound of a belt buckle undoing can be heard. Then I feel his pants brush my legs as they are dropped to the ground. Vomit rises in my throat, and fear prickles my skin as I internally plead for a miracle. For something to come along and stop this moment, this awful, life-altering moment. My prayers are answered. Shouts can be heard in the distance, and the presence of the vile man behind me disappears. My skin is left cool and exposed, as frantic voices can be heard around me, Josh's mostly. I hear the word cops, and then Heath, before they all disappear out of the tent, leaving me tied and alone. You need a warrant? I hear someone shout. This is private land. Sirens fill the space, and my tears turn to broken sobs. The tent flaps, and a familiar voice rasps, Jesus Christ. Tank? I croak. I'm going to pull your dress down and cover you up, he says, his voice hard and icy. I'm sorry. He quickly covers me with my dress and then makes light work of untying me. The second I'm up, I throw myself into his arms. He catches me. I don't think he wants to, but he has no choice the way I lurch towards him. His arm goes around my waist and I shove my face into his chest. You came. One question before we do anything else, he says, his voice so scary I flinch. Did they hurt you? No, I whisper. Not like you think. You came just in time. I lean back and look up at him. He hisses when he takes in my face. Who did that? Josh. I'll kill him. I'll fucking kill him. He scoops me into his arms and strides out of the tent. And right into chaos. Chapter 30. Moments are strange in the sense that they happen so quickly. 1 second I was about to have my life forever altered, and then I was being carried out of the tent by a man I'm not even sure likes me. Police are everywhere, throwing cuffs on any man who gets in their way.
Women are huddled by 2 officers, and they look terrified. I feel for them, because sadly they believe that their entire worlds are being turned upside down right now. They don't truly understand that what's happening is their lives are being saved, because they love this world, and would honestly tell you that they don't want it to change. Josh is nowhere to be seen. Neither is Heath, and that scares me. "Put me down," I say to Tank. He obliges, placing my feet firmly on the ground.
"Go to the police. They'll keep you safe. I need to see if there is anything I can do to help,"
he orders, and then rushes off. I duck behind a tent and fix my dress. Then I crouch low and run from tent to tent, looking for Josh. Has he made an escape? Have they already taken him? I peer back out and see Tank looking around desperately. I can only assume Josh is still out there. I turn and glance into the thick trees when I hear the grunting sounds coming from my left. I spin around and see they're coming from the woods beside me. I rush in and stop dead when I see Heath and Josh in a full-on wrestle on the ground. Fists are flying, blood is everywhere, and they're without a doubt in a death match. My heart races and my eyes dart back and forth as I try to find something to stop this, anything. Aside from a few large logs, there is nothing. Josh is on top of Heath now, and as if in slow motion, I watch him reach into his shirt and pull out a knife. "No!" I scream, rushing forward. He raises it just as I slam into him from the side, taking the full force of his thrust into my stomach. Pain, unlike anything I've ever felt in my life, rips through my body, and I topple backwards, mouth open, silent scream on my lips. Heath roars, and then cops are everywhere, 3 of them tackling Josh to the ground. I can't move. I can't breathe. I can't even feel my body anymore.
"Lucy, no,"
Heath gasps, crawling to my side and lifting my head into his hands.
"Baby, say something. Please, say something."
"We got him," I gasp, and it comes out gurgled. "We got him." Then I let darkness take me.
"Why won't she wake up?" "She will when she's ready. The doctor said she should be awake by now. She'll wake up soon. Stop stressing."
"Both of you stop stressing. Let her rest." The faint sounds of my mom, Dad, and Heath's voices flitter into my mind as my body slowly starts becoming aware of what's happening around me. I hear beeps, and I can smell something that resembles a chemical of some sort. It takes another few moments before I can feel my body, and I curl my fingers, making sure this isn't a dream.
"Lucy."
It isn't. I focus on my eyes, begging them to open. They do.
"She's awake. Get the doctor." "Lucy, girl."
"Heath." My eyes move in the direction of his voice, and slowly he comes into sight, silver eyes locking with mine. "Hey," I croak. His face looks pained, but he smiles.
"Hey yourself, honey."
What happened?" He narrows his eyes.
"You don't remember?"
I close my eyes a second, and small snippets of memories come flooding back. They flick back open, and I look to him. "Josh, is he...
He's locked away, and facing some charges that'll make sure he stays that way."
"And everyone else?"
"Hopefully getting the help they need, though it can't be forced on them. At least they're free of his brainwashing now."
"Haley?" I croak. His eyes grow sad.
"She's okay. In a bad way, but okay. She's in here, and so are a few of the other girls."
"Can I see her?"
"I'll find out."
"Will she be all right?" I ask, my eyes begging him to say she will.
"I don't honestly know. But she's going into the care of a wonderful older couple who have years of experience with traumatized kids. I think it will all work out."
"And all those other kids?"
"Child Services has stepped in. That's all I know so far."
I nod, swallowing the thick lump forming in my throat.
"What I do know is that if it wasn't for you, none of them would be where they are now, and they'd still be being subjected to that horror. You saved their lives, beautiful girl."
Tears roll down my cheeks.
I was so fucking scared when I saw that knife go into you. I thought, hey, I whisper, reach up to cup his cheek. I'm okay. He puts his hands either side of my face and presses his forehead to mine. I love you, Lucy. I wish you knew how much. I'm so proud of you, and I'm so damned grateful you're in my life. He catches a tear with his thumb, and we hold each other's gazes for a while until my mother's sob can be heard behind him. They're so beautiful together. Heath grins and murmurs, I think she's waiting for her turn. I smile weakly up at him. She can wait a little longer. Then I bring him down and press his lips against mine, because I'm never letting this man go. Chapter 31. Hi there, I whisper, stepping into Haley's room. Remember me? She looks over to me, her dark hair falling over her forehead and spilling down her cheeks. Her eyes aren't as dark as I remember, and her cheeks have some color in them. There is an older couple sitting beside her bed, and they smile at me as I enter. I've been in the hospital for a week, and I'm leaving today. It's the first time I've been able to come and see Haley. She wasn't allowed visitors other than her foster family until now. Lucy, she says, her voice soft. Of course I remember you. Can I come in? She nods, and I move into the room and stop beside her bed, looking down at her. How are you feeling? I ask. She shrugs weakly. I'm not sure. I smile in understanding. It'll take time. I've heard you're going home with a lovely couple. She gives a little half smile and turns, glancing at the older couple. This is Margaret and John. It's lovely to meet you, I say to them both. Likewise, dear, Margaret says, her soft brown eyes locking with mine. We heard you did a very brave thing getting these girls out. I shrug lightly. I did what was right. You saved their lives, John says. Not everybody would have taken that risk. I look back to Haley. I do it again. I reach for her hand. She flinches a little, but lets me take it. Thank you, she croaks, for helping me. Not just to get out of there, but to realize that the feelings I had inside were right, and what was going on was bad. You should always trust your instincts, Haley, no matter what you're doing in life, because they'll always lead you right. Thank you. I'm going to leave my number with Margaret. When you're better, you can call if you like. She smiles, and it makes her even more beautiful. I'd like that. Maybe we can go and get ice cream together. Her eyes light up. That would be lovely. I think so, too. Margaret smiles as I hand her Heath's number so she can contact me. She takes my hand and squeezes it, and I understand the gratitude she's expressing. I should get going, I say, smiling back at Haley. Take care of yourself. I will, she says softly. Talk soon, Haley. I leave the room and press my back against the wall, looking up to the ceiling and smiling as I exhale the deep breath I feel as if I've been holding on to since this started. After a few minutes, I push off the wall and move down the corridors until I pass the reception desk. Then I see him, Heath, standing there waiting for me, looking gorgeous and perfect and everything a man should be. He smiles when he sees me, and I take in his dimple and his silver eyes and the way his whole face lights up, and I send a silent prayer of thanks to whoever put him in my path. Seeing him there makes me realize that some moments are good and others are bad, but they all matter in one way or another. Even when we don't realize it, even when we think that things couldn't get any worse, life will throw us a moment that suddenly helps it make sense. It pieces it all together. It puts it all back into perspective. And you start to wonder how you ever wished for a different path. As I stare at Heath, I know he was my moment. He was placed into my life at the exact time I needed him the most. Not just to love, but to help me discover who I am.
And he's done that every second since he's been in my life. He's helped recreate me. He's made me better. He's fixed what I didn't even know needed fixing. My man. My love. My moment. This concludes Fleeting Moments by Bella Jewell. Narrated by Amy Landon. Copyright 2016 by Bella Jewell. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bella Jewell, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.